I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Hello. Hello. Good morning. It is bright and beautiful and sunny outside, and I am absolutely, oh, wow. Look, actually, you can see on the camera. Oh, I look older when the sun shines in, don't I? You can see how bright this side of my face is because it is so bright and beautiful outside, which means it's going to be a good day. Also, another reason we know it's going to be a good day is because my oncologist was not able to change my appointment for Donna Adelson's arraignment tomorrow, unfortunately. However, the courts were like, you know what, Brandi? We're going to do you a solid and we'll change her arraignment date. So they have changed her arraignment date and she will be arraigned this afternoon. So we get to watch it together after all. Isn't that exciting? So exciting. I feel like they did this just for me, honestly. I could be wrong. I'm probably not, but I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like they did that just for me. I feel like they were like, you know what? You were here pretty much every day, and we know how much this means to you and the 13th jurors. So we're going to change this around for you. And on top of that, they also are not doing Charlie's sentencing tomorrow until 2:30 Eastern, which is 1:30 my time, which means I may be back in time for that too. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. They called me in. I'm getting my PET scan results tomorrow, and then they called me and they want me to do another appointment while I'm there. But anyway, but the other appointment that they set for me is going to be before the other one I had set anyway. So they're all going to be in the morning, like early in the morning. And so I may be back in time for sentencing tomorrow too. How exciting is that? Tomorrow during the morning, so that y'all aren't missing this trial, Jessica for Justice is going to fill in as host, and so I'll be listening on my. Oh, I need to charge my AirPods. But I'll be listening and watching along with y'all while I'm there, so that I don't miss anything with y'all. But I actually may get back in time for the sentencing tomorrow, which would be awesome. So good news all around. Good news all around. Very excited about that. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all come on in. Take your seats. Take your seats. Lucy's over there eating, and she's eating very loud. Yes, good morning. The cameraman is working that camera this morning. Oh, are my sounds working? I think so. Oh, nope. Hold on. Maybe I need to, I just had to update my sound thing. Patty Poo member for 4 whole months. I live here. Yes. Yes, you do. Hold on. I had an update that I had to run on my sound things. So let me see if I can reboot it so I can get your anniversary song. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with me singing it to you, and nobody wants to hear all that on a Monday morning. Come on. Okay, it may not be working right now. All right, I'll have to figure out. I had to update the sound effects, so we might have to wait a minute to get the sound effects back. I'll have to reboot something. But happy anniversary anyway, Patty Poo. We're glad to have you. I love your little alien thing. That's cute. It's Monday. Oh, Donna 420, member for 7 whole months. Thank you for being so welcoming and loving. You all are the best. Merry Christmas. Love 13 short. Thank you. Thank you. Sound effects are not working, or else I would play the anniversary song for you. But happy anniversary to you. 7 months. That means you're one of like all the 7-month anniversaries that are coming now are like the ones that were like the very first, like our very first trial when we started out with Lori Vallow. So it's been a minute. Indy Cindy 01, sending good vibes to you for the results tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to get it over with. Happy anniversary, 7 whole months. Indy Cindy, we are glad you were here. Kathy B, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary to you as well. Happy anniversary, Kathy B. History and Crime with Robin, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. I love all the anniversaries. I love all this. I've been saving my month anniversary so you can sing to me. I will get my singing voice ready. Get my singing voice ready. Happy anniversary. I love seeing the anniversaries because that means that y'all have become a part of the family and liked it enough to stick around. I love it. We have a good group here, don't we? I have Lucy Cam available for when she ever actually comes to sit down. However, she's up doing her thing right now. She is busy doing her own thing. She's over there eating. She's been kind of needy this morning. We woke up real early this morning and I was brushing her hair. She had some knots in her hair. So I was brushing her hair and she started getting mad at me. Normally, like she'll kind of lay there, like, throw her head back like, yes, this is lovely. But when she gets like the little knots or whatever, and I have to get them out, she gets real sassy. So she's had her sassy pants on this morning. So she's over there eating. She's going to pout for a little bit and then she'll come lay down, I'm sure. But I got Lucy Cam like ready for when she finally makes her appearance. Nancy, I see you. She heard me talking about her being sassy. I see you. Happy anniversary, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm glad to have y'all here. Oh, for all of y'all that were here for the Freaky Tiki conversation. Did you see my Freaky Tiki boat parade last night? We had hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. We had I went to look at the Freaky Tikis. Look at all the tiki boats. They had at the boat parade last night, they had all of the tiki boats decorated for Christmas going through there. It was a lot of fun actually. And this is like our version of Christmas parade, with the boats all decorated. But the tiki boats came out and they were there to party. They brought the party with them.
Sinking or twirling?
Oh yeah, that one looked like it was sinking for a minute. Got a little bit worried, but it was okay. It turned out okay. It was just, a little gangsterly. Never heard a tiki boat, but it was really funny because they came out and they brought the party with them at the end, and they just were doing circles and twirling and stuff. So it was awesome. So see them twirling, but that was our Christmas parade last night. So funny. My favorite was the shirtless Santa. People got wild last night at the Christmas parade. And it was actually pretty cold last night and windy. So like my ears are really sore today.
Kids cut off.
Oh, I said that kid's cut off. There was a kid behind us. Every single boat that came by, the little girl would go, Christmas. And then her little brother, who couldn't form words yet, would just go, ah! Like, so it was like every single boat. There were like 45 boats in the parade last night, and every single boat that came by, she would scream Merry Christmas. And then his version of Merry Christmas, little brother, was just, ah! So by boats, like when I say the Tiki was like they were the last ones to come out. So now we're on boats 40. So this is now 40 something times that we've heard her scream Merry Christmas right behind us. And her little brother, ah! It was hilarious. But also next time I'm taking earplugs. But kids could be doing worse things than being excited about Christmas, right? So, but it was fun. It was, oh, I thought that was, I saw the hand and I was like, somebody's touching her honey, but okay. It's just her own hand. Never mind. Ignore me. Look, all the freaky Tiki talk has my mind in the gutter this morning. I thought somebody was grabbing her honey. Okay, never mind. Carry on. I believe I need to set our little timer. But not timer, but just a reminder. The arraignment for Donna starts at, what I say, 2:30. I read it before I came on here, 2:30, 3:30, something like that. So we'll watch that today. We'll pause this because the arraignments never take long, but we'll pause this and watch that when it gets going. I don't have yard cam set up only because I was working on my laptop. And so I'll try to get it set up when, I need to just get, instead of having to put my laptop over there, I need to just get I just need to buy another camera because it would be so much easier than trying to set up my laptop, and I could get probably a better view. Maybe that'll be on my Christmas list. Maybe I'll ask Santa for a little, another little cheap camera. I think the one I got at Walmart wasn't much. The one I got for Lucy Cam, maybe I'll just get another one of those. That'll be a lot easier. Then we can have yard cam all the time and not just when I don't forget to put my laptop up there. How did Chuck do on cross? He was really respectful. Most people, when we did the poll, most people believed him, believed his version of the story. So, he seemed, to me, he seemed believable, but especially with the way that he told his version of the events. Like, I mentioned it last week when he was acting it out, the way he held his arm up like this and then, looked back over like this, that to me looked like he was pulling that from a memory, and it looked to me like he was being truthful. So I was shocked though that there was no redirect. I think we were all a little bit surprised that there was no redirect. So, but maybe they felt like they didn't need it. I thought that there were some things that it would have been a good idea to clear up, but what do I know? I'm not an attorney. But I think he stayed respectful. He held his own. Susan, member for 2 whole months. Susan, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We are glad you're here. We are glad you're here. Hello, Jen. Jen hit 500 followers on Twitter this weekend. Congratulations on that. We love it when our friends hit little goals. Hi, court has not started. It looks like it's about to start now. I think we're about to get audio. I'll pull the court feed too as soon as they turn it on. Not going to have what for 2 months? I think they're still talking about the air. They're having all kinds of problem with their poor air, but the live feed for, I'm trying to pull it up. The live feed for the court hasn't started yet. I liked that one though, so we could see, although I got to remember to hide the jury when they show them again. Kelly Justin member for 2 whole months. Brady Churchwell, thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate it. I love our little family. Our little family's just a growing. Just a growing. I wonder if we will see Nina. I think so. Let's do a poll on that. Do y'all think Nina's going to testify? Because if they're talking about, remember they said something about dropping her murder charges too. So I would think she would have to testify. Even though she, based on this version of events, you know, she wasn't the murderer either. But do you think Nina will testify? Yes or no? I think she will. Did I see Mel's assertion that they are dropping? I did not see that, but we heard them say that in court last week, that they are going to be dropping the murder charges against them. Which is why I'm wondering if she's going to testify today. Oh, actually, Mel sent me, I'm going to have to pull it. He sent me the cease and desist stuff too. He put a video out of the cease and desist that they had sent him a while back, but he sent me the documents. We'll look at them at lunch. They still don't have, I don't think they'll have the live feed going until right when they start, but I'm watching for it. Oh, they said Lisa is going to testify today. So is the state resting? Yeah, Nina was the lawyer. Good morning. Good morning. I see y'all still filing in. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, good. It's set. If you set YouTube mode to white, the poll shows. That's good. It's been doing that the last couple weeks. It's been really frustrating everybody. So that's good. News stated that the state plans to rest today. I did not do any work over the weekend. So anything that y'all have heard over the weekend, you know more than I do. I needed a break and I took the break. And it was fantastic. And I feel well rested. I actually caught up on sleep. All that. Popping extra popcorn for this. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Whoever has their phone or iPad on, make sure it is silenced.
Tell him, Judge. I kind of like this judge.
We're ready, Mr. Sadler.
All right.
She does look so different than her pictures and stuff. Chameleon.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I hope you all had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We're having a meeting with maintenance about these AC issues, and it's really bad news. They we're not gonna have AC for 2 months. Wow. So, Merry Christmas. That's not a big lump of coal for the year. Any issues come up on the weekend that the court needs to be aware of from anybody? Yep, fantastic. All right, Ms. Pittman, please call your next witness.
Assurance, they would call Nicole Botello.
Mr. Brown, thank you. Come on up, ma'am. Good morning. You could approach the witness stand. Yes. You can please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, I do. You may be seated. Thank you.
Is that real?
Mr. Brown, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good. What's your name?
Nicole Beauchamp,
And can you spell for the record?
Cole, and Beauchamp is Beauchamp.
Yes, ma'am. Where are you from?
Miami, Florida.
You still live out there?
Yes,
So you're here just for this trial, is that right?
yes.
And you born and raised out in Miami?
No, born in New York.
Okay. So how long you live in Miami?
Whew. Since 1990.
So quite a while then.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I work for an airline.
What kind of work do you do?
Sales, reservations, international sales.
And we'll kind of get into it. The reason that you're here, you know Charles Beltran.
Yes.
How do you know him?
I met him at a grocery store in Miami.
In Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember about when?
On January 2nd, 2021.
And you said it was in the grocery store in Miami?
Yes.
How'd y'all meet?
I was grocery shopping and, I saw him, he saw me, and he approached me and he started talking to me and telling me he's not from here. And I'm always intrigued by a foreigner, so I was like, he says he's not from here. I'm like, oh, okay. I want to show somebody around. It was friendly like that. And that's how we met.
So pretty quick hit off in terms of able to talk and
Yes, very personable, very intriguing, very charming. He had a mask on, so I couldn't see his face, but his eyes were very like welcoming.
we're talking about like the COVID style mask?
Yes, of course, a mask, yes.
And I guess you guys continued on seeing each other beyond that grocery store then?
At first, I didn't meet up with him at first. I just don't meet up with guys like that, so it took a while, probably like a week of him being like, oh, let's go out to eat, and I was like, But then I was like, you know what? He's like, let's go out and have lunch. I'm like, okay, it's the daytime. We're gonna go to a public place. So I went.
How was he?
Awesome. He was very friendly, personable, easy to talk to. We hung out every day after that.
What did he tell you his name was at first?
Antonio.
And you believe that at first?
Yeah. Well, you know what? No, I don't believe anything any guy says. I was like, yeah, right. I did think it was weird. When I go, so he just moved here. He told me he had moved here from Pennsylvania. And I'm like, it's just odd. I'm like, you just moved here? I'm like, you don't know anyone here? He's like, no. And I'm like, that was odd to me. So I was ready, on alert about that.
But you still gave him a chance.
I still gave him a chance because the way he approached me was very welcoming. Yes.
And then did you guys begin to do some lunch and dinners and things like that, or?
We had lunch that day. After that, we got together every day. But I would never went to his house. We would meet up and hang out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And was it physical quickly or?
No, we were friends at first. He didn't try anything. That's one of the reasons why I felt so comfortable hanging out with him. And this is why I don't ever meet up with any guys, because they're too, they try to come on to you quickly, but he was nothing like that. He didn't try anything at all. Eventually we did, but it was because I gave him that okay kind of body language, gave him the okay. But at my first, no, we hung out for like a week and he didn't try anything, never.
So he was patient and respectful and waiting for any kind of physical advances.
Exactly, yes.
And did your relationship kind of progress from there?
Yes, we were together every day, and it was like intense. He was very, very loving and affectionate. I'm not an affectionate person. he was very loving and affectionate, and we were together every day.
Did you guys eventually, spend evenings at each other's houses or anything like that? Or?
So yes, so he eventually was like, "Oh, you want to come to my house?" Like I have no furniture there, but and I was like, "Okay," When he pulled up to his house was right down the street from my house. He doesn't know though, but I was in shock of how close where he was at, where he was staying at was. So I started going to his house. He was by himself there though. When I got to his house the first time, I remember I walked through the whole house. Like I went through every room. He was one of this girl's bold, just walking around, like seeing who's in the house, But yeah, it was just us two.
Was anyone home? It was just the two of you?
Yeah.
She's funny.
Now you're saying house. Was it an apartment or a house?
An apartment, 2-bedroom apartment.
And so you walk in, you're like, I'm gonna check the whole layout of this thing out.
Exactly.
And how did things go from there?
From there, started being intimate with each other, and we were just together every day. From there, it was awesome. It was great.
So how many times did you go over there when it was just the two of you?
Every day.
Okay. Was there a time where some other people showed up?
One time, he was like, he called me. He's like, "Oh, you can't come over." He's like, "I was going to go to your house." I was like, "No, I don't bring no guy to my house. I have a son." I was like, "No, I don't bring men to my house." And he's like, "No, my friends came back from out of town." And I was like, he's like, "Yeah, I don't want anybody over here." His friends came, they just showed up out of nowhere. I was like, "Okay," and that was that. We didn't see each other, or I never went to his house again for like a week.
So you ended up not going that
Right.
first time. Okay.
No.
Was there a time that you did go over there when these friends were there?
So then one day he's like, "Oh, you know what? You can come." He's like, "You can come over, but you have to be quiet. I don't know. You're loud." I talk loud, laugh. He's like, "You're loud." He's like, "I don't know if you can be quiet." I'm like, "I can." And he's like, he's like, "All right." So he picks me up and we get to the house. Now looking back after knowing what's going on, I remember him picking me up and he was just very weird in the car. He didn't want to. When we pulled up to the house, he was like standing there, looking down, like I don't know what he was thinking about before. I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, no, come on, let's go. I remember him going up to the front door and he stayed there for a while, like listening before we went in. But we go into the house and I didn't see anybody when we went in there. We went straight to the room.
Okay. And how did he act that visit? Was it different the way he acted in hindsight?
Mm-hmm. He was just a little bit nervous or anxious the way he was acting.
Would he do stuff like with you guys in the room?
Yes, like he locked the door was different. He put like a table there. He also where I slept in the room, the bed was more against the wall, not next to the door, things like that.
And at the time, you didn't know anything that's going on.
I had no idea.
Did you ever find out his real name?
So what happened was,
And I guess actually before I
Okay,
get to that, let me ask more about that time. There were people there. You didn't see the people that were there though?
no, I didn't. But the next day, I used to leave every morning. So the next morning when I wake up to leave, I walk out. I was like, "Oh gosh, the walk of shame." I was like, so I walk out and I see two women. I saw this white woman, and then I saw another one who had black hair, the curly hair. I saw her hair. And, when we get back outside, I'm like, "Who are these women?" And he's like, "Oh, one of them is my cousin, that's her girlfriend, they're lesbians." And that was that. I believe what he said.
And then at some point, did you find out that Antonio was not his first name or the name he even went by?
Yes. So I was staying there with him and I went to go use the bathroom. When I went to use the bathroom, I found an ID in the bathroom. And I was like, I'm violating this person's privacy, but I'm going to look at it anyway because, I'm a single woman. Who could these people be? So I look at his ID, I see his name. I was like, okay, I went back to the bed. And right next to him, he was sleeping, knocked out. I Googled his name and I saw all this stuff about a missing person, a woman all this older woman who ran with him. Nobody had been, they only mentioned Lisa and him. And he was a person of interest and a missing person. So of course I'm like panicking, freaking out in the room, like pacing back and forth. He's like, what's wrong? I was like, oh, nothing, you know? And then I never told him anything, you know? I kept it to myself. I was scared too, to say anything. I was just scared at the moment.
And at
I'd
that
be
time,
terrified.
the articles that you're seeing were just that it was a missing person. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. So then I was like,
and let me
oh, sorry.
make sure you say yes or no, not the it's okay.
Yes,
So at that time, you're seeing it as missing person. That's all you know at this point.
yes,
Okay. And his name is in these articles, and Lisa Dykes' names are in these.
yes.
articles. No mention of Anina Morano at that time.
I thought that the girl that I thought I saw them with when I read the article. I thought that was the girl that was missing. I saw her hair only on the couch. So I'm like, oh, that's probably the girl, and she probably wants to be here. So I really didn't think much of it. Even though I was freaking out, this was happening. I didn't think much of it because I thought that that's her.
But I guess you still continue to see Chuck.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And everything was fine in the way you and Chuck's relationship still, even though he's giving you this middle name as his name.
Yes. Yep.
Obviously now you've got these concerns seeing this missing person, but you think the person you saw that you now know is Nina.
Yes.
You think maybe that's
her. Yes, exactly.
Okay. At some point, did Chuck leave Miami?
So he started saying that he was going to go to Tampa, out of town with his friends. I think there was a game going on at the time. And he's like, well, we'll go to Tampa. You know, he was going to leave Tampa. And I was like, okay. And he ended up leaving. I stayed with him that night before he left.
And then he left.
And then he left.
Did he come back at some point from that trip?
He came back, I want to say maybe like 2 or 3 weeks later, maybe 2 weeks later, he came back. It was like a surprise. He's like, hey, where are you? I was out with my friends. He's like, you gonna spend tonight with me? And I'm like, oh, aren't you in Tampa? He's like, oh, I'll be there in about 2 hours on the road, almost there.
So he came back, and then this trip back to Miami, was it a long stay or
No,
brief stay?
very short, maybe like 24 to 48 hours. He came back, he came back, I think it was like January 16th or something like that. Turning, it was like basically the morning of January 17th, like 3, 4 in the morning-ish, I want to say. He came back, we met up again. He's like, oh man, I left my keys in Tampa. Like, we should rent a hotel. I'm like, okay. We rented a hotel. We hung out the next morning. We went to the beach together. And then that night we came back from the beach, and then we went our separate ways after that, and we met up again, and I spent the night with him again. And then the next day I went home, and I got a message from him. He's like, more like, hey, how are you today? And I'm like, how are you? He's like, oh man, I had to leave again. I was like, what? He's like, yes, I had to leave. It was an emergency. I had to go.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That was the first time.
Do you know where he went after that?
No.
When is the next time you hear from him again?
I heard from him every day. Even when he left, he'd always call me and contact me. And he's like, oh, I had to leave. Something came up with one of his friends or something that he had to go. I don't know if it was New Orleans or Texas, but he had to go. I eventually found out too that he was from Texas because of us spending time together. I feel like it's only natural that the truth starts coming out. So that's how I knew that he wasn't a liar. He started telling me things through our time spending together that, he was from Texas and that that's where he's originally from, telling me things about his family. So he told me he had to come, I don't remember if it was Texas or New Orleans, but he had to go handle something over there.
But you guys, like you said, you're still talking every day, either text or phone calls.
Yes, every day.
And then at some point, and you, like you said, you kept what you read online to yourself. You never tell him you read anything.
Never told him anything.
At some point, you learn that he gets arrested.
So, yes, I saw that there was an arrest, that they found somebody's body. And this is when I found out about Anina. I even knew that person existed. And Yeah, that's how I found out.
So you heard about them finding Marisela's body,
Yes,
and then you hear that Chuck was arrested. Do you know where he was arrested?
Utah.
Did you talk to him once he got arrested?
When he got arrested, I went out of my way to look for him, public record, and I tried to reach out to him. He didn't call me back right away. He probably called me like maybe 3 or 4 days later after he was arrested there.
But he did call you from Utah jail?
Yes.
What's going through your mind at this point, now that you hear that it wasn't just a missing girl, it was a murder? They found her body.
I was in shock, and I couldn't believe that the person I spent time with was this person.
So did you talk to him then about what happened?
Of course, I talked to him. He's like, I'm so sorry. You know, he's like, I'm like, well, you know, I knew that something was going on. He's like, you knew? I'm like, yes. I just never told you because I was scared at first, and I also didn't know how to bring it up. It's just something hard to bring up, you know? He's like, he never acted any different. I didn't act it. He never knew that something was weird or different. But he just told me that he didn't talk much about what happened, but he did say that he's just happy, it's just over with, it's a weight off his shoulders, he's tired of running. He did say that.
Did he eventually tell you the details about what happened for him?
Yeah, he told me the details, which are the same details I heard in the news. He said he told me that he met her in a nightclub in Texas. He told me that she approached him and that he said that they spoke about being together that night, intimate, and he asked her to go to his hotel. He's like, oh, can we go to your hotel? And she's like, no, people are there. Let's go back to your place. He told me he didn't want to rent a hotel that night because it was, you know, it was not going to be long. So he took her back to his house. Then he told me that he took her back to his house. He goes, you know, we spent the night there. We did what we did. We were intimate. And that he woke up to Nina stabbing motion, and that Lisa was in there, and that he said he pushed Nina off, and then Lisa like pushed him, and that he put his clothes on. He was scared, put his clothes on and ran, and left. That's the story he told me.
And you continue to talk. Have you and Chuck continued to talk since this?
Oh yes, we did. Mm-hmm.
So you're still in communication with them?
Yes.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
And now you said just a second ago that he said Nina was stabbing her. Are you sure that's what he told you?
I'm sorry, not Nina, Lisa. Sorry about that. I get confused. He said he woke up to Lisa stabbing her, and that he pushed Lisa, and then Nina like came in and like pushed him, and then he pushed, you know, right away we pushed her too, but that she like pushed him, and then he got his clothes on and ran and left.
In your time with Chuck, I know you mentioned being scared right hearing this news, but were you ever scared of him personally?
Not at all.
I'll pass the witness.
You found out that this man, wait, am I supposed to?
You may.
Let me show you responses, offense exhibit number 3. This is the person you keep referring to as Chuck.
Yes, sir.
And you find out that this man who wasn't completely honest with you about who he was he?
That's correct.
You had to, can we turn this on?
Everybody turn your earbuds down.
I think it's warming up.
Okay. You had to literally found his ID. You said in the bathroom?
In the bathroom.
All right. And that's when you learned his name was Charles Beltran, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Beltran,
Welcome.
right?
Yeah.
All right. And you said he was very loving, nice, very convincing, wasn't he?
Very. Yes.
Very charming.
Extremely.
I mean, you're still attracted to him, right?
Yes, I am.
It's still like a love interest to you, right?
Not a love interest, but a good friend, a good person. Mm-hmm.
So you're telling the members of the jury that, again, you're going to this apartment. Now, you don't know, I know that you saw the two women, right? At the apartment, right?
I saw two women at the apartment, yes.
Okay, but as far as what other people were coming in and out of that apartment, you have no idea, do you?
No,
All you know is what he told you.
right. And I spent time there. I didn't see anybody else there.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you were not there, you have no idea who all else she was communicating with. Do you?
Right.
You indicated that even after you found out his name, that you went online. Remember that?
Yes,
And you see that he's a person of interest in a missing person
that's right.
case. He's there asleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you
So,
have to answer up.
Oh, sorry.
but you don't wake up, Chuck, and say, hey, you know, what's all this?
No, I did not.
Because you're afraid, right?
Of course.
You're with someone that's the person of interest in a missing persons case, and now you just found out you don't really know anything about this guy, do you?
Right.
And so you were afraid.
I was afraid because of the story and to
Yeah,
bring it up.
so why didn't you wake him up and say, hey, Charles Beltran, what's all this missing person stuff?
Because I'm not going to ask him that in the room with him like that.
Because anything could have happened to you, right?
Of course.
So you were concerned about your safety, weren't you?
Right. Not because of his personality, though. Because I'm in a situation that I don't know anyone here.
Well, but you're the only person you're in the room with is him.
But these other people are in the house.
What other people?
These people that were these two women.
The story that you looked at had nothing to do with the two women. It had to do with him, correct?
The story that I saw was him, and I saw the story was him and Lisa. When I found the ID, before that I had seen two women in the house when I found the ID. So I thought that one of them was the missing girl, and the other one was Lisa. But I still don't know much of what's going on. So of course I'm afraid to bring it up. To me, it was just, how do I bring this up? I don't know what could happen to me. You know, and I also didn't feel this person that I spent time with would do anything like that. There's no way.
So you weren't afraid that you too could come up with something?
No.
And that's because of all the love and kindness that Chuck had showed you, right?
And not trying to come on to me like that, yes.
So you felt safe with him, right?
I felt safe, yes.
He's very convincing, right?
I mean, you could call it that.
Even though he wasn't being completely truthful with you.
He has every reason not to be truthful.
Excuse me?
He has every reason not to be truthful.
So he had reasons to
Of
lie,
course.
and that makes it okay.
It doesn't make it okay, but it's understandable.
So he did lie to you, right?
Of course he did.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna get right to the point. As far as when he went to Tampa, who did he go to Tampa with?
He said his friends.
Again, you don't know that he was referring to those girls, do you?
No, I don't.
Right, could have been anybody, right?
Yep.
Did he ever talk to you about Santa Marta?
No.
Okay, and this, when you, at some point, you find out that this missing girl is actually dead, right?
Right.
And you still don't stop talking to Mr. Beltran, do you?
I didn't. No, I did not.
In fact, you say that you talk to him while he's at jail. You're actually searching him out, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Trying to find a way to contact this guy.
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes.
At some point, you contact him and he confides in you and tells you the story of what happened,
Right.
what he says happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the version that he gives you is that he's with Marisela. They go back to the house because he didn't want to go, they couldn't go to her hotel room and he didn't want to purchase the hotel room, right?
Right.
And then they go back to the house in Mesquite, right?
That's right.
And have sex at some point.
Right,
Lisa comes in stabbing her.
that's correct.
Well, tell me exactly what he told you.
He told me that they were intimate. She came in. He woke up to her stabbing her. He said he, woke up freaking out. He pushed her off, and that Nina was there, and she pushed him.
All right, let me ask you this. Did he say anything about pinning Lisa up against the wall?
Yes, he mentioned that. They pinned her against the wall.
Did he say, but he definitely told you that he woke up to Lisa stabbing her.
Yes, like a stabbing motion.
How many times?
Oh, he never mentioned that. We never got into that.
Have you been following this on the internet since we've been going to trial?
Not since trial, but before trial, yes.
You have been following this on the internet
No,
since we've been in trial?
no.
As far as what he was telling you at that time, he made it clear to you that Lisa was stabbing her, didn't he?
The stabbing motion, yes. They woke up to her holding her neck and a stabbing motion.
Man, you talking to the man on the phone. He didn't show you no stabbing motion? Did he show you a stabbing motion?
No, he didn't.
So you're talking to him on the phone, and he's telling you he wakes up to her stabbing him.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Correct?
That's correct.
But one thing he also told you was that Nina came into the room, correct?
That's correct.
Pushed him,
Yes.
and he ran out of there.
Yep.
And you talked about talking to him while he's in jail. I mean, you're still talking to him while he's in jail now.
That's correct.
Morning.
So you say that he's just a friend, right?
That's right.
But are y'all singing love songs to each other?
We sing songs, all types of songs.
Love songs, don't you?
Like what? Love songs.
I don't know. You tell me. What songs are y'all singing on the jail calls?
Different songs that we like.
Like
We
what?
talk about.
Oh, and the
Just
jail call.
songs that are on the radio, different songs. I went to the Beyonce concert, sang some of her songs. All types of music. He's into music.
But you don't deny you're singing love songs too.
I have
Right?
all types of songs.
My question is, you don't deny that you've sung love songs to him.
If you want to call them love songs, yeah. R&B.
In just a short time that you spent with Charles Beltran, you agree with me that you are obsessed with him, aren't you?
No.
He's manipulated you like he's manipulated so many other women in his life.
He never manipulated me. He doesn't need to manipulate me. I'm not easily manipulated.
But you were?
No, I was not. I'm a good judge of character. When I see somebody's a good person, I realize it.
You're a good judge of character. You meet a man at the grocery store, right?
That's right.
He tells you, listen, forget it. Judge, I'll pass it with you.
He said, just forget it.
No, you're not.
May this witness be found next?
No, Judge, you know.
You're free to leave, ma'am. Thank you.
She is going to hit him with her pocketbook when she walks by.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jasmine Cannon.
She is cheeked up. Okay. State, I digress. On the stand, Jasmine. I said.
Will you please stop and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
All right,
Do
come
you
on
have
down.
your phones with you? Are they on silent?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Jasmine Cannon, Jasmine. Last name Cannon.
Okay. And Ms. Cannon, you know Charles Beltran, right?
I do.
What do you call him?
Chucky.
Chucky. And
Chucky
you
Rose.
know Lisa Dykes.
Yes.
And did you ever meet Nina Morano?
No.
Okay. So how did you meet Mr. Beltran?
I was walking to my car in Deep Ellum, and my friend was looking for a cigarette. He happened to have one, so we just stopped and talked to a group of friends.
Did you guys chat for a while?
Yeah, for about a good hour or so.
And after chatting with him about an hour, did you guys exchange information so you could keep in contact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you guys eventually start dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury just a little bit about dating Chuck.
Spontaneous, fun. You know, he's funny. I feel like we had a good relationship, a good friendship. We argued at times. I mean, we have a child together, so it was normal, but it wasn't anything like where he's never even called me out my name or attempted to put his hands on me, anything like that. He's more so the type of person that runs away from his problems. So if we did have an argument, he'd just get up and leave and stop talking to me for a long time.
And about how long did you all, I guess, have this dating relationship?
About 2.5 years.
You said that you had a child together, and that's Charlie. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you have another child?
I do.
Okay. And you have an older son. Is that correct?
Yes, I have a 16-year-old son, and Charlie, she's 4.
And how was Chuck with your older son?
Amazing. They had a really good relationship. He would always take him to do things, unfortunately more so than Charlie, but he did have a good relationship with my son.
As far as Charlie, was he, the kind of dad changing diapers there, helping feed, stuff like that?
No.
Okay. Did you all live together for a time?
Yes,
And how did his club lifestyle affect that?
it was horrible. He would not come home. He would have my car for days at a time and not come back or answer the phone. Just staying out all night or for days. That's just how he was.
So it certainly wasn't conducive to the family life.
Not at all.
At some point, did you all, I guess, decide and separate from this living arrangement?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember about when that was?
Right before we had had my daughter.
So he never lived there with you and Charlie?
No,
Did he come around and see Charlie from time to time?
sometimes.
But not that
No,
often? Did you all still maintain, I guess, a friendship or relationship after Charlie's birth?
yes,
And did you guys talk frequently?
yes.
And how old did you say Charlie is now?
She's 4.
4. So was there a time, I guess, tell me, when did you learn that he had moved in with Lisa?
Charlie was maybe about 2 months old.
So a couple months after living with you is when you learned that he moved in with Lisa?
Yes, we had got into an argument a little bit after she was born. He was driving a white SUV that belonged to Miss Dykes, and that's how I found out that he was living at her home.
And did he tell you who she was to him?
He said that she was just like a lawyer friend and that she was just helping him with money for the most part. And then one night he needed a ride to her job off North Simmons Freeway. And so he needed to go get some money from her. And so I asked him,
how deep is your guys' relationship? And then that's when he began to tell me that it was more sexual, but it was more of like him getting money from her and him giving her sexual favors.
Now,
She's beautiful
at
skin.
some point,
Beautiful skin.
so you learn that he's living there.
So
At
jealous.
some point, does he start talking about Nina?
No.
Okay. At that time, Charlie, had you ever gone through the court system to, I guess, legalize that or have any kind of legal documentation of that?
No, I'm not really the type of person that believes in child support. That's just me. So at the time, even though he wasn't really just helping me, I had never went to court to get full custody of her. I was attempting to be fair with him. But when I received the papers and everything that was in those documents, that's when I went ahead and called to get like legal custody on paper of her.
And these documents, about when did you receive these documents?
So remember, they filed these on his behalf.
Maybe like August, maybe September or August. It was a few months before this incident happened with Marisela.
Had Chuck ever indicated to you that he wanted full custody of his daughter?
Never.
Now, you said that you got the documents, and you said that they were fake.
Yes.
Is that correct? What did the documents say?
The documents were stating that I had to give him full custody of Charlie. She was going to be living at Miss Dykes' home. I would be paying a certain amount of money in child support. I got to see her once a weekend, every month. I was not allowed to take her outside of Texas ever without permission. And that somebody basically would be coming to take her from me to deliver her to Chucky or to Lisa. And then like on each of the papers, it was like a stamp and it would have their signatures, not his, but Lisa and Nina's signatures on these papers.
Okay. So to this day, you've never met Nina?
Never.
Okay. You just saw her signature on that.
Correct.
document.
And that's how I found out about who she was.
Now, how did that make you feel when you got these documents?
I was livid.
I mean, have you been a good mom to Charlie
Absolutely, to both of my kids.
and to your son?
Absolutely.
I mean, is your son involved in activities, sports, things like
He
that?
plays basketball very heavily. He plays travel ball. He plays high school ball. So I am very active with his ball. I mean, and not that this makes a difference, but I am a single parent to both of my kids. My son does not have a father either. His father did pass away. And so I make sure that I do everything that I can for both of my children.
What did you do when you got these documents?
I called Lisa's job. And in the beginning, I wanted to be a woman about things and figure out exactly what it was that she was attempting to do. And she started to get snappy on the phone, so I got snappy back and I cussed her out.
Okay. And when you cussed her out, what did she do?
She hung up the phone.
Now, you said that she got snappy back. Was she accusing you of being a bad mom?
Basically trying to tell me that I was pretty much upset that her and Chucky were in a relationship and I didn't have him anymore.
Wow.
But that was not the case because I talked to him frequently. I mean, I didn't want to be in a relationship with him. Our friendship was good enough.
As far as Chuck, did you talk to him about this?
I did.
And what did he say?
He had told me that he didn't know anything about it and that he would talk to her to get her for them to back off. I don't really know if that happened though, because I started to receive phone calls from unwanted, from private calls.
Objection, Your Honor, to the narrative.
And you said that you're not sure if he had her back off. Were you receiving strange phone calls
I was.
of unidentified people?
Objection, Your Honor, to leading.
Sustained, don't lead. What kind of phone calls were you receiving?
Blocked calls, of people just on the phone, but not really saying anything. So I just assumed they were messing with me. So then I just changed my phone number.
You said at some point that you got, went to court, filed the legal paperwork and things of that nature, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you put Chuck on child support?
I opted out.
Did this cause some problems between you and Chuck and this kind of co-parenting friendship?
No.
At some point, you actually saw Mr. Beltran on the night that Marisela went missing, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And tell the jury where you saw him.
Punk Society in Deep Ellum.
And were you there alone or with other people?
I was with a group of my friends. We walked into Punk Society and he was standing at the bar. We got into an argument. I feel like it was probably over the whole Lisa situation and the paper she sent me. As I said before, he's not a person that likes to kind of confront situations. He's more of a runner. So he then proceeded to walk over to Dax, which is his friend, and they left out the back door and left. He left his drink at the bar and everything, and I didn't see him for the rest of that night.
And was that the last time you saw him for some time?
Yes, that's the last time I saw him. Around Christmas, he sent both of my kids gifts. The address that he sent them from came from Pennsylvania. But I didn't talk to him. He just.
And so that was Christmas, you get some gifts, but you don't talk to him. And was that unusual for your friendship or relationship with Chuck?
No, for us not to talk. No, it wasn't a normal. It wasn't. No, it was normal for us not to talk for periods of time.
Okay, so it was normal for you guys not to talk.
Yes.
When was the next time that you recall seeing Chuck?
March.
Okay, and was that in Dallas?
Yeah, Irving. Yes.
In Irving.
Yes.
Okay, and is that where you lived at the time?
Correct.
Did you live in an apartment or a house?
An apartment.
Okay, and how did he get in touch with you?
He came to the door. He knocked on the door, but I didn't answer because he had the peephole covered. And I said, "Who is it?" And he said, "It's Aunt." I don't ever call him by his first name or his middle name. And I said, "Who?" Because I couldn't hear him. And he said, "It's Anthony." And I'm like, "Who?" So at that time, my daughter's crying. She's in the kitchen. I just got home from bringing groceries and from getting groceries from Walmart. I walked to the kitchen to grab her really quick. I come back to the door and I open it. He's not there.
Okay, and how did you get in touch with him?
So I closed the door. I called my mom and I said, "I'm pretty sure Chucky was just at my house." I go into the kitchen, and the way that my apartment was, I lived on the first floor. The glass would come from the kitchen patio and go all the way around to my bedroom. He threw a plastic box with like the rose teddy bear in the middle of it. It's see-through. He threw it out the window and it made a loud boom, of course. In the box, there was a note, and the note said, "Hey, can you call me?"
And did you call him?
I didn't call him. I sent him a text and I said, "What's wrong with you?"
It's official.
What did he say?
He called me, and then we were on the phone, and he said, "I miss you guys. I want to see you." And I said, "What's going on with you?" And he was like, "Well, just come and meet me and I'll tell you everything." Around that time, it was a little bit cold, so I got Charlie dressed and we went to meet him. He told me to meet him at a McDonald's, but on the way he called me to see where I was at, and I was right across the street at a 7-Eleven from the McDonald's, and he said, "Oh, I'll just drive over there." So I just stayed parked at the 7-Eleven.
Okay. After you guys met at 7-Eleven, did you guys talk for a while?
Yes.
And what happened after that?
He asked to spend the night. So I asked him what was going on when we were there. We got in, he was driving a Jeep Wrangler at the time. We got in the Jeep Wrangler. I asked him what was going on, and he said that he didn't know because he had already spoken to detectives and that they were no longer wanting him for questioning. And I said, "Well, what happened with this girl?" And he said, "Well, I'm pretty sure she went back home." she was so adamant about me getting her, you know, back to her where she was coming from because she had an early flight. And I said, okay. He said, can I spend the night? And I said, yes, but I have company over. At the time, my friend was there with her children. And then of course, my 2 kids. So I explained to him, like, they're all there, so it's probably going to be loud. And he was like, that's fine. So we went back to my house and he stayed.
Okay. So he stays the night with you, and was your son there at the time?
He was, yes.
Okay. Stays the night with you and your kids. You said your mom's there. And
she wasn't there. I was on the phone with her.
Okay. And you spend the night there. Did he kind of seem like everything was normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything was fine. He wasn't acting unlike he normally. He was telling me about going to all these different places and working and seeing Niagara Falls. It was almost like he was on vacation.
Did he tell you where all he went?
To Miami, to New York, to Pennsylvania, to Mexico.
And so that was kind of the conversation that evening.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you were under the impression that he had already spoken with detectives.
Yes.
Now, you later found out that wasn't true.
Correct.
Okay. And he had also mentioned that he missed you guys and missed the kids.
Correct.
At some point, I guess, how long did he stay with you? Let me back up just a little bit. How long did he stay with you?
So he spent the night. The next day I was kind of sick, so we went to the emergency room. We stayed that whole entire day together. We went out to eat. My son had a basketball tournament in Houston that weekend. So I told him, you can come with us or you can stay here, because he was doing laundry and he said that he was tired of driving. So he said, I'll just stay here. And me and my kids went to Houston. He was talking to me the entire time on the phone. That Sunday.
Your Honor, I'm going to object non-responsive in narrative.
Sustained. Ask your next question.
So he stayed in Dallas and you were driving to Houston, correct?
Correct.
Were you guys talking on the phone the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was the tournament?
That weekend, so 2 days.
Did he stay in Dallas for those 2 days?
At least I thought. On the way home, he told me that he was no longer at my house and that he needed to go to a friend's house in New Orleans to drop off that Jeep Wrangler.
Okay, so when you got back, he was gone and he had told you he'd gone back to New Orleans.
Yes.
At some point did he, and he said something about taking the Jeep back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, at some point did he call you from New Orleans and talk to you?
He did. He asked me to come and get him.
And did you go get him?
Yes.
And where did y'all go after that?
Back to my house.
Okay, and why did you need to go get him?
He just said that he needed a ride back to Dallas. He wasn't going to take the Jeep Wrangler back. He needed a ride back to Dallas. He was going to get ready to go to New York, back to his friend's house, but he needed to get back to Dallas first.
Did he tell you who he was with at all these places? New York and all that?
He never named any names.
And when you guys got back to Dallas, what happened next?
We got back to Dallas. He wanted to go to New York. And then he changed his mind. He said that he needed to make some money and he wanted to move to Vegas to start over, basically. He felt like his reputation was just shot out in Dallas because of him being all over the news. So he asked me if I would ask my brothers if he could do some work with him. Yes, both of my brothers live in Utah, and yes, they do sell drugs. And so he asked if he could go to Utah to get some work from them so that he could move to Vegas.
And so when you talked to your brothers, did they agree to let him go to Utah and stay with them for a while?
Yes, they did.
And I mean, that's a long drive, right?
Too long.
Were you wanting to go?
I did not want to go.
Okay, but your brothers wanted to see you.
And my dad.
And your dad's there as well.
Yes.
And Chuck wanted you to go too, right?
Yes.
Had your brothers and dads seen your daughter Charlie in a while?
Not in person. They've never met her.
Okay.
And so my dad was like, just come and I want to see you and I want to see my granddaughter for the first time.
What car did you guys go in?
I got a rental.
And so you guys rent a car and drive to Utah. Is that right?
Yes.
Did everything seem okay at that time?
Everything was perfectly fine.
Did you kind of get them set up with groceries and clothes and things like that?
We went grocery shopping. We went to go get him clothes. We were sitting in restaurants eating like it was nothing out of the norm.
He was staying with your brothers in Utah.
Correct.
And how did you and Charlie get back to Texas?
I got a plane ticket to go back home because I was leaving the rental there. I wasn't going to drive back by myself with her.
Now, when you got back, is that when you started getting some phone calls?
I got a call from the U.S. Marshals.
And they were looking for Chuck, right?
Yep.
Was it then that you realized that he wasn't completely honest with you about talking to the detectives?
Yeah, I was pretty spooked. While I'm actually on the call with the U.S. Marshals, one of my friends sent me the article that her body had been found and he was wanted for capital murder.
And so this was all at the end of March, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's actually in Utah when you get the word that Marisela's body had been found.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, he told you what had happened?
No.
Had he indicated to you that he was tired of traveling and going places and wanted to kind of settle?
Yeah, he wanted to settle in Vegas.
Had he mentioned Lisa or Nina at that point?
No.
And what did you do when you found out the marshals were looking for him and you found out that Marisela's body had been found?
I called him.
And what did he say?
I was telling him, like, I was asking him to tell me the truth because of what are you doing? And then you're at my family's house. You're going to get all of us in trouble. And he was like, he was in the process of getting ready to tell me what was happening. And my dad's on the phone and they're like, well, you know, he needs to get, basically he's going to get out of there. He wanted to go get a hotel to get away from them. While we're on the phone, he says, somebody's knocking on the door, but the peephole is covered. I'm going to call you right back. I'm still on the phone on the three-way call with my dad. My dad's like, well, I'm on the way over there to get him. We'll just get him a room so that we can be away from all of this. But that didn't happen.
Okay. While you were on the phone with him, did you learn that he was arrested?
No, I didn't know right away. My dad pulled up, but I guess they were in unmarked cars. So he wasn't sure or not if they had arrested anybody at that time. He just kind of sat outside of the apartment complex. The way that my brother's apartment complex is, it's a gated community. So he sat kind of like on the outside and didn't go into the parking garage or anything.
Your Honor, I'm
like
going
that.
to object to this speculation. She doesn't know where he was parked or anything like that. She's on the phone.
Okay, he told me that.
Ma'am, you can't speak right now. I can make a ruling, and then you can only speak when you're asked a specific question, and then try to only answer that specific question.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, sustain. That's your next question.
Okay. So you weren't there, you're just listening to your dad.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn that Chuck had been arrested later on?
Yes.
Okay. And your brothers got arrested too, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. They eventually got released.
Yes.
But when Charles was arrested, he stayed in jail. Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you talk to him on the phone?
Yes. He called me.
And what did you all talk about?
He asked me if I could help him get a lawyer.
And what did you tell him?
I told him yes.
Okay. And when you started trying to find him a lawyer, what were the lawyers telling you that you needed to know?
They told me that I needed to know everything so that they could know what kind of case this was. So when I did talk to him, I told him that he needed to tell me what happened from the beginning to the end.
Okay. And what did he tell you happened that night?
He said that night after he left, he had met Marisela and with Dykes, and that they had eventually decided to go back to his house, but she was thirsty or wanted something from the store. So he said that they drove to 7-Eleven first. Once they left 7-Eleven, they went to the house, to Lisa's house, and he said that they were smoking and drinking. So he said we were pretty cross-faded and we were up talking at first, and then they had sex, and then they fell asleep. He said that when he woke up, Lisa was on top of her, stabbing her. He said that in the beginning, he just thought it wasn't real, and he got up and attempted to get Lisa off of Marisela, and they ended up falling on the ground. And then he said that at that point, he's coming out of the room to use the restroom to come back in because he's still not believing what's happening. He comes back in the room to get dressed. He was like, and you know how I am, I just run from everything. And so then he said that that's when Nina was coming in the room at the time, and then he left in that white SUV to go to Dax's house.
And do you recall if he told you how he got Lisa off of Marisela?
He never got her off of her. He just pushed her, and they both fell to the ground.
After he told you this, what'd you do with that information?
I called his lawyer. Oh, I called his lawyer back and told the lawyer what he had told me.
Have you continued to remain in contact with Chuck?
Yes.
Singing songs on jail calls and whatnot. Oh wait, that was the last one.
All right, you're gonna pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Oh Lord.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cannon, Your Honor, I can't see. Ms.
Oh,
Cannon.
sorry.
It's, yeah, if she did move a little bit over that. Okay, thank you.
Is that good?
Yes, that's right. Okay. All right, Ms. Cannon, I'm Valerie Baston. I'm one of Lisa's attorneys. I'm gonna ask you a lot of questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you stated earlier you never met Nina, but you met Lisa. When do you remember meeting Lisa?
I didn't meet her. I called her.
So you just talked to Lisa on the phone?
Yes.
But this would have been months after she and Chuck had this relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that Lisa and Nina sent you some fake papers?
Yes.
Okay. But these papers were actually filed in the 254th Judicial District Court, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing a court number on there where Charles Beltran was the petitioner in a fraternity suit?
No.
Okay. And when you found all this out, did this kind of take you back? Were you kind of taken aback by all of it? That
Absolutely.
okay. And it's disturbing to you.
Very much so. This family has to suffer for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, I definitely put myself in her mother's shoes. I have children of my own. I wouldn't know what to do.
So Ms. Cannon, so you never knew that Charles actually had a warrant out for his arrest for capital murder?
No, I did not.
You didn't check, you didn't check any news sites or police reports when he came to you saying that he needed your help?
No, I didn't. If I'm being honest with you, I don't even know how to really just do stuff like that. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to police, court things. I just don't know.
Okay. But were you hearing anything from your friends and family that Charles was wanted?
No, but I was receiving, it was a lot of harassment for the people on the other side. It caused me to have to completely get rid of my social media accounts because they were attacking myself, my son who has an Instagram. his family, like his
Oh,
mother
that
and
sucks.
things of that nature. But I wasn't really getting a lot from my friends. It was just more when it happened, when she went
Of these
missing.
outside people. Thinking because you were connected to Charles through your child,
Right.
they were coming after you.
Absolutely.
And it was terrifying, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, if you knew Chuck had a warrant for his arrest, would you have tried to help him?
I would have taken him to the police department myself. What are you doing?
Okay, because to help him, that would have been like harboring a fugitive. That's.
Do you mean helping him, like hiding him, or do you
Yes.
mean help? No, I wouldn't have hit him at all.
Okay.
I would have taken him to the police department myself.
And during this time, he told you that he had talked to the detectives, but he made it appear like they had cleared him.
Correct.
So he's a pretty good liar, isn't he? Because he had you believing this. Yes or no?
Yes.
And he put not only you and your son and your daughter at risk, but he put your mom, your dad, your brothers at risk.
Correct.
And they could have been charged with harboring a fugitive or helping a fugitive.
So not my mom, but
your dad and your brothers.
Yes.
And he's talking to you that he's just making it seem like he's just traveling the world.
Yes.
Not a care in the world.
Yes.
But then you later find out that this girl was brutally murdered.
Yes.
And he was involved in the murder.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes.
Now, you said that you got a rental and you drove him to Utah.
Yes.
Were you having to pay for things for him? Like the rental, getting him set up? Did he have any money of his own?
He has some cash.
He has. But was most of the money coming from you? Were you basically taking care of him?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. And now, Miss Canna, I want to get to the part where he's actually telling you about what happened to Marisela.
Mm-hmm.
He said that they were smoking and they were drinking.
Yes.
Did he tell you what they were smoking?
Weed.
Okay. Do you know if it was laced with anything?
No, it wasn't laced.
But you don't know that for sure.
I don't know for sure, but I highly doubt it was laced.
Okay. But he told you they were, I'm going to use this, shit-faced, that they were really messed up.
Crossfaded.
Oh, crossfaded. Okay.
Yes.
Crossfaded, okay. And you know that Charles, he sells drugs himself.
No.
He didn't?
No.
Did you ever know him to use ecstasy?
From time to time.
What about any other stuff like Percocet or anything else like that?
No.
Okay. And he said they're talking, they had sex, they fell asleep. He wakes up with Lisa on top of Marisela.
Yes, ma'am.
And not only was she on top, but she's stabbing Marisela.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say how many times?
No, he did not.
Okay. And then he says he just pushes her off.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he gets up and goes to the restroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he comes back. And what does he tell you he sees when he comes back from the restroom?
Marisela was on the ground, but Lisa was down there too. And so he was saying that he was more so of in shock of what was going on. And he didn't go back and attempt to help because of the shock. At that time, Nina walked in and he walked out.
Okay, so he said it was because he was in so much shock.
Yes.
That's why he didn't help Marisela.
In the beginning, he attempted to help, but then afterwards,
okay.
Because he pushed her, he pushed Lisa, trying to push her off of Marisela to help her in the beginning. And after that, after they fell on the ground, that's when he went to the restroom.
Instead of trying to break them up completely, he goes off to the restroom.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, did that even make sense to you?
I'm not really, but to
Okay.
me, I mean,
Oh, that's okay. It didn't make sense to you.
right.
Okay. And then he also told you he was in the white SUV.
Yes.
All right. I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect? There you go. May this witness be found guilty? No objection to the state.
Just a couple more questions, if you would permit me, Your Honor. Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Cannon, did you know that
They've
Charles had
done
gone
that
to
before.
prison? He had gone to state prison and federal prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what religion he practiced?
No.
So you don't know anything about Santa Muerte?
No.
Okay. I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are free to leave and go about your business.
Okay, thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Leo Getz.
I am so jealous of her skin. I know that this is not the point of this. I'm aware. But as a woman, her skin is incredible. They've done that a few times, haven't they, Marie Moss? They'll say pass the witness and they'll be like, oh, one more thing. And then they'll ask 20 more things.
All right, sir, if you would please approach the witness.
Hi, Jessica.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you,
may
Your Honor.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court report, please?
Yes, my name is Detective James Getz. First name is James. Last name is Goetz.
Okay, I introduced you as Leo Getz. Or is
It's a nickname from Lethal Weapon,
Okay.
Joe Pesci. Yeah. Had that for a while.
See, I didn't get the joke earlier. And is your title detective?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Getz, can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living, your qualifications to do so?
Yes, I've been a Dallas police officer for 15 years. The last 5 I've spent in our child crimes against children unit. Spent some time in child exploitation. The last, 4.5, I've been in internet crimes against children. So we deal with a lot of online exploitation of children, and also with that, we get some forensic background. So I have some experience in forensic cell phone extractions and mobile device stuff.
And how does it work that you get a cell phone to perform an extraction?
So generally the process is we have several spots in the unit or in the department, the department that detectives can bring cell phones if they need an extraction done on them. We're one of them. Me and a few of the other detectives are all certified to use the Cellbrite tool, which is just a company that specializes in phone extractions. So really it's just up to that detective usually what unit they want to bring it to. And yeah, they decide and they bring phones to us. They bring them to our fusion center and then our other financial crimes unit. But really it's just up to the detective to show up and bring it to us.
Did you have the opportunity to extract a phone kind of under this incident back in, do you recall when you received a phone for this incident?
I want to say it was the spring of 2021. The exact date, I'm not sure. It would be on that report I did.
March 31st, 2021?
Sounds about right if that's what's on there.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Now, I'm showing you it's already been admitted into evidence as states Exhibit 316. Now, there's a number of phones in here. Do you recall what the name of the phone was that you were asked to extract?
Yeah, so it was a Rebel 4, which is a T-Mobile brand phone. So it should be this one right here.
Okay, this phone right here?
Correct.
And so, as part of your extraction, what do you do?
We just plug it into the machine. There's a few steps. Each phone's a little bit different. The program itself will tell us what steps to take. We have to change a few of the little like settings, and then click a button, and the phone or the program will just kind of do the work. It pulls out essentially an image that it can capture of the phone, which is essentially a copy. Each phone, based on security, stuff built into the phone, we get different levels of data from that. But essentially, it's an unreadable copy to the human eye, and then we plug it into their other part of the tool, which is like second part. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Basically, you plug it in there, and that program parses it out, all the ones and zeros, and turns it into a readable format of data for you to be able to go through and review, or the detective usually.
Okay. That particular phone that you extracted, it was a T-Mobile, I believe, Rebel phone. Is that kind of a normal brand that you would get?
We get those fairly decent amount, but it's kind of like an off-brand that's just it's like a T-Mobile off-brand, almost generic, that you would buy. It's not your Samsung or iPhone that we're most commonly used to, but it's pretty. I think it's only, well, I don't want to say that because I don't know for sure, but I know it's one of T-Mobile's main like just generic phones they sell with their plans.
Did that phone appear to be fairly new?
Yes. Yeah.
And when Detective Ortiz brought that phone over to you, did it have an accompanying signed search warrant?
Yes.
Otherwise, you wouldn't extract it.
Correct.
Now, you said before that you you extract the phone and the report comes out in a Celebrite format. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to look through the Celebrite report in this case?
Yes, I have.
And I'm showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 338. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the Celebrite report for this phone?
Yes.
Okay, and then also States 339 and 340.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, I'm sorry.
And States 339 and 340, are those, reports pulled directly from the Celebrite report in States 338 concerning specific conversations?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, state offered States 338 for record purposes and then States 339 and 340 for all purposes.
Thank you.
Oh, dang.
Tendering to the defense counsel.
Yeah, Lucy finally came and passed out. I love that they have her picture right here. Remind the jury of why they're there.
There's no report.
Okay.
Welcome those of y'all who have joined us a little bit late. Welcome, welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I have to send you out for a few minutes. We'll have a hearing outside your presence.
That was the other audio. Sorry. This one's on a little bit of a delay. Yeah, they said that today that the air conditioner won't be fixed for 2 months. And they were talking last week about it was 80 degrees in there.
The defense asked to approach to get some clarification about states exhibits 339, 340, which phone they were from. The state informed the defense that they were from the defendant's phone at the time of her arrest in Florida. And the defense said, I'm going to object, and I informed the attorneys that I would sustain that objection at this time. Is there anything you want to put on the record?
Your Honor, I believe at the bench, we clarified that these text messages in the Celebrite report are directly from the phone seized from Lisa in Florida at her Orlando arrest. And the contents, which we have not discussed, but the contents of the phone are text messages from that phone that was seized from Lisa to one of the phones is to Lover. Mr. Beltran testified previously on Friday about some of the contents of that message exchange that he received from Miss Dykes from an unknown phone number, but it was Miss Dykes. The contents of that message of his testimony are in the messages that we presented to the court. The second, and I believe it is, if I may, Mr. Harris, the messages that I'm referencing right now are in states 339.
Why are they cutting our feed? We want to hear. Oh wow, Jenny says we had our first ever tornado in Ireland yesterday. I hope everything's okay. There were some really bad ones in Tennessee over the weekend too. I am looking up my notifications. About potential shooter. Fairleigh Dickinson University in New Jersey is locked down following reports of an armed person. All clear? I hope so. Stuff like that makes me so sad. I'm pulling up Fairleigh Dickinson. All clear. Resume normal activities. I get, when my stuff starts going off, I get all these notifications, and then trying to go through them. I don't see where anything, it looks like, I don't see where there's any incidents, anything like that. So that's good. It's too early for all that stuff. This needs to be a good week. Gosh, I'm just now seeing how many messages and stuff I got this weekend that I haven't responded to. I try, y'all. I do try. I see some of the stuff that I haven't responded. I try. My stuff just overflows. I try. You want to do a poll on if start a poll. Should the Celebrite info come in? Did the Celebrite info come in? Yes or no? Let them argue it out. I wish they would let us hear the arguments on it. Also, so today we're going to have Donna's arraignment this afternoon, which is great. But tomorrow, I was excited because I thought I might be home in time for Charlie's sentencing, but they changed it to morning. So I will not be on in time, but Jessica will be here. So you'll be able to watch Charlie get sentenced. And I'll try to be in chat as much as I can before I have to do my stuff with Doctor. So you'll be able to watch that tomorrow morning. They changed it to 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central instead of the afternoon, unfortunately. But we'll still get to watch Donna together this afternoon. I think that one starts at 2 or 2:30. The poll is about what they're arguing about right now. Will they let in, or should they let in the Celebrite information? The issue with Celebrite is it doesn't always pull everything or have it properly. That's why we at Apple only transferred contacts. I know that there are different versions of stuff too, and then they have different stuff other than just Celebrite too. But they'll pull different things, so you'll get different information from different reports. Some stuff will give more of a complete reading than others. But I love the data. They've sent the jury out now, so they're probably just going ahead and doing their morning break. So we just get to wait on them. Because it's about the time they do their little morning 10-minute break anyway. Bring the data. Yes. Data is my favorite. If you keep your phone up to date software wise, it's harder for them to get into. Interesting. Remember we heard in one of the trials too, where if your code to get in to your phone is a 6-digit code as opposed to a 4-digit code, it makes it like, I think the time frame on how long it would take to break it is like decades. But if you have a 4-digit code, it's a lot easier to get in. Ever since I heard that, I did a 6-digit code. And my 6-digit code, I was like, I'm not going to do my birthday. I'm not going to do my kid's birthday. Because those are the first things that people will guess. If you're married, they'll guess your anniversary. So my code is 6 digits, and it's not any of those. That's another poll. Let's do that poll. Here's the poll. Is your phone lock code a birthday or anniversary? Yes or no? Curious. And be honest. Be honest. I'm hearing sirens. 70% of y'all are saying no, and I don't believe you. Mine is my face too, but but even with the face, you know, like you have to have the code. Nancy says my phone is not locked. Oh my gosh, I could not go around with an unlocked phone. I'd be terrified. I think y'all all just changed it when I said that, and now you're saying, no, it's not that. It's true. This is a true crime chat, so it is more likely that y'all's passcodes are going to be different than the normal people. I mean, not that we're not normal people. You know what I mean. I always keep my phone locked because, you know, like what if you leave it somewhere, which I have done before. I've left my phone places and then anybody can get into your stuff. So. All right. 71% of you. No, it changed. 70% of you. I'm going to end the poll. 70% of you do not have a birthday or anniversary as your phone lock code. Look at our little true crime family being smart. Why is she wearing the same shirt again? You know, I've seen sometimes where they'll have a limit on the clothes that they're allowed to have. Like Melly in his trial, he was allowed like 4 suits or something, or 3 suits and 4 shirts or something like that. And so a lot of times they only have like a limited amount of what they're allowed to have. So then they have to wear the same stuff over and over. I don't know that that's the case here, but it's a possibility. My partner's code is part of 2 different birthdays. Cheating the system.
The objections that the defense was making regarding what is contained in the affidavit. If you still want to have that hearing,
Yes, Judge.
all right. Now that is separate and apart. It's kind of goes hand in hand with where we are with regard to their other objection regarding. This is a different issue regarding the reason I was sustaining the objection where we're at right now in the trial.
So the one that, may I, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The one that
We're not on the
Judge
record.
was down for, is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry?
Judge Belita, was she down here for a hearing?
That was a separate, that was kind of a separate issue. He wanted to have a hearing regarding the issue of Frank's hearing, but I'm gonna allow him to question Detective Ortiz about the affidavit. Right now, since we're at the portion of talking about this specific warrant and this specific phone.
For questioning the warrant and the phone.
Is he in the building or is he out?
He's in the building, yes.
Right.
Last time I saw him, he was in the building. That was an hour ago.
Okay.
They're questioning the warrant, the specific warrant and the phone, they said. Welcome, those of y'all joining us. Welcome, welcome. We are waiting to get started back.
Okay, you're on the way. Thank you.
She said you're on the way. Calling them in there. Don't cut our audio. We're listening. We're listening. So rude. I hate it when they cut the audio. Oh, Lucy's on the move again. Where'd she go? She just takes off. I don't see her leaving. Donna is supposed to be at, I believe 2:30, 2 or 2:30 Eastern. So it'll be after lunch. The other feed is up, but they have a disclaimer on it today that it's not allowed to be recorded. So I'm watching it. But they don't have it. When I say it's up, it's running now, but they don't have it live right now. They have the session will resume shortly thing, but they also have a disclaimer on it today that it cannot be recorded. So I can't show it. I can only use it for information to give y'all. But I'm watching. It had a lot of insight last week that we got to get some of the information that we weren't getting from just the pool camera feed. Someone left their phone at the park. I found it. It was unlocked. So I called the last number. They called. It gave me $50 for returning it. A lot of times you can have Siri do it too. Like Siri, call my mom or, something, and it'll make phone calls, or Siri, call home. And then there's also a thing on the iPhones too, where they have, if you lose it, they have like the emergency, or if you pass out or something, whatever, like they have like the emergency information on there, which I never used to fill out. But then my doctor made me do it because I have so many medical issues, long-term effects and stuff, that I had to put some of my stuff on there. I'm not allowed to share I'm just not allowed to record the court feed. The poll is over. We ended the poll. People listening on speaker series going nuts now. Yeah. Anytime somebody, I'm not going to say it because I don't want all of your Alexa. She's got some serious ears. Anytime somebody on TV tells her to do something, mine jumps right on it. Drives me nuts. I don't know how. She hears everything. Everything. Hi, 80s. I have my medical part filled in on my phone in case of emergencies because I have a stent and I'm allergic to nickel. I had I had a bracelet that had all of my crap that emergency personnel has to know about, all of my how I'm a science project. But it broke and I just haven't gotten it fixed. But I do have it in my phone. No, they would have to change their name, right? And I bet anybody with that name too probably gets annoyed because I bet people use that joke all the time, like, telling them what to do. I'm not going to say it, like Tammy Wynette spells Divorce. Now I'm going to have that song stuck in my head. What? You can change her name? Oh my gosh. I want to change her name. I want to change it to something. Who's somebody I've always wanted to boss around? That's who I'll change it to. Hearing answer Brandi on my phone. First time that's happened to me. That's funny. I know someone named. Do they get annoyed with all the? I bet there's jokes all the time, huh? Here we go. You can change the command keyword on the devices. Oh, wow. That's a really good idea, Abe. For my medical condition, I have a card explaining that if I'm unconscious, they should delete my browser history. That's a really good idea for all of us.
Yeah, she's right here. Oh, all right, come on
I'm
up,
sorry,
sir.
Your Honor. I thought you saw one.
No, I didn't. Come on up, sir.
I need to put that on my medical alert.
Good morning, Detective. You testified earlier in this case? or
No, ma'am.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Mr.
We're swapping
Harris,
detectives.
witness, and you may proceed regarding
Happy anniversary.
State's Exhibit 333.
Thank you.
The search warrant affidavit for the T-Mobile and iPhone that were testimony has shown that these were the two phones taken from the defendant at the time of her arrest.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Ortiz, I just wanted to ask you specifically, because you're the one who actually swore to this affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you swear to the affidavit, you're swearing to a judge that the information within the four corners of the document is true and correct, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I just want to ask you specifically about some of the information that was contained in the search warrant that you guys are saying established your probable cause. Because that's what this search warrant is supposed to be doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Establishing your probable cause to arrest, not only arrest Ms. Dykes, but also to be able to search the contents of her phone that was collected from her when she was arrested, correct?
Correct.
All right. Oh, we have questions, sorry.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna get right to the point. I wanted to ask you about specific information that was contained in the arrest warrant. At the time you swear to the arrest warrant, you guys basically told the judge that there were hair samples that were found that y'all believe to be the complainants, is that correct?
Correct.
Were there ever hair samples that were found that belonged to the complainant in that Audi?
Inside the Audi, as far as I know, none of the hairs actually were the complainants.
Okay, but in your search warrant, you said during the search of the 2014 black Audi that was conducted by, was that New York State?
New York State Police, correct.
Concrete material found in the rear wheel well of the vehicle appeared to match the same type of color of concrete used at the concrete plant where suspect Dykes and Moreno showed to have traveled on the date night of the offense, right?
Correct.
All right, but in reference to the hair sample, y'all indicated that the hair sample was found in the trunk of the vehicle. The hair sample seemed to match that of the complainant and not that of Moreno or Dykes. Okay, the sample is currently being analyzed. So at that time, y'all just said it seemed to match her. You didn't say it was hers, correct?
Correct. It seems to match the complainants, but they were not basically, we haven't confirmed because they were not done at Swift with the I don't know, trying to analyze the hair.
Okay, but also included in the affidavit, you indicated that y'all received information from Swift that they collected DNA, blood from one of the carpets and pads from what believed to be Beltran's bedroom, right?
Correct.
And the blood was found, the blood found was a match to the complainant, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then that there was an unknown male and female DNA profile were found in the carpet by Swift, right?
Correct.
And then y'all indicated to that judge that the unknown DNA is believed to belong to Charles Beltran, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Morano, right?
I don't even know around, yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that blood didn't belong to them, did it?
I believe we didn't have I guess the defendants or the suspect at that time, their DNA. But they have not been compared yet.
I know, but my point is, y'all are leading a magistrate or the judge that y'all presented this to believe that the unknown DNA that was found in that carpet in Mr. Beltran's room belonged to Mr. Beltran, Ms. Dykes, and Ms. Morano, correct?
Yes, believed to be one of them.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Like I said, it was believed to be, so.
My question is, that wasn't true, was it?
Well, not after it was done, the sweat was done, then it didn't belong to any of them, except for the complainants.
So they're going after the different parts of this probable cause that led to the warrant that got them the phone information. Senator, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you. And Julie F., happy anniversary.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is as far as the information that you swore to, not only was that hair sample not that of the complainant in the case, even though y'all believe it was, right?
But at that time, we believe it was the complainants, the hair samples.
But specifically, the blood that y'all indicated as a part of your probable cause to get into Mrs. Dykes' phone, that later turned out not to be the blood of Mr. Beltran, Ms. Dykes, nor Ms. Moreno, correct?
Correct.
So again, that's incorrect information, wasn't it?
Well, after the Swiss was done with the investigation, then it turned out to be incorrect.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Do you have any argument you want to put on the record, Mr. Harris?
Just that, again, these officers, I understand, I don't believe that, I don't have any reason to believe that they were acting in bad faith when they gave this false information, Judge. I just think that they were under a lot of pressure to obtain some type of arrest in this case, and as a result of that, they did overstep their bounds and include information that was incorrect and mislead the judges that signed these affidavits or that signed these warrants and giving them permission to not only arrest Ms. Dykes, but also to search her phones on a fishing expedition to further support their case. And I just, again, we urge the court that's improper, and any information garnered from these arrest warrants, which included false information, should be suppressed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Detective. You can stand down. All right, the court finds that the affidavit for search warrant in State Exhibit 333 is sufficient, that the information contained therein was what the police had at the time and was not made in bad faith, and is fully sufficient to establish probable cause to search the T-Mobile phone and other phone, the iPhone, that were confiscated from the defendant, Lisa Dykes, at the time of her arrest in Florida. Now, before I bring the jury back in, I'd like to see if the state can lay predicates for State Exhibits 338, 339, 340.
Yes, Your Honor.
So they're going to bring him back in.
You can say it, sir?
Yeah.
All right, come on.
Sorry. Take one off your docket. Thank you.
So thank you, Holly Mack, for getting 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you.
Come on up to the witness stand, Detective. You are still under oath.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that the hearing with Detective Ortiz and this hearing regarding predicate have been conducted outside the presence of jury. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Getz.
Yes, yeah.
Now, you were given a phone, T-Mobile Rebel 4, and this is states 317, that is the box of that phone, and also states 316, which has the actual device that you extracted. Is that correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay, what is the IMEI number on that phone?
For this device?
Yes.
So it's on the back here. 015 735 00 123
And is that the same IMEI number on states 317, like the corresponding box?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in states 333, the affidavit for search warrant, is that the same IMEI number for this T-Mobile phone which is states 316?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Now, you conducted an extraction of that phone and generated a Celebrite report based on that extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and on your report, does it state the phone number, the phone and the IME number on your report that corresponds with the phone that you extracted?
Yes, it should. Let me find it.
Jen, thank you.
So you should read it in this format. So the Rebel 2 Plus. Let's see. I'm not sure where the IMEI is on in this report. Usually it's on that first part, but I don't see it on there.
Hi, pretty.
I don't see it on the main pages of this report, this particular report.
When you generate a report, that on Celebrite, does it generally have the IME number located somewhere?
It generally does. I believe the report that I created of my extraction, I would have taken a picture of this screen of the phone with the IMEI on it.
Still looking for the
Now-
IMEI.
Donna, just give us just a moment.
So while they're looking for this, all of the stuff that they were saying in the affidavit for probable cause in order to get the warrant, he was trying to say that since they thought it was, thought it was part of it was her blood, but that part wasn't, that the whole probable cause should be, like, he gave his reasons, whatever, that the probable cause should be, it shouldn't have been enough probable cause to get the warrant, therefore the warrant should be valid. And they got the stuff with her phone
Are there
from
any
that
other,
warrant, so he wants it all out.
Indications or
But it was overruled.
numbers on that phone that would correspond with the device that you extracted? Any other identifiers?
So,
Thank you, Chrissy Bacon. Thank you,
great
thank you.
question. Some of these other numbers usually are in a box. I believe so on here. Well, let me just go to the second page. So there's some numbers on there.
These are things you should highlight before you go in. Normally, like just.
I don't see any that were pulled on this report that are actually in the box.
Okay, without the IMEI number on there, you're not going to be able to prove that this is from that phone. So this is something that should have been just a quick highlight.
I don't believe so.
This is bad.
Detective, you have done several extractions over the course of your career. In this case, do you personally recall receiving this particular phone and doing that extraction and providing that extraction to Detective Ortiz?
I do.
Okay, and you've looked at the extraction report with me this morning. And can you state whether or not that extraction report that we looked at this morning and that is right there, it states 338, is that the extraction report that correlates with that particular phone?
Yes, it is.
And how can you make that determination?
So going through that extraction, the same messages are in this particular phone that have shown up in the report. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking how are you certain that the Celebrite report that you're looking at is the Celebrite report from the extraction that you did of that particular phone?
Yeah, I mean, this is the phone or the data that I had provided to Detective Ortiz is the file that this extraction report was created from.
Defense is going to really make a big deal about that if
Do you
you
recall
can't.
the timeline of the phone? Is that in that report?
The timeline of the, can you be more specific?
And I'm asking as far as the timeline from the extraction, does it appear that all the activity begins on a particular date, March 26, 2021?
Yes, it does. Around, I think it was 11 o'clock.
And it appears that the messages on that phone also end on that same day. Is that correct? And all the information from that particular phone?
Yes, it does.
And if I may look at states 338. What is the machine name?
So that's going to be the machine that actually performed the extraction. So that's going to be the desktop in our lab that did extraction. So the next page has the device details that was pulled out of that phone.
Okay, and what is, I guess, an MSISDN number?
That's, don't quote me. I want to say that has to do with the T-Mobile carrier information, a number that they would assign to the phone.
Okay. And detective model, that's a 5007W, is that correct?
That would sense here. Yes.
And based on everything that you've reviewed, preparation for today, and the cell phone that you have seen here on in states 316 has already been admitted, and the cell phone report, cell right report that you created in states 338, are you certain that the phone in states 316 is the phone that you extracted to create the report in states 338?
Yes.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Oh, gosh.
Defamation for record breaking.
Oh, Lord.
I don't have any questions.
No questions. Not what I saw coming.
All right, may I see State's Exhibit 338?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state reoffers states 338.
What is happening?
340 for all purposes.
Is there any, are you for all purposes?
I'm sorry, 338 is for record purposes, and 339 and 340 for all purposes. Those are specific conversations out at states 338.
What?
Is there any objection
No objection at this time, Judge.
for the purposes of the hearing or before the jury as well?
For the jury as well.
All right. Then let's have the jury back in. And then you can go through this process again.
Wow. Oh, he might be saved. Well, he said, but in front of the jury as well. I don't know. Maybe he's going to just wait and push that in front of the jury so that they can hear it all. He'll want to save the theatrics for them. Yeah, they're bringing the jury back in now. What are they whispering?
Well, if the defense says no, you don't have any objections to 338, 339, or 340?
No.
All right.
The thing is, if he can't give
We're ready,
a
Mr. Sadler.
All right.
if he can't give a good explanation about how they know for a fact it's his, he might be saving that argument without the number. He might be saving that to argue it in front of the jury. I guess we'll see.
Right,
Seems a little bit non-prepared.
Mr. Harris, the state offered State Exhibit 338 for record purposes and then 339 and 340 for all purposes. Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then State Exhibit number 338 is admitted for record purposes only, and 339 and 340 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, when you were looking at states 338 for the entire Cellbrite report that you ran on this, did it appear that all of the messages and activity from that phone took place on the same day?
Yes.
And what day was that? You recall?
I believe it was March 26th,
Okay, 2021?
2021, yes.
And you mentioned before that it appeared that that phone looked fairly new.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish dates 339 and 340?
You may.
Now, we're gonna look at states 340 first. And the participants, so the messages on the right, who are those being sent from this device or being, I guess, received?
Generally, if they're on the right, they're going to be sent.
Okay, and it
And
even says.
it says sent on the status, yes.
Right there. Okay, and then the participant is Kyle. Now, you don't know who Kyle is, but it does indicate that the user of this phone put that name in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it says, this is my burner. I'm turning off the other one so it doesn't ping. And then going down, it says, so. And this would be looking at the second page of states 340. This would be the response, correct? Let's zoom out just a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, and that appears to be from Kyle, correct?
Correct.
It says, call me when you get a second. It should be on the road out of Dallas at 2:30, waiting to fill Val script so she can, so she good on the road, about to be on the road, taking the act seat out now. And that's at 3/26, 2021 at 3:31 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the response sent says, okay, great. I need you guys so we can use Val's debit card for these reservations. I'm feeling exposed. And that's at 3:46 p.m. On 3/26/21, correct?
Correct.
Kyle's response is, I know, I'm just now getting everything together, loading the car now. To which the owner of the phone responds, be careful, okay, be careful, don't speed. I really love you. You should be proud of Aaron and Chelsea. They came to me scared to death, but they came. And this is at now 4 p.m. On 3/26/21. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's page 3 of states 340. Now, turning over to page 4 of states 340. And again, this is from the owner of the phone sending to Kyle. Jim wouldn't do it, but he told them I was coming to their house every weekend. You're saving me for a minute. I don't feel bad for Jim. He can't help it. Somebody had to be Judas. And Kyle responds, it's Jim Fauchot. We leaving just now, grabbed the last of the stuff for the car. To which the sender responds, okay, cool. And then page 5 of states 40. It indicates that the sender says, pray Nina signs the form. And that's at 4:28 on 3/26/21. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the last message back, it says, I'm praying, and that's the conclusion of this conversation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's in states 340. You also kind of isolated some messages between another contact in the phone. Is that correct?
They are isolated. I didn't do them personally myself.
Okay. And I apologize.
To be clear, yeah.
Did you review those both of these isolated, I guess, text conversations.
Yes.
And did confirm that they were part of states 338, the entire Celebrite report.
Yes.
Okay. The second conversation, that's in states 339. Do you recall who the name of the participant in that conversation?
Well, lover
Okay.
is the main one you see there.
Okay. And about what time does this text conversation begin?
March 26th in 2021 at 11:28 a.m.
And it appears the sender of the phone is saying, "Hey, love, we good," and then there's no response for some time. And at 2:47 p.m., what is the response? I'm sorry, not
okay.
what is the response, what is the next message?
Guess not, with some periods after.
Okay. On page 2 of states 339,
I think
does
Kyler's
lover
response.
finally respond?
Yes.
And what does lover respond with?
Yeah. And then you with a question mark.
Okay. So then the message is, "Yep, I'm still hanging out," and that's at 3:47 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then attorney or ATTY, do you take that as a abbreviation for attorney?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yes.
Attorney is seeing the wife today, to which lover responds, "Okay." And the response to that is, "I really wish we were together. It's hard to watch your own back." And that's at 3:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next message is, "You can't trust anybody either." And that's at 3:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lover respond. What does lover respond with?
I know. Oh, I know, love. And then, can you send me some money? I need to change vehicles.
Okay. To which the response is, "Yes, as soon as I see the attorney. I had to pay him up front. Big gamble, but there didn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off." And that's at 4:01 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And looking at page 4 of states 339, it states, "I called the jail myself," and what did lover respond?
What they say.
"They got warrants for capital murder on all 3 of us. Supposedly, they found her." And that message is at 4:03 p.m. But the attorney said they are building the case. They don't have evidence. And then states, page 5 of states 339 says they are guessing. "I'm hoping she keeps her shit together. I need to get out of this state real quick. How much money do you need?" And what does lover respond?
How much can you send?
Page 6 of states 339.
I need TI maker moves.
Okay.
It and then make. So I'm guessing they're clarifying their
typo?
correction and typo. Yes.
Okay. To which is, the response is, "I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit. I'm trying to go to our fave spot. I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there?" And then page 7 of states 339. "Or do I need to come get you?" To which lover responds,
Yeah, with an exclamation point, and then I thought you got paid today. Is a question.
"I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off Nina. He just called me." And what's lover's response?
What you say with a question mark.
And this is going on from 4 p.m. and now we're at 5:16 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then states, page 8 of states 339.
Lover sent a question mark, and then the word mom with a question mark.
And it looks like the previous message, what did he say? Was it 5:16 p.m.? Is that right?
Yes.
And then
Lovers,
there was
yeah.
a delay of about an hour and 15 minutes where there was no response.
Correct.
And then another hour and 15-minute or so response delay where the question is mom. Is that the conclusion of that conversation?
Yes.
And did all messages and activity on that phone start and end the same day? And that's March 26, 2021.
Yes.
And just to be clear, all of these messages were messages from that T-Mobile phone that was seized from the possession of Lisa Dykes upon her arrest in Orlando. Is that correct?
Yes, to my understanding.
Okay. That's what it's your
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Officer, I want to first talk about the messages from Ms. Dykes' phone to Kyle. In regards to that whole message stream, would you agree it appears that she's trying to get him to assist her doing something?
To my understanding of reading the messages, that's what it would appear to me.
Right. And whether that something is help her get back here to Texas so that she could turn herself in, you have no idea, correct?
No, I was not involved in that part of the case.
But you do know on both text streams, they're talking about having been in contact with attorneys. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Getting money to pay attorneys. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And in reference to whatever communication she's having with Lover, they're talking about being in communications with an attorney, aren't they?
Yes.
She said she called the jail. They have capital murder warrants out for us, out for 3 people, is what she said, right?
I don't remember if it said for 3 people, but I did see it said for capital murder warrants, yes.
Okay. But again, she's making reference to contacting an attorney.
Yeah, to my understanding, yes.
I mean, there's not much he can say to this. Like, if you were a defense attorney, what would your argument be here if you had to defend this or cross-examine him?
In fact, she specifically indicates that attorney is seeing wife today. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is March the 27th, were you aware that she was arrested on March the 27th of that year while she was on the phone with her attorney?
I'm not aware of any details of her arrest, no.
Okay, that's good. That's all I have to.
Anything further with this witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
You've done a lot of cell phone abstractions, things of that nature. What is a burner?
Well, burner, just in, I guess, slang terms, in law enforcement field, is usually a phone that you're just going to use for a very quick purpose that you'll probably get rid of pretty quickly as well. Something that you don't believe is tied to you.
That's what Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection from the state.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is now 12:15. We will go ahead and break for lunch. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m. Please remember your instructions.
All right.
Dude, do not buy me a burner for Christmas. I don't even answer the phone I've got. What are they whispering? What are they whispering? What are they whispering?
All right, I'll see everyone at 1:15. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah, she said.
So I don't have to.
She said she did her stuff.
I got you. Yeah, I understand, but I just didn't want to.
Yeah, I'll let her
I
know.
don't want to, sure she don't want to.
She might be in another.
I wasn't done listening. Rude. I love me a hot mic. Love me a hot mic moment. So the phone that they got off of her when they did the warrant was a burner phone, and it talks about what if Lucy gets a burner? No, she is too young. She's too young for a phone. Anywho, so Kyle is her son. They were talking about earlier, right? Jim is the brother, right? And don't say Lucy's in her 20s. She is only 4 years old and very little bitty. She's very little bitty. She's too young. She's too young. What time is it here? It is 12:13 here. So so they'll be in lunch for an hour. Now, I want to do a couple things while we're at lunch. I want to go over, because we're going to be watching Donna's arraignment this afternoon. And I think it starts at 3-ish. Let me look. 3:30, 2:30. So I want to go over the emergency motion to the court that she filed. We talked about it a little bit last week, but we haven't gone over it. So I want to go over that. And Sunny is there. Sunny is in the courtroom. She said that, she said they moved the hearing to courtroom 3G in anticipation of a large turnout. So they expect a lot of people to be there. So I want to go over that. It is 12:14 here right now in Central Time Zone, which is where they're at. And they will be in lunch for 1 hour. So we have 1 hour. Let me pull it up. Oh know why she's still sitting there. Wonder why. Wonder why. All right, let's see here. All right. Oops. Let's take a look here. All right, so this is her emergency motion to the jail. Let me pin a message so they're at lunch. Court is in lunch until 1:15 Central. We'll pin it. People won't read it. They'll come in and ask anyway, but that's okay. At least it's there. All right, there we go. Is Donna the hearing that I'm not allowed to stream? No, we're streaming it. We're going to stream. No, the one I'm not allowed to stream is, or show is just the court feed from the trial that we're watching. They have a thing on there that we can't record it. So I can watch it to get extra information for y'all. But I just can't stream it live. That's all. They have a thing on there today that we can't. So, which is fine. All right. So let's see here. Make it a little bit bigger. This is part of Donna's. Brandi won't read it, but it's there. You know it's true. All right. So this is part of Donna's motion, her filing. Donna Sue Adelson, pursuant to the United States Constitution, hereby moves this court to enjoin the Leon County Jail from subjecting her to her current conditions of confinement and direct the Leon County Jail to place Donna in a unit where she can prepare for trial and speak to her family or conduct an independent psychological evaluation in order to be placed in a different unit where she can properly prepare for trial and speak to her family. Alternatively, she requests to be released on house arrest. Okay, let's pause. Let's pause right here. They caught this heifer at the airport about to fly out of the country to a place that doesn't do extradition. You really think they're going to put her on house arrest? She would have pulled 100%, cut that dang thing off and pulled Lisa and Nina and been on her way to Cambodia. They are not like to even ask for house arrest after they literally caught her at the airport trying to flee shows a level of desperation and entitlement that I didn't even know was possible, even from an Adelson. But you know what? I guess I mean, maybe you shoot your shot, can't, whatever. Heifer's nuts. All right. She requests to be released on house arrest, coupled with standard conditions of pretrial release, and in support thereof states as follows. So this is oh wait, wrong one. Hold on. This is the next one. Donna Adelson, 73-year-old grandmother, was arrested. I love how she throws in a grandmother. She's like 73-year-old grandmother. Like, okay, Granny's being arraigned today on murder charges. So, like, saying that she's a grandmother as like a way to try to, make her sound a little bit less lethal ain't happening. She was arrested in Miami, Florida on November 13th after her son was convicted of murdering Dan Markel in an alleged murder for hire plot. Not alleged, however you want to say it. Like he's convicted. Like we're past these being allegations. He's convicted. The evidence against Donna is circumstantial at best. While Donna has been charged with a crime, there is a presumption of innocence in this country. Donna is entitled to a fair trial, which is true. She is entitled to a fair trial. Has a right to counsel, also true. And has a right against cruel and unusual punishment, also true. To date, all of Donna's rights have been violated despite the presumption of innocence in place. Okay, so on November 13th, Donna was arrested and transported to TGK jail in Miami-Dade County. Upon arrival, she was placed in a psychiatric unit because of the charges against her. She was placed in an isolation cell with a small... Okay, I want to stop right here. I don't think that she was placed in a psychiatric unit because of the charges against her. I think she was placed in a psychiatric unit because the information that they used to, like, you know, get her there, they literally talked about if she was where she had said that she was either going to, you know, she had talked about suicide. She was like either going to kill herself or run or whatever. That is why, not because of her charges. It's not because of her charges. It's because of her literally saying, you know, something about being suicidal. So that's a lot different than what they're making it out to be. But okay, whatever. Let's keep going. Definitely at risk of suicide. Definitely, yes. But based on her own words. But okay, let's keep going. She was placed in an isolation cell with a small sink, mattress on the floor, blanket, and a toilet. Which, if you're suicide risk, that's not really surprising. Donna did not have access to any clothes, cups, silverware. Who's going to give... If you're on suicide watch, you're not going to get silverware. Books, blankets, or toiletries, and was only permitted to shower once. Although she had access to counsel, she was not permitted to use the phone to contact family members. Well, most of them are either co-conspirators or in jail, right? But okay, I get it. Following 2 psychiatric evaluations, Donna was cleared within 96 hours of her arrest and placed in general population where she was able to contact her family and attorney. Donna's mental state has not changed since the determination by the psychiatrist at TGK Miami. All right, so, wait, I'm missing a page. Hold on. Missing a page. Oops. My kid is texting me. He's cooking me supper again. All right, sorry. Why am I missing a page from my stuff? Hold on. Let me find it. I'm missing page 3. For whatever reason, when I did this, it didn't download them together. Let's see. My kid is making chicken cordon bleu for supper. Such a good kid. All right. Oh, I need my old lady glasses. Trying to find all my files. Oh, dang. Oh, I don't have it saved on here at all. Where did it go? All right, hold on. Let me just pull it. Yeah, he's a good cook too. Like he's a really good cook. I taught him to cook when he was younger. Like, you know, I think started out with like easy stuff, you know, but then he started working in kitchens and now he's all right, this should be it. Now he's a really good cook. All right, this should be the whole thing. All right, let's see. All right, so transportation to Leon County Jail. And I'm proud of him. He is a good cook, and I love that he wants to cook for me because I don't like cooking anymore. It's too hard to cook for one person anyway. All right, so we'll keep going. Sorry, squirrel. On November 20th, around noon, Donna was picked up from TGK jail and transported to Leon County Jail. Her transporters placed her in the back of the transport vehicle with no water. Several hours into the journey, Donna placed her in there with no water. Remember what happened with Letitia and the Monster Energy drink, though? Maybe water could be a weapon. Several hours into the journey, Donna tried to get the attention of the officers because she needed water and a restroom stop, but she was not able to get their attention. Approximately 4 or 5 hours into the trip, when the officers finally checked on her, Donna was shaking, dehydrated, and unable to stand up or move. As a result, the officers had to call paramedics to a rest stop. Upon arrival at the Leon County Jail, officials put her in the infirmary under direct observation. She was then placed in a small solitary unit with a toilet, a sink, a mattress on the floor, and a dirty blanket. Dirty blanket. She has requested a book or Bible, but has not been given anything and has been forced to eat her food with her hands. The day, which again is not surprising, like you don't really get silverware when, you know, the last things that you said right before you got arrested were about potential suicide. But so that part is like, look, I get it. Like cruel and unusual punishment, not okay. But also certain things are not preferable. They're not fun. You're not going to like them, but they're also not going to fall into the cruel and unusual thing. Like having to eat with your hands is, you know, not cruel and unusual. That's, you know, it's not surprising in that situation, but whatever. Okay, so the day after arriving at the Leon County Jail, one of the jail's mental health officials began questioning Donna about medications she was taking before she was arrested. She felt uncomfortable during this interaction because she could not see the official's face and wanted to verify that they were, in fact, a healthcare professional. But the official would not verify. When Donna made her concerns known, the official told Donna that Donna is a fancy white lady who murdered her son and now thinks she has rights. The official joked with the other guards about this outside of Donna's door. The official then said that Donna will learn that fancy white lady murderers have no rights here, and told Donna, "Do you see where you are and do you see where I am? I'm out here because I am not a murderer." Since that interaction, some of the jail staff have treated Donna with cruelty. She is sometimes denied her... I wonder how Ruth feels reading this. She is sometimes denied her necessary blood pressure medication, and she has been prevented from showering for days at a time. In the 15 days that Donna has been at Leon County Jail, she is only permitted to call her husband once on November 28th for approximately 5 minutes while guards stood watch. It was only with the help and intervention of the state that this call took place. Donna has not been permitted to call her counsel at all. At one point, a psychiatrist working at the jail told Donna that she does not belong in the solitary unit, and I'm eating my hair. And another jail official also told Donna the same thing. As a result, of these cruel and inhumane conditions, Donna is becoming weaker and weaker every day. And because she does not have phone access, it has been impossible for her to contact her counsel or take part in her defense. Despite repeated attempts to call the jail, set up video visitation, and or set up in-person visitation, undersigned counsel has been unable to communicate with Donna since her transport to Leon County Jail. Both undersigned counsel and the state have tried to get help from the jail to no avail. This is kind of what I was thinking. She isn't being denied blood pressure meds. I'm eating my hair. I think I got it. No shot. You know, they have, that would be, I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm saying it, like, I would be curious to know what parts of this are exaggerated and what aren't. Because I'd be really curious to know that, actually, because some of this stuff is normal stuff for, you know, somebody going in that's, you know, a flight risk, and somebody that's going in that's on suicide watch and stuff like that. Like, I don't think that a lot of stuff falls into the cruel and unusual thing. At the same time, like, you can't refuse to give somebody their medication, but like, they also have certain medication times. You don't just get to be like, hey, you know, I'm ready for my stuff now. So I'm curious to hear other sides. But I could totally see them making fun of her about being a rich white lady murderer who is now in there, though, because if they're in there trying to, you know, if you're talking about being, where did that part go? Like, they're talking about her mental health, and then they get her in there to see a mental health official, and then she won't talk to them because she, you know, wants to see their credentials and stuff. So, like, if I could see that becoming the butt of a joke. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're in such need of mental health support right now, and then they give you mental health support, and then you won't talk to them because you won't, you know, I don't know. I could see them talking crap about her. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I could see that part being one of the things that I would see as being potentially truthful. Does that make sense? Anywho, okay. So they're saying that her detention conditions violate her Sixth Amendment right to counsel. Sixth Amendment to United States Constitution guarantees the right to effective assistance of counsel. That right attaches as soon as an individual is arrested and held to answer criminal charges. The right to consult with legal counsel about being released on bond, entering a plea, negotiating and accepting a plea agreement, going to trial, testifying at trial, locating trial witnesses, and other decisions confronting the detained suspect whose innocence is presumed is a right inextricably linked to the legitimacy of our criminal justice system. It is crucial that Donna be able to participate in her defense. She is charged with very serious offenses, and this case involves years of investigation and enormous amounts of discovery. The state has already disclosed a witness list, including hundreds of witnesses, as well as hundreds of pages of extensive financial records, photographs, recordings, and wiretaps, call records, cell phone and email account extractions, iCloud extractions, toll records, interview recordings, deposition documents, letters, police reports, jail calls, and other documents. Donna must participate in her defense by reviewing and discussing the evidence in this case with her attorney, which is impossible when she is refused communication with her attorney and left in a solitary cell while her health rapidly declines. Donna therefore respectfully requests this court grant the requested relief in order to preserve her Sixth Amendment rights. Does anyone know how often you get to shower in jail? It depends. I mean, some of them have it every day, but some of them have it like where you only get to do it, like once every 3 days or something like that. Like I've heard different things about different places, but I don't know. All right. Yeah, I can be at least like 2 times a week. It just depends on where she's at. I'm trying to read y'all's comments as I go, so I'm stopping every once in a while to. It's just hard for me to feel bad for her because of what she's done. And yes, innocent until proven guilty. But at this point, look, we've been through the other trials. We've seen a lot of the evidence. This isn't one of those situations where we're going into this blind, not knowing what's against her. We've been through trials. We've been through evidence. We've been through, the recordings. So yeah, innocent until proven guilty. But also, we see you, All right, so let's see. They're saying that her conditions are unconstitutionally punitive. The United States Supreme Court has made clear that the purpose of pretrial detention is regulatory, not punitive. So punitive as in like punishing. In our society, liberty is the norm, and detention prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception. Supreme Court has explained that a court must decide whether the condition is imposed for the purpose of punishment or whether it is but an incident of some other legitimate governmental purpose. Absent a showing of an expressed intent to punish on the part of detention facility officials, that determination generally will turn on whether an alternative purpose to which the restriction may rationally be connected is assignable for it, and whether it appears excessive in relation to the alternative purpose assigned to it. If a condition of detention is not reasonably related to a legitimate goal, if it is arbitrary or purposeless, a court permissibly may infer that the purpose of the governmental action is punishment that may not constitutionally be inflicted upon detainees. Okay, again, this is, to me, not punitive. This is more like based on, you being a flight risk and you being suicidal and you not being cooperative when the mental health official did try to talk to you and etc. But again, I'm biased, obviously. I'm going to be biased because I don't like her. So take my opinions for what you will. If it were like, if she didn't have the stuff where she had talked about suicide, if she didn't have the flight risk stuff where they caught her trying to leave the country, if she didn't have all that, yes, this would be a different story, 100%. But those little details are a large part of, I think, why this is not punitive. It's procedural. All right, so here, some jail officials are intentionally punishing Donna even though she has not been convicted of any crime yet. In violation of her 5th and 14th Amendment rights to due process, instead of providing her actual medical care, the jail has shown deliberate indifference to Donna's medical needs by denying Donna her necessary blood pressure medication, not allowing her to shower, and letting her become weaker and weaker as she sits in her cell naked all day with nothing but a mattress on the floor. That would suck, to have to be in your cell all day naked. That would really suck. Such conditions do not further any legitimate goal and do not serve any regulatory purpose. Some officials at the jail do not believe that Donna belongs in direct observation unit. Moreover, officials at TGK Miami confirmed that Donna did not need to be in a direct observation unit. There is no reason, medical or otherwise, why she should not be in a normal part of the jail where she would have access to counsel and the ability to speak to her family. Even if this fact pattern occurred at the post-conviction stage, such treatment would constitute violation of her Eighth Amendment rights, as deliberate indifference to serious medical needs of prisoners constitutes the unnecessary and wanton infliction of pain. Okay, but also, remember back in the trial, remember when they were talking about during the bump, the infamous bump? Remember when they were saying that the whole reason that they had him like not be aggressive or whatever, that they were like, you know, be nice to her because they were concerned about her health. So even on her own, and this is years ago, on her own, without worrying about like, without being in jail conditions and all of that, like they were concerned about her health. So her having negative health effects is not surprising. But, you know, if she was already, before this happened, they were concerned about her health to the point where during like a, you know, a police, the bump or whatever, like where an undercover officer is going to talk to her, they even had to specify how he was allowed to speak to her because they were concerned about her health. So if her health was already an issue, going to jail is, of course, going to make it worse already. You know what I mean? Like she's already going to have more issues with her health being there than she would be out on the, you know, out living her best life. Okay, given the highly publicized nature of this case, the years of publicity on social media and national television, and especially the reporting in Tallahassee, which is a small community, the tensions are high. The community has taken a position contrary to Donna, which has affected her constitutional right to effective counsel and her right against cruel and unusual punishment. This is not fair. They're going to ask to move this trial. Here. That's the link. You can read these. They're going to ask to move this trial. I guarantee it. That link I just posted is the link to where you can read these if you want to read them yourself. Okay, let's see. This is not fair. It is not up to any particular person at the jail to decide whether Donna is guilty or not guilty. That will be decided by a jury at trial. It is unconstitutional to punish her before the case is put before a jury. Requested relief. Okay, so in order to prevent further constitutional violations, Donna respectfully requests this court enjoin the Leon County Jail from subjecting her to her current conditions of confinement and direct the Leon County Jail to place Donna in unit where she can prepare for trial and speak to her family, or conduct an independent psychological evaluation in order to be placed in a different unit of the jail where she can properly prepare for trial and speak to her family. Alternatively, she requests to be released on house arrest. Bullshit. Sorry, language. Coupled with standard conditions of pretrial release. So, certificate of conferral. Undersigned counsel has conferred with ASA Georgia Kappelman. We love us some Georgia. ASA Kappelman advised that the state defers to this court regarding enjoining the Leon County Jail from subjecting her to current conditions of confinement and directing the Leon County Jail to place Donna in a unit where she can prepare for trial and speak to her family. The state does not oppose an independent psychological evaluation. The state opposes Donna's release from pretrial detention. December 5th. So there you have it. So that's what we'll be hearing. That's the one that was filed on December 5th. So I mean, the thing is, they're like, it ain't gonna be the Ritz-Carlton. If they are treating her cruel and unusual, that's unconstitutional. But, you know, I'm curious to see if they're what the how dramatic this is versus how based in reality it is. You know what I mean? I just think that, you know, some of the stuff that they included is not these aren't the first times we've heard this. Like, especially with the, you know, I know I keep going back to it, but the flight risk and the suicide watch stuff, like, these are things that, you know, a lot of the treatment on this, these are the result of things you specifically did and said. So, and I'm not saying it's okay for them to, you know, talk crap about her, but like I also said, I'm very clear about this one. This is not one of the ones that we're going into. And, you know, I'm like, I'm going to keep an open mind. No, we've heard too much. So I am going to be biased on this. I totally believe that she did it. I've believed, you know, I believed this for a long time. I've not been secretive about that belief. So to me, it's kind of like, you know, 2 kids lost their dad. 2 parents lost their son. A lot of people lost a friend, a teacher, you know, like Dan was all of these different things to all of these different people. And I not really feeling too bad for her, honestly. I think, you know, she's been out doing whatever she wants to do all this time while a family has had to grieve. So, I don't know. Just my own things. My own. Yeah, and eating with your hands, whatever. Cry me a freaking river. All right, I am going to take Lucy out real quick, and then I will try to set up. It is a incredibly beautiful day. So, I will try to set up beach cam too, so that you can. I'll unmute that just in case you get a hot mic moment. I'll try to set up beach cam real quick too, so that you can see that. But I'm going to, you know, Kelly. Yes. I'm gonna take her out. I'll see if I can get beach cam set up, and I will be right back, y'all. Hello. I'm back. I got to take Lucy out. I got beach cam set up, and I even had a minute to eat 2 bites of leftovers. Look at me go. Look at me go.
For the power expectancy.
But you know what, someone told me the lobbies are.
We have audio.
The lobbies? Yeah, but I know a lot of guys that are glad you said that.
Hot mic.
So you ever seen those pork core people?
Yeah, pork. The R's not your pork?
No, pork and core. You never seen pork core? Yeah, let me show you how amazing they are. They are amazing.
I want to hear the hot mic moment. Oops. Love hot mic. Oh my gosh, Jessica, that door is so loud. It squeaks so loud. So loud.
A treadmill or something?
See, that's why I try to be quiet when I come back. Like to let y'all, I'm like, psst, I'm back.
Yeah, that lunch.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm gonna try to find or maybe I'll just order like a little camera. If I can order a little camera, I can get you a better view of it. Oh.
Check, 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 check. 1, 1. Check, check.
So I'm trying to get to this level. These people, I guess they have a great quad because they lead ability.
That almost killed me. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, my ear. RA has to be at what trial? Where is he going? That killed me.
So our mass, muscle mass, we don't all people don't get that.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit, but I'm scared it's gonna make that noise again.
I want my muscle.
Oh, he's covering a hearing for Maya. Gotcha. Oops.
What time did she say? What? Did you back on 15 over there?
I'm still trying to listen for the hot mic. I'm scared to turn it up again so that I can hear them because that killed my ears when they did.
Most old people, when they get older, they just want to sit down.
Hey, you know?
They don't want to work out, they don't want to go to the gym. So how was old people able to run those marathons? Because they
ain't sitting down.
Because they're
trained.
That's what
They're
they're
trained
doing.
for it.
So it's all about, you got to train.
They run at their own pace, though.
So I think
I've been out there.
you didn't do the marathon this week.
Hell no.
Ran that marathon, got me up, and I was gonna take a shortcut.
Okay. You was out there?
I was not out there, I was at Kroger, trying to cut through to
Trying to
get
get through
home.
all this shit? Yeah.
I think I caught it right at the
It
end
was
though, but it was, no,
They're loud now.
no.
See, both the years I ran it, it was cold. And my dumbass, I had some sweats on. And my dumbass first year, I sat down because I was overheating in those damn sweats. About mile 21, sat down, tried to pull them sweats out. Shit.
Couldn't get back up.
I got back up, but then now you're cramping.
That's what I'm saying.
Every other step was cramping.
You had nobody out give you water?
Yeah, they give you water, bananas, everything on the road, but
Grapefruit, orange.
what I'm saying is, because I was an inexperienced runner,
Yeah.
I overdressed. You forget that you're gonna heat up, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, you forget you're gonna heat up, so even in that cold, your body can sustain it, but my dumb ass out there and warm up, so
Like, nope.
yeah.
You didn't run track in high school?
Hell no, I played baseball.
Was there anything else?
You didn't make it in MLB?
No, I didn't make it in MLB, man. Render the champion fixed all that shit. But yeah,
Played college?
the PD.
You had to, well, you,
But PD my freshman year.
Prairie.
Yeah.
No, they cut it. We were finding out a lot about them. All right, let's see. Remember they had talked about this. They're talking about that marathon that was over the weekend. They had talked about this last week because one of the jurors was going to run in that marathon. I guess over the weekend or something. So but whatever it was, they had talked about this last week. I don't know what marathon, but that's when the defense attorney said that he had run in it before, like a long time ago. How's the new setup working? It looks really nice and bright. It is so much brighter because it works out a lot better for me because I can see the water now. Like I missed the thing I hated about it is especially as many hours as I work, because once I finish streaming, you know, I normally still continue working a lot to get, you know, all the everything else done. The last couple weeks, my health has been not where it was before, so I've been taking more time to rest. But normally I'm sitting here a million hours a day, so I don't get to see the water or anything. I don't get to see out my windows. I'm just, but I had it set to where you could see, because I love, you know, I thought my little quarter's cute or whatever. So I had it set to that. So this gives me more space and I get to see the water. So it's a lot better for me. But now you have to look at my kitchen instead of my nomies. My nomies are still over here though. They're still right here. But I love being able to look over and see the water now. Makes a huge difference. Lindsay Hendricks loves the state seal. Yeah, it affects mood and health. I can't have, the sun comes in so much because that whole wall is windows and stuff, you know. So I'm scared to put my computer too close to it just because it, especially in the summer, it does get hot over there. And like I had a book that's sitting on my little table that's right there by the window. And the book was there for less than a year and it's like all faded and weird. The sun in Florida is like some craziness. So it does some damage. So the computer being by the window is a little bit scary for me. I want to keep it over here, but I want to be able to see over there. So yeah, I do have a coffee cup in my sink though. Oh, you can't see it, but I live in a tiny condo. So I have to keep it clean because it's all one area. Right now I have clothes on my bed that I didn't have time to finish hanging up. It's all like my clean clothes laid out where I was hanging them up and then I had to start. So that's the only thing kind of messy right now, but other than Lucy's toys scattered about. Yeah, Lucy likes to go lay in, she has one of her little beds is in the window and she likes to lay right there and sun herself. She's funny. I love the black and white too. Everything in my condo is like black and white with like little touches of pink, like corally pink, like flamingo color. Stephanie Willis, I'm having new guttering put on my house today at lunch. When I let my dog out to go potty, she had blast visiting with all the workers. She just loves people. That's cute. Lucy loves to go see people too. It always takes me a little bit longer than I expect when I take her out to go potty because she has to like, every time we pass somebody, she has to stop and get all the attention she can get, you know. It's really funny. You hear me talking about you? I know. Hi. I actually just had to replace all of my bedding because it got, even after I washed it with all that dust, I could still smell that dust. So I just had to order new bedding from Amazon. Which I really like it. I just need to steam it because it's very wrinkled right now. But it's my birthday present to myself since now my stuff got ruined. Makes me so mad. So mad. All right, let me go ahead. What time is it now? 1:30, 1:19. We have about an hour until Donna's stuff. I have an air purifier. I have one. The dust from when I don't mean like just regular dust. I mean the dust from when they did my my condo. Because my air purifier, I have like the thing where you have to take the water out and dump it every so often or whatever. And so with me not here to do that for a month, you know, it stopped running, but it wouldn't have done any good anyway with all that dust that they messed up when they were doing the floors out there in the hallway. It's crazy the amount of dust that was in here. It took me hours to clean this condo. And I still had to throw some stuff out. I still had to replace my bedding. It was awful. All right, let's see. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was going to pull up the feed so we can make sure we're not late for Donna. movement in the courtroom. Which means we will probably get started soon. They told them to be back at whatever, 1:15 or whatever it was. All right, I've got it pulled up so we can watch for it. They told them to be back at 1:15. It's 1:21 now, so I guess they should be back in here any minute. But when they go to Tallahassee, we'll pause this and swap over, because we definitely want to watch Donna live, and then we can come back to this. Got all kinds of stuff to cover, guys. All kinds of stuff. Busy true crime day. Oh, wow. I used to live in a town with a cement plant. Turns out I'm allergic to cement dust, and once I had a horrible asthma attack from it. That's crazy. There are some, have y'all driven through like some of the towns and stuff that have the different plants and stuff that like factories or whatever that will have some of them have the weirdest smells. In Georgia, there's like the town, it was like 2 towns over or something, or maybe 1 town over. I don't know. Anyway, there was a General Mills plant. So like you would drive through there and it would always smell like cereal, which was great. But then there was one in Ohio. When I lived in Ohio for those 6 years, there was one that was in like Dayton area, and it was, I don't even know what it was. It smelled so weird, like so weird. I almost bought a house like on the river that I loved so much. And then I went back for a second showing, and the plant was going, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to take that. Some of the factories make the weirdest smells. Pasadena, Texas has a bunch. We call it Stinkadena. That's funny. Paper plants are really, really strong. Oof.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Pittman, please call your next witness, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Ms. Julia LaPierre.
Come on up, it's not there. You would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do, Judge. Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Did that one smell bad?
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Julian Lapierre. It's JulianLapierre.
And Ms. LaPierre, how are you currently employed?
I am currently a supervisor at the Dallas County Pretrial Services Department.
What is the pretrial services department?
So basically, pretrial services is a department where we run 5 different units. And what we do is we assist the courts with supervising defendants that are out on bond, make sure they come to court. There are different divisions within pretrial. So we have an intake division where they are working in the jail when folks are coming into the jail, interviewing them for their financial affidavits and their PSA, stuff like that. We have a general pretrial unit that works on low-cost county bonds for individuals that may qualify. And then we have a smart justice unit that does the same as the general division, but there's a mental health component. We also have an alcohol monitoring unit that supervises defendants that are legally obligated to have some sort of alcohol monitoring, like an interlock device. The last unit that we have is the electronic monitoring unit, and that unit supervises defendants that are out on bond who a judge orders to have that as a condition of being out of jail.
And let's talk a little bit about that. What is an electronic leg monitor device?
So I do have some here, but an electronic leg monitoring unit is a GPS device that is installed on someone's, most of the time on someone's ankle. And we are able to track every minute of every day where these individuals go.
Commissioner Bouchard? You said you brought a couple of devices that are kind of demonstrative aids.
Yes.
Is that what you brought right here with you right here?
Yes.
Do you think these would aid the jury in understanding your testimony as we kind of go through it?
Sure. Yes.
And I'll just show defense to make sure there's no issue with her using the demonstrative.
No objection, I've seen quite a few of them.
Permission for the witness to use these as demonstrative during the testimony, right?
She meant.
And so, if you can, I mean, we can step down, I guess, with one of these devices or both, and just kind of talk about the actual devices themselves first.
Sure.
You might step down. So we can
A show and tell, yes.
Just keep your voice at this level.
I'll do my best. Sorry, I'm also very nervous, so.
Walk us through what are we looking
Sure.
at in these.
So usually there's not like a zip tie in here. Usually what would be placed in here would be like pins, almost kind of like screws, that they're in there. There's a pin that comes on the top and there's a pin that is installed on the bottom, and they lock in place within the device itself. The device has a charging port, so a lot of people are curious, well, how do they charge their device? Do they take it off to charge? No, the device remains on the person at all times. So it's just a very long charging cord that they have to plug in, and they have to charge once a day for an hour at a time. You kind of have to think about it as a cell phone. So it does have GPS just like your cell phone, so you do have to charge it in order for it to work. The band is rather thick and very rubbery, but inside there's fiber optics. So if a person were to cut the strap to remove the device, we would instantaneously get an alert telling us that the strap has been tampered with. If the pins were removed, there's also a sensor inside and a sensor in the back plate where that would also tell us that the device has been tampered with.
And so, like you said, it's got a number of ways that if you were to try and remove the pins or mess with this strap, it's in what's called a tamper alert.
Yes. Yes.
Like I said, this strap here is a pretty sturdy strap that gets fitted on someone when they have to wear one of these.
Yes.
And so they're not allowed to ever take that strap off once it's on. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you just pop that off there, and that's where you charge.
Yes, sir.
And this other device that you brought just didn't have the strap, but this was an older device.
Yes, so that was, that is an older piece of equipment. That's actually the device that we were utilizing back in 2021. This is an upgraded version.
But same features
Yes.
in this arena.
Yes, sir.
And it had the same similar strap, just this one didn't come with a strap.
Correct. Yes.
And so you can sit down.
Okay.
And you all aren't involved with who has a leg monitor. You said that's court ordered by a judge or a magistrate judge as well.
Correct. Yes.
And then how does it work if someone, makes their bond, they get this order to have a leg monitor? How do they end up in your system and supervised by you?
Sure. So, if somebody posts bond and there is an order for electronic monitoring, there is a hold that's placed in the jail for them. So even though they've posted bond, they're not allowed, they're not released. What happens is we get a list every morning of who's posted bond that has a hold for our division. And we send employees over to do an interview with them to make sure that they have stable housing. Obviously, the concept is house arrest. You must have somewhere to live. We also get emergency contact information, and we do our due diligence if there are potential victims to make sure that there's a stay away, that they're not living with any victims in their case. We then go verify that address with the emergency contacts that we're given, and then we place them on a release email with the jail. The following day we do release, and we go through an orientation, and we go over their specific court order specific to that defendant. And then they also go through an orientation with the monitoring company that we have a contract with. And they go over kind of the details and the what to and what not to do with the monitor. And then they're sent home.
And so once they're sent home, you said at first, I heard you say that there's house arrest. Is that kind of the default option on the leg monitor?
Typically, yes.
But it's possible to also have what's called work release. You'd be able to go to jobs and find a job and things like that.
Correct, yes.
That's all dependent upon the judge, though.
Yes.
Very in case specific per individual.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, do folks also then have to report to the pretrial officer while they're on this?
Yeah, yes, they do. And so often folks do, they think that we're hand in hand with probation. It's kind of the same thing. You're reporting to an officer, questions are asked, their equipment is inspected. But yes, we do meet with them.
And like you said, you get their contact information, and obviously it's house arrest. But if I need to go get groceries or medical care, if I were a defendant, I'd be able to ask my officer, hey, here's where I need to go. Am I allowed to leave?
Correct. So the basic allowances are medical, legal, and necessity, which would be grocery shopping, going to Social Security, those kinds of things. Yes.
But and that's a pretty or an attempt to make that an easy process where they've got an open line of communication with whoever their officer is, email, call, text.
Yes, because they do have to get permission to leave their home.
Okay. And now let's talk a little bit about this case. Did you actually supervise Miss Lisa Dykes and her wife, Nina Morano?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when they went on to the leg monitor program?
Yes. So Miss Morano actually was released first.
Miss Nina.
Hold on, I can tell you. Maybe I won't. I know it was April of 2021, but if you need the
So April 2021.
Yes.
And then you said, and then Lisa shortly after Miss Morano?
Yes. Miss Dykes was released on May the 12th of 2021.
Okay, and then you said they had to have stable housing.
Yes.
Where did they go live first?
They were residing with Kyle Williams, which I believe was Miss Dykes' son.
And did they eventually get their own house or
They-
apartment?
They did.
Do you remember about how quick?
I would say a couple months.
And Miss Dykes and Miss Morano, were they compliant with their instructions and what they were supposed to do in terms of recording and how they were to conduct themselves on the program?
Yes, sir. They were very compliant. They were very responsive, very cordial, respectful. Yes.
How often would you interact with the two of them?
I would say at least once or twice a week, if not more sometimes, via email or phone or in person, depending.
And they seemed to understand exactly what the rules were and how this would work and how they could move about to accomplish those necessities that we talked about.
Yes, sir.
And they followed those rules for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with them in person?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess we kind of talked about it too. In meeting with them in person, was there ever a complaint about one of the devices?
Yes.
Okay. What was that complaint?
About November of 2021, it was Miss Morano. She was complaining that her device was too tight on her ankle, and wished for it to be loosened up a little bit. Unfortunately, that's really not my call. That's up to the monitoring company. That's their device. I have no training in installing devices, and so that I leave that call up to the monitoring company themselves.
Did you ask someone from the monitoring company to come check out Ms. Morano's device?
I did.
And that's pretty standard for you?
Yes.
And did they check out the device?
Yes, they did.
What happened next?
They said that it was fine, meaning that they weren't going to loosen it. However, if there was a reason that maybe Ms. Morano's ankles would swell or whatnot, that for her to take pictures and to come back on Monday, because I do remember that this occurred on a Friday.
And ask this, were Ms. Morano and Ms. Dykes reporting together at this time?
Yes.
And so would Ms. Dykes have been at this appointment as well?
Yes.
Okay. How did Ms. Morano and Ms. Dykes respond to this information?
Ms. Morano actually started crying. She was pretty upset. And, Ms. Dykes was just telling, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. So.
In your interactions with the two of them, could you ever tell who would take the lead in communicating with you all? Or the lead in terms of how they would give information to you?
They would both email about the same frequency, but in person, it did appear that Ms. Dykes was definitely a little bit more dominant. Ms. Morano was a little bit more quiet, a little more subdued.
And so then November 2021, there's some complaints that the device is too tight, but Sentinel says it looks fine.
Yes.
Was there ever any follow-up from Ms. Morano about the device to get it off or to get it loosened back up?
Yes, so she did report on Monday, and they did end up reinstalling a device on her leg.
So they accommodate and say, here, let's figure out a way to make this a little better.
Yes, sir.
And that solved the problem.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to kind of move to the next month, December of 2021. At this point, they were still compliant in their performance on electronic leg monitor?
Yes, sir.
And December 23rd of 2021, did they ask to leave the residence?
Yes.
Okay. What was the request for on December 23rd?
The request was to go to a medical office for medical lab work and to go to CVS and Target.
Was this for both of them or just one of them?
Both of them.
Would pretrial services have pushed back or asked anything further on that?
No, not at that time.
That was one of those check boxes, allowable things to go do.
Yes, medical and necessities.
So now let's talk, was there then a couple days later, a report sent to the court?
Yes, there was.
Okay, what was that?
So basically, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here.
Well, let's start with this. Obviously, December 25th, Christmas, I think that was a weekend on 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was a Saturday.
Bless you.
So 2021, Christmas is on a Saturday.
Yes.
Was the county closed that Friday, the 23rd? Or
No.
Was the county going to be open the following Monday?
No, the county was closed that following Monday, the 27th.
How does that work for pretrial services on these holidays? Obviously, people are still being monitored 24/7.
Right. So our office hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, which if there's a holiday, obviously we're also celebrating that holiday and we're on vacation or off out of the office. However, the electronic monitoring unit does have duty phones. And with those duty phones, we are on call 24/7 in a sense. If there is a tamper alert on any of these devices, a text message is sent to that duty phone, And the duty officer would look into that tamper. Oftentimes we're calling, we're emailing, we're texting, we're trying to figure out, is it an accident or did this person truly abscond from supervision? At that point, if we do believe that the person has absconded due to the tamper alert, they're not answering the phone, we call and we speak to their emergency contact and they say, yes, they're gone. We file what's called an abscond notice. Since it's after hours, what we do is we reach out to our division in the jail, the intake division, because they do shift work 24/7. And we email that report to them. And then they go to an on-duty magistrate judge to request insufficient bond warrants be activated immediately.
So let's kind of break this down a bit. December 26th, 2021. Did you get, unrelated to this case, a tamper alert?
On the 27th, I did.
27th?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and, but that was again unrelated to this case?
Correct.
Because you said those tamper alerts are kind of a special alert.
Yes.
And so you started to look into that, you took care of that case.
Yes.
What'd you do next?
So I was on duty and I had taken care of that tamper alert. So I turned on my laptop and was emailing the abscond notice. And I noticed that both Miss Dykes and Miss Morano did not have any GPS on their devices. It appeared that their devices simultaneously were disabled. And when I looked further, one device went offline at 7:28 and the other device went offline at 7:32 a.m. on the 25th of December.
So December 25th, in the AM hours, those devices stopped sending the signal?
Yes, sir.
Now, does that send a tamper alert if I just let my device down?
No.
But you said they both die within a couple of minutes of each other, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been working with pretrial services, the leg monitoring division?
Almost 11 years.
So you're pretty familiar with these devices and monitoring people on these devices?
Yes, sir, I am.
And obviously, one way to have lost the GPS signal would be the device just dies. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In your training experience with, how many people do you think that you've supervised over the 11 years? Thousands?
Probably.
And in your training experience, do you believe that two devices could die within minutes of each other by just failure to charge?
It's very unlikely.
What is an explanation that, based on your training experience working with these devices and monitoring folks, that could cause these devices to go off within moments of each other?
I would say it would be either physical damage to the device itself or submersion in water.
Now, if I were to physically damage the device, would that send a tamper alert?
It could, but it might not either.
So it's possible some blunt force trauma could potentially not be so strong that it doesn't send a tamper.
Correct.
But that's the point of the tamper alert, is that if I were to try and physically damage the device, that it should send a tamper alert.
That's correct.
But if I were to submerge my device in water, are they water resistant at all?
So to an extent, defendants are told that they can shower with their devices, but they cannot take baths, go on the pool, in the hot tub. They cannot submerge their device in water.
And so it's your belief that if you were to fully submerge the device in water, that they could do exactly what happened here, which is a couple minute apart, GPS service stops.
Correct.
And then what do you do? December 27th, you see this. What are the first steps to determine? You talked about calling folks.
I did. I called both Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano. I emailed them. And I then called my manager and the assistant director, and I staff the case with them. And
pause you there. You call Ms. Dykes and Ms. Moran? You had good working phone numbers for both of them.
Yes.
Did they answer?
No.
Did they call you back?
No.
You emailed, you had good communication via email. Did they email you back?
No.
Before this, had they ever complained that there were any electronic issues with these devices?
No.
So you staffed it and then you send what's called the abscond notice. Is that
I
right?
do. I send the abscond notice just like I did the first one that had tampered earlier that day. And we were able to get insufficient bond warrants within 4 hours.
Did you contact their emergency contacts?
I don't recall if I did or not.
And the abscond notice is an actual report that you prepare and send to the court?
This is correct, yes.
Commissioner Jr.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what I've marked here, states 341. Stapled it, but it's on actually on one page. I have 2 copies. States 341. You recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a copy of your abscond notice involving Ms. Lisa Dykes and Ms. Moran?
Yes, sir, it is.
I see it here. States 341 is regarding Ms. Lisa Dykes.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 342 is a almost identical report, but involving Ms. Moran. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then down here is kind of the subject of the report that you made that's in this report.
Yes.
And then it has your name as the submitting officer on it.
Yes.
This time, I'll offer states 341 and 342 for all purposes and can read the defense for any objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, six exhibits, 341 and 342 are admitted for all purposes.
Information publisher.
We have a nose blower.
And so what we have here is states 341, abscond notice, like we said, up here in the top, it says Lisa Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And list out the case numbers. And as it's you are the ELM officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Here's kind of what you've already testified to, is that right? Kind of
Yes.
Just a basic of when the alarms go off.
Yes, sir.
We see 7:32 a.m. for Ms. Dykes and 7:28 for Ms. Moran, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, where you submitted it on December 27th, 2021.
Yes.
And December 27th, 2021, that was that following Monday that was still a county holiday.
It was. Everyone was still out of the office.
And states 342 is almost identical, just that it's Ms. Morano's report and that we see the language reflects that in reading as well.
Yes, sir.
Did they ever try to get back in touch with you?
No. No.
I'll pass with this.
Cross-examination.
The fact that someone cuts their leg monitor off.
Here we go.
There could be a million reasons why they do that, right? You have no idea, right?
No.
You just know it's a violation of warrants can be issued, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Morano and Ms. Dyson being the first person to cut the leg monitor off here in Dallas County, right?
No, they're not, sir.
Unfortunately, I have to wash you off. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
How long were they on monthly, if you recall?
So Ms. Morano was released in April of 2021. Ms. Dykes was released in May of 2021. So, give or take 7 months.
Well, 6 or 7 months? And
Yes, sir.
other than the complaints about the fitting of the device, they pretty much did what y'all had to do, correct?
Yes, I did.
When you said that Mrs. Dykes was a little more dominant than Ms. Morano, what did you mean by that?
I just meant that a lot of times she would speak for the two of them, in the office.
You were like, she wasn't like aggressive with you.
Oh, no, never, no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you redirect?
No, Your
Ms. LaPierre, be excused.
No,
Go
Judge.
back to work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge. Please watch it. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Kathleen Nichols.
Oh, they need some WD-40.
If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you state your name and spell your last name or spell your entire name for the court, please?
My name is Kathleen Nichols, Kathlleen Nicolls.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a special agent with the FBI, and I am currently stationed in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. I'm the assistant legal attaché, so working FBI matters in Cambodia. We cover Cambodia and Vietnam.
And as far as your duties in that position, can you just let the jury know kind of just what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Sure. Basically, any sort of U.S. nexus to federal investigations. So anywhere from crimes against children to human trafficking for forced criminality, money laundering, and fugitive matters.
Okay, how long have you been in Cambodia?
I've been there since March of 2021, so just over 2.5 years.
And how long have you been with FBI?
Over 17 years.
Can you give the jury, just because it's a fascinating decision, a little bit of your background and history of what you do with FBI?
Sure. I entered on duty in 2006. My first assignment was in Sacramento, California, working financial crimes. And after 3 years, I transferred to the Los Angeles division of the FBI, where I was assigned to an organized crime squad. So worked transnational organized crime for several years. I've done a 1.5 year assignment at FBI headquarters, working also in the transnational organized crime unit. And I've also worked international corruption and Nigerian organized crime, fraud, money laundering as well before I moved to Cambodia with the FBI.
And you said you've been there about 2.5 years, is that correct?
Correct.
So you mentioned that you work a lot of financial crimes, human trafficking cases, things like that. Is that right?
Yes.
From time to time, are you contacted by maybe FBI task force members or FBI members here in the States concerning fugitives?
Yes, that is definitely part of what I've done.
And how often does that happen?
In my 2.5 years, I've been contacted I've dealt with 3 different murder fugitive cases.
And when we talk about murder fugitive cases, is it a federal crime to flee the United States, to avoid prosecution for murder?
Yes, don't ask me what, I'm sure it's Title 18, what United States code it is. But yes, there is, it's unlawful flight to avoid prosecution is the name of the statute.
Okay. And so you are stationed in Cambodia. Are you aware of their, extradition practices in Cambodia to the United States?
Yes, so for your information, there's a lot of times when we're dealing with, at least with the FBI and federal law enforcement in dealing with different countries, there are 2 things. There's a mutual legal assistance treaty, or also known as an MLAT, and then there's also often coincides with an extradition treaty. So every country will have a different relationship with the United States as far as MLATs or extradition treaties. In Cambodia, there is no extradition treaty or mutual legal assistance treaty which is an agreement basically between the 2 governments. So there is no extradition treaty or MLAT between Cambodia and the United States at this time.
So you said that you've worked on in your 2.5 years there, 3 cases involving trying to apprehend murder defendants, people who have been charged with murder from the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, 3 different cases involving murders that took place in the United States, and the individuals charged with that murder have fled and were in Cambodia.
So at some point, did you were you contacted by a local FBI agent regarding Lisa Dykes and Nina Murata?
Yes, it was approximately January of 2022 when individuals from the FBI Dallas office reached out to me and said that there were 2 individuals who were suspected of murder in the Dallas area, and that travel records indicated that they were currently in Cambodia.
Okay. And so as far as Cambodia, you work in the capital city, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And,
Phnom Penh is the capital of Cambodia.
Okay, can you spell that for the court reporter?
Sure, it's PHNOM, and the second word is Pen, PENH. Took me a while to learn to spell that correctly. So Phnom Penh is the capital city, and that's where the U.S. Embassy is located, in the capital city of Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
So FBI Dallas contacts you and lets you know the travel records indicate that Lisa Dykes and Nina Murata were somewhere within Cambodia. Is that correct?
Yes, they departed, according to the travel records, from my recollection, departed on Christmas Day, December 25th, and flew through Seoul, South Korea, through Uncheon Airport, and then flew into Phnom Penh.
Okay. And from your personal experience, how was that flight?
It's long and grueling. There's at the time in question, in January or December of 2021, COVID was very real in Southeast Asia, and Cambodia had just lifted in early December of 2021. Cambodia was the first in the region to lift their quarantine. So during COVID, a lot of times, actually in Southeast Asia, many countries had a long quarantine period, whether it was 14 days. Cambodia lifted from 14 to 3 days, and then it was early December when they lifted their quarantine restriction.
Now, at that time, was it a requirement, although they lifted the quarantine restriction, was it a requirement to have a negative COVID test before traveling to that country?
I recall, I do believe that's correct. I know there was also COVID testing upon arrival as well. So when I arrived in March of 2021, I had to have a negative COVID test before I left the US, and then also tested again upon arrival at the airport. So they were administering COVID tests at the airport.
Now, when you received this, I guess, call from the Dallas FBI requesting, I guess, assistance in locating Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano, what steps do you have to take at that point?
Sure. So one of the first things, so technically speaking, I don't have law enforcement authority in Cambodia. So we work very closely with local law enforcement in Cambodia. So one of my best partners, so to speak, in Cambodia is the Cambodia National Police. Also, we just refer to them as CNP. So the Cambodia National Police are partners in Cambodia. It's actually a fairly unique setup that we have, where we have an official task force with CNP and also with the Immigration Department, so General Department of Immigration. So we have an official task force where the FBI works very closely with the police and immigration.
And this task force, are these the same individuals that you work with on a regular basis?
That's correct. Yeah. So our task force has about 10 Cambodian National Police officers. We have our task force leader is a 39-year veteran of the Cambodian National Police. He's worked a lot of cases throughout the years, human trafficking primarily, and has been a good partner with the U.S. Embassy altogether, but specifically with the FBI. I've worked very closely with him in the task force for my time in Cambodia.
Now, after receiving this request, you talked about working in conjunction with the task force, the Cambodian National Police Task Force. What steps do you have to take at that point?
Sure. So typically what will happen when we get information from an FBI field office, that we'll either write a formal letter, or sometimes it's an email or just a phone call stating that we've got a particular case that I've been made aware of. In this particular case, FBI Dallas contacted me, and so then I would have contacted the task force leader and explained the situation, that we had 2 subjects that were charged with murder in the United States, and so requesting their help in locating the 2 individuals.
And of course, at that point, or is that the point when you all start doing your work to kind of locate these individuals?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what tools, what things did you all do to try to locate Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano?
So working with immigration, we wanted to verify that the travel records, the flight records indicated that they did fly into Cambodia, but we also wanted to check Cambodian immigration records to make sure that they hadn't departed Cambodia, moving on elsewhere. So we worked with the immigration department to confirm that they, at least officially, were still in Cambodia. Then we also received information from Bank of America that they were using, Lisa and Nina were using their Bank of America ATM cards at various banks in Cambodia.
Is there a particular, I guess, Cambodian National Bank that has a lot of different ATM outlets, if you will?
Sure. So there are several different banks throughout Cambodia. The biggest bank, the most popular bank, is known as Advanced Bank of Asia, or for short, ABA. So ABA Bank is one of the most popular banks throughout Cambodia. It's located in the capital city as well as throughout in various provinces throughout Cambodia.
And did you all, you said throughout Cambodia, were there some other cities and locations in Cambodia that might be spots that you might locate them besides the capital city that I don't want to try to say?
Sure. So when first looking at some of their bank records, we did see a transaction for the Courtyard Marriott. So I had gone to which is located in Phnom Penh in the capital city. So Courtyard Marriott was able to confirm that both Lisa and Nina had checked into the Courtyard Marriott and were staying there, but they were no longer there. So the bank records indicated that there were some ATM transactions. I believe there were some other transactions as well, but we were tracking, we meaning FBI Dallas, as well as myself and with the task force, tracking ATM transactions in a town called Sihanoukville. I can spell that for the court.
Yes, please.
Sihanoukville. There's a lot of activity in Sihanoukville these days. It's there's a lot of human trafficking for forced criminality that's happening in Sihanoukville, a lot of fraud compounds, a lot of fraud victims in the United States and around the world. So Sihanoukville has become well known in the human trafficking fraud. That back in early 22, Sihanoukville used to be a sleepy coastal town, and it's developing more as there's a lot of Chinese organized crime that's there, but it is on the coast of Cambodia. I should know my geography and tell you what sea it is that's right there. I believe it's the Sea of Thailand that is on the coast of Cambodia. But Sihanoukville is a port city. There's a large port there as well.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned back in 2022, January 2022, this is more of a sleepy coastal town versus what it's kind of turned into.
In 2022, a lot of casinos were built. They were half built. A lot of the construction started, but then with COVID, not a lot was happening for a while. In 2021, they were very strict with COVID, similar to how things were shut down here in 2020. Things were shut down in 2021, actually, in Cambodia. So a lot of the construction halted. So still developing at that point, or half developed, I would say, probably in early 2022.
Now, so you locate some ATM withdrawals and bank records that are indicating that there's some ATM withdrawals in that town. What do you do next?
So we see the financial transaction showing that there are ATM withdrawals in Sihanoukville. So my task force leader and two of my task force officers, we travel. It was at the time, it took about 5 or 6 hours to get from Phnom Penh to Sihanoukville in trying to locate Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. So we arrive in Sihanoukville, we meet with the provincial police there just to kind of explain that we were from Phnom Penh and explain just face to face what our purpose was, why we were in Sihanoukville, and the goal of our mission there was to locate Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano and take them into custody.
After meeting with the local law enforcement there in Sihanoukville, is that correct? Sihanoukville. What did you do all after you met with them?
Sure. So kind of feeling like we were looking for a needle in a haystack, or there were multiple ATM machines throughout Sihanoukville. So one of the things that I thought we would do is start with, there were a couple of hotels in the area that were more friendly towards Westerners. So I thought maybe we would, try to find and see if they were staying at one of those hotels. So the first hotel, typical FBI investigations, we would ask to talk to a manager. Unfortunately, the hotel manager wasn't available. This would have been in approximately around February 24th of 2022, 23rd or 24th. And so met with the hotel manager wasn't available. So they said that I could meet with the front desk manager. So I met with the front desk manager along with my two task force officers and the task force leader. So explained why we were there, that we were looking for two individuals. I had pictures of both Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. So I showed pictures of them and they didn't look familiar to the hotel manager. I shared with the hotel manager or the front desk manager their passport numbers as well as phone numbers that we had for them at the time. the front desk manager ran through their system, the hotel system, their database, didn't find anyone with the names. I think we ran Lisa, Joe Dykes, and Nina Morano also with the last name of Beltran. We ran those names, or the front desk manager ran through the database, didn't find anything. And we had said that I had shared in my conversation that we had some bank transactions, ATM withdrawals in Siennoville. And the hotel manager said, well, we've got a very good relationship with the ABA bank manager. Again, ABA being the biggest bank in Cambodia, also the largest bank in Siennoville as well. So the hotel.
Let me just stop you right there for just a second. So you're talking to the hotel manager and he is letting you know that he has a good connection with the ABA bank in Cambodia, and someone that can kind of help you out with getting some information about the ATMs. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you ran, you had him run the names Lisa Dyke and Nina Morano through their tracking system or their record system at the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also Beltran. Is that right?
Yes.
And why did you use Beltran as well?
So I at some point I had seen a document where that Lisa and Nina had changed their last name to Beltran so that they were married and that they had officially gone through a name change, as well as their passports that they used to enter Cambodia. Their passports had the last name of Beltran.
So they did have Beltran.
Let's talk more about the hotel manager that got you in connection with the ABA manager of the National Bank of Cambodia. Were you able to contact this person and get some leads about where to find Lisa and Nina?
Yes. So we finished our meeting with the hotel manager, the front desk manager at the hotel, and my task force leader then contacted the ABA bank investigator or the bank manager. And that was about 4:30 in the afternoon. And my task force leader left his name and phone number. And at somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock that night, my task force leader contacted me and said that the bank manager had located the two women.
And how were they able to locate the two women?
So looking through bank surveillance footage, they were able to identify the transaction. So they had pictures, and the bank manager shared with our task force leader pictures of both Lisa and Nina accessing the ABA ATM. And then also they were able to zoom out to the parking lot of that bank where they were using the ATM. And they identified, I believe it was a red Toyota SUV. I think it was a 4Runner, but I'm not sure. So it was a red Toyota SUV that pulled into the parking lot of the bank, and the driver got out and then opened the door for Nina and Lisa to exit the vehicle and then go access the ATM.
So what steps did you take after that, after seeing that bank surveillance footage in the red Toyota 4Runner?
So we were able to positively identify both Lisa and Nina, and also able to zoom into the license plate on the red SUV. And so once we were able to get the license plate from the vehicle, then at that point worked through, it wasn't me, it was my task force officers working through their police system and identifying the registered owner of the vehicle. Once they identified the owner of the vehicle, it was the next morning when my task force officers contacted the owner of the vehicle, who we found out was a taxi driver. And so we were able to get in contact with the taxi driver, asked the taxi driver, I wasn't part of the conversation, it happened in the local language of Khmer, but I was told by 8:30, or maybe it was even, I can't remember if I found out the night before or the morning of, that they had been in contact with the taxi driver. The taxi driver said that, yes, he had picked up two Western females, and had taken them to the bank. So we knew that at least the taxi driver was able to tell us a little bit more information.
Now, what size of a coastal town is San Diego?
All right, I want to pause it. Well, I don't need to pause it yet. They just now are giving us feed for. I'll keep it going for now.
Sanibel. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the Dallas area, so I can't equate it to. It's a pretty small town, though. I would say the population is half Cambodian and at this point half Chinese, also, but a pretty small town.
Okay. 10,000 people.
Maybe 15 or 20,000.
Okay, about 20,000 people. Okay. Now, you all were able to contact the taxi driver, and your task force was able to verify that they picked up 2 Western women that appeared to be Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. What all did you do next?
So we had asked the taxi driver we were staying at a local hotel, and so we had asked the taxi driver to meet us. When I say us, it was myself and a translator that works for my office at the U.S. Embassy in Phnom Penh. So the 2 of us, and then my 3 task force officers. So initially the taxi driver said yes, that he would come to the hotel to meet us. Then he got a little nervous, realized that he didn't really want to be involved in a police investigation. So he, at that point, refused to come to the hotel to meet with us. However, he did say that on more than one occasion that he had picked up the 2 women and had taken them to the ATM. So he was able to direct us to the house where they were staying. So he kind of directed us into the general vicinity of the house where he had picked them up to take them to the bank.
And so you're working with your task force and also with local law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes. So the national police, there's the national level, and then there's also Cambodian national police that work in the provinces. So each province will have a commissioner and a deputy commissioner, but typically the national police from Phnom Penh, from the capital city, have a little bit more power, I guess, so to speak, over the provincial police. But we work together on several cases that I worked in different provinces. Myself with the task force go to the province, we meet with the provincial police, and then they often provide resources, meaning personnel, to help us with whatever the case may be.
Okay. And in this case, they provided those resources. Did a group, your task force, and also some of the provincial police of that area travel to the location that the taxi driver described?
Yes. So once we had the general vicinity, I believe the description was 2 or 3 yellow houses sat next to each other. So where he had gone to pick up the 2 women. So we went to the general vicinity. We actually saw a group of 2 or 3 yellow houses that met the description, came in contact with, there was about a young boy that was outside. The task force officers had asked the boy if he had seen 2 Western women, and he said no. At that point, we contacted the taxi driver again, said, we're here at this location where you told us to go. And he said, well, if you go up the hill and turn right, that we were actually at the wrong house initially. So then we were able to, my task force, I stayed back. My task force went looking for another group of 2 or 3 yellow houses next to each other. And there was a young Cambodian man who had come out and made contact with my task force officers and said that his relative owned a house right down the street and that there were 2 Westerners, 2 women that had been staying at the house for about a month at that point. So when my task force officer showed this Cambodian man copies or pictures of the two women, he positively identified the pictures as the two women that were staying at his relative's house.
And so, I mean, I guess at this point, just coming across this young man, that was pretty lucky.
Yes, it was very lucky. The fact that the taxi driver remembered the house, the general vicinity, and then literally just like the saying someone came out of the woodwork was kind of how we felt that this young man had come out and voluntarily was just helping law enforcement.
Were you able to locate the house where these two women were renting from? I guess, was it his aunt?
I believe it was his aunt. I know it was a relative of his.
Were you able to locate that house?
We were. So he took my task force officers, and I was in a car behind, and we had taken he had taken my task force officers and showed the exact house where they were staying.
What happened next?
So at that point, we were fairly confident that we had the house where Lisa and Nina were staying. But before we did anything else, they wanted to talk to the local prosecutor. So the deputy commissioner contacted the local prosecutor, so a Cambodian prosecutor in Sihanoukville. And the prosecutor came out, my task force leader and the deputy commissioner from the province explained the situation to the prosecutor. At that point, I got a call from the task force leader, and I was told that the prosecutor wanted to talk to me as well.
Okay. Did you speak with the prosecutor?
I did. So we were at this point standing outside about 4 houses down from the house where Lisa and Nina were staying. And I explained to the prosecutor, I had showed him a copy of the Texas state arrest warrant for murder, as well as a copy of the federal arrest warrant for, we call it a UFAP warrant, unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And there was also what law enforcement refer to as an Interpol red notice. So a red notice is a viewed internationally through Interpol, respected agency that works with law enforcement in almost every country that I've worked with in the past. So it's basically just a notification.
Okay, we're gonna pause her. I don't think anybody's gonna object to that.
Cell phones placed in your purse or your pockets, not out, because there is no audio recording, there is no video recording, and there are no still photographs allowed other than the media who we've already talked to.
We're gonna come back to her. So we are now, let me change our banner. Her voice is lovely. She's a lovely woman, but it's also one of those voices that like kind of puts you to sleep. Like she would be really good at like the reading books on tape and whatnot.
They do say, and they all know.
Greetings, how are
Second General Counsel. Okay. I haven't asked for that exactly, right?
Okay, so they're here for the jail. Can we have their names for the media? They'll announce. Okay.
Yes, this is the DA
All right, thank you.
from Charlie's case. You don't like her? We don't either.
Thanks. How you doing? Doing good.
Lucy started barking at her when she came in.
If you need to scoot, I'm staying okay.
Lucy doesn't like her. Yeah, Georgia is awesome. They say that dogs are really good judges of character. So today is supposed to be her arraignment. And then we're also supposed to hear from her attorneys about the motion that they filed. The one that we went over at lunch. Chrissy G, member for 4 whole months. Love it here. We love having you here. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. It's our anniversary. Oh my gosh. I think she'll roll her eyes like she did the Miami judge. I don't know. That was funny though. I seriously doubt Wendy's in Tallahassee. Yes, I do. Which is part of why I had to move my desk this way so I can look over and see it.
All rise. Court is
Not
now
a
in
chance.
session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Miller presiding.
Not a chance in my
Good
eyes.
afternoon, everyone can be seated.
Judge.
Before we get going, I'm going to log into Zoom. I believe Ms. Kappelman, the alleged victim's family, is waiting to view the proceedings on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me get signed in. And from there, we'll get started.
Yeah, no way she gets bond because she was trying to flee. Donna sitting in Charlie's chair. It's kind kind of crazy, isn't it? You know, I've seen Georgia on multiple episodes of like Dateline and stuff like that. Stuff that I didn't really notice before since this trial. I assume being when
We're
you
here
didn't
this
tell how much isn't
afternoon
there.
in State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, 2023 CF 3226. Counsel of record as to each party may make their appearances.
Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Catherine Dugan for the state. Marisol Descalzo on behalf of Donna Adelson, who's present in court and seated to my left.
Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Toomey, go ahead.
Greg Toomey, Your Honor, for both the Sheriff's Office and yes, care medical provider in jail.
Sheriff's Office General Counsel James Pimentel.
All right. For everyone that is observing on Zoom, please do not interfere with the hearing. Of course, you may observe as to everything that takes place. Mr. Scalzo, I've reviewed your emergency motion to enjoin the jail. Is there any further argument or testimony that you wish to take in support of your motion?
Your Honor, I'll just add to supplement to my motion, which was filed last week, that we are now on day 22 of direct observation. Mrs. Adelson continues unable to participate in her defense. She's not permitted any papers. I cannot mail her anything. I did have a call with her on Friday, but only because Mrs. Kappelman facilitated it for me. And on that call, it was not a private call. Ms. Adelson was forced to put me on speakerphone with guards listening. There is just no way that Mrs. Adelson can prepare for her defense in this manner.
All right, there is one question that I had specifically as to this issue. And I noticed within your pleading that you had quotes from your client and also some observations of what has been taking place with the correctional staff. Are you alleging that you have no ability to access your client or that there is limited contact with your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm not saying that there is no ability. The direct observations that are contained within my motion were not observed by myself, but Daniel Rashbaum, Charlie Adelson's attorney, had a visit with Charlie Adelson and he was able to swap it out for Miss Donna Adelson the week of, I think, November 27th or 28th. So he was able to have that conversation with her in person. I've had a conversation with her, like I said, over the phone. I have been told that I can do a 60-minute increment visit with her in person. There is no video visitation ability. So I would say that my ability to meet with her is limited. It's not non-existent. However, my ability to share, for example, discovery, paperwork, the motion I filed with Ms. Adelson is non-existent because she's not permitted to have paper.
Very well. We'll take up the other aspect of this in a moment, actually, which deals with the level of confinement and what is going on with it. Ms. Kappelman, does the state have any argument to make concerning this matter?
The state would defer to Mr. Toomey, who's here to speak on those matters that I think you're addressing right now.
Very well. Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Toomey.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
As far as this particular issue goes, there is no impediment to her speaking with her lawyer, seeing her lawyer, over and above using a tablet. The tablet has a headset that can be used as a ligature. Otherwise, she's free to enter the jail. Chief Mack is here. He's assured me that they can have visit. I don't understand the problem that is perceived, but there is no impediment to an attorney-client visitation. Am I correct?
The first question, we'll have Chief Mack give some testimony so that way we have a clear record. But the level of confinement and also the current restrictions that are in place, are these because there were at some point statements alluding to self-harm during the jail phone calls?
And at booking here. When she was booked into the jail here,
No.
she made a statement that she wanted to die. Now, before she was arrested in Miami, she also had a phone call with her son, who's obviously in jail here. 25-minute phone call. I personally listened to it. She very clearly spoke about a plan to kill herself using sleeping pills.
One moment, Ms. Adelson, please keep your comments to yourself. Let your lawyer argue on your behalf.
Spoke of a plan to kill herself if she could not escape the country before arrest. That was known to the folks in this jail when she got here. That's why she's on watch. The mental health professionals see her every day. They are not satisfied that she's safe. And it's up to them to decide it.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond, Mr. Scalzo. Mr. Toomey, one more thing before we move on into taking Chief Mack's testimony. Is there a specific procedure that the jail has for dealing with inmates with a threat of self-harm? Chief Mack, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
If you can explain to me what the procedure is, Chief Mack, and from there, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Pimentel, I'll allow you to direct Chief Mack on any other matters you believe to be pertinent. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Anytime anyone makes a statement or we get evidence of someone wanting to actually harm themselves, they're placed on direct observation. On direct observation and receive a smock as well as a suicide blanket. And they're placed in an isolated room. It's just direct observation is what it really is. So we have a staff member outside the door that actually watches them around the clock, make sure they don't cause any harm to themselves.
When are the individuals who are under this status reevaluated for going back to general population?
That's done daily with yes care personnel.
Mr. Toomey, if you have any further examination for Chief Mack, I'll allow you to do so at this time.
Very briefly. Chief, is there a way for someone that's on suicide watch to have a direct visit with their lawyer?
Yes, we will pull the individual from the particular area that they are housed in and put them in an office with just the attorney. And
Are there any remote capabilities for someone who is in the suicide or close watch observation wing?
Remote capabilities?
As far as phone calls, Zoom, tablets, things of that nature.
That person will be escorted to an office where we can actually see through the door, a glass window, and the officer will stand on the outside and just watch them from the outside.
And this is related to any concerns you have about self-harm?
Yes, that's because of we just keep constant view, keep them in vision, make sure that they don't do anything or pick up anything they can take back to the room and harm themselves later.
Mr. Scalzo, do you have an examination for Chief Mack?
I do, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Would you like me to proceed from here?
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Mackey, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Mack.
Chief Mack. Chief Mack. Have you listened to this 25-minute call that Ms. Adelson had before she was arrested?
Not in its entirety. I actually heard the portion where she was speaking of wanting to do a pact with her husband. I'm assuming that's who individual was.
Chief Mack, do you participate in the decision on whether Ms. Adelson needs to remain on direct observation?
No, ma'am, that's a medical.
Okay, is the medical person that makes that decision a psychiatrist or another person?
That's Dr. Sapp.
So Dr. Sapp, is Dr. Sapp a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Dr. Sapp has examined Ms. Adelson?
She advised me that she spoke with her on different occasions or been around the area while another clinician was talking with her.
Well, how is Dr. Zapp?
Sapp.
Zapp. How is Dr. Zapp? Zapp with a C, I'm sorry?
If you could spell it, Chief Mack.
S-A-P-P. Zapp.
Zapp. So how is Dr. Zapp supposed to determine whether Mrs. Adelson can be removed from direct observation if she doesn't evaluate her?
From what I was advised, she has evaluated her and also other members of her staff.
Chief Mack, would it surprise you if Dr. Zapp has not evaluated Mrs. Adelson at all?
I couldn't say that I wouldn't think that she would tell me something that wasn't true.
Do you have a report from Dr. Zapp
I wouldn't-
establishing, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't take, because of HIPAA laws, I don't necessarily get involved with medical paperwork of that nature.
Chief Mack, did you come to court today knowing that you were going to testify about whether or not Mrs. Adelson was on direct observation or not?
I knew I was supposed to be here, but the extent, I can't say I was privileged to told that I was going to actually testify, but I was prepared if I did.
And Chief Mack, knowing that you had to come here today possibly to testify, did you inquire how many times Dr. Zapp had met with Mrs. Adelson?
I did not, because they actually see everyone that's on direct daily, and it's more than just Miss Adelson.
Chief Mack, are you aware that Dr. Zapp has never evaluated or met with Mrs. Adelson?
I can only go what I've been told by Ms. Sapp.
Chief Mack, are you aware that Dr. Pugh is the only psychiatrist that has seen Mrs. Adelson, and that was on November 27th?
I didn't get that information as to who saw her. All I needed to know, or all I need to be privileged to, is that she needed to be on direct observation.
Chief Mack, do you have a list of all the times that Mrs. Adelson has been evaluated to determine whether she can be removed from direct observation?
Like I previously said, the only time I know they see them daily. And with that, I don't get any paperwork because I'm not a medical professional. I'm just making sure that her safety is taken care of.
Of course, Chief Mack, but just to be clear, I'm not asking whether you've seen any paperwork. I'm asking in preparation for coming here today, were you advised how many times she had visits?
No.
Did you ask how many times she had been visited?
Not just knowing that she's being seen daily. I don't ask who actually saw her or what the conversation was pertaining to.
Chief Mack, if she is being visited daily, would there be a report of those visits?
Yes, it should be notes that they take.
To the daily.
Right.
Okay. And Chief Mack, if what you're saying is what you were told is correct, there should be a report from Dr. Zapp and from whatever clinician is meeting her daily, right? About the evaluation.
Yes, I would assume it is.
And Chief Mack, did you know that Mrs. Adelson was actually arrested in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that she spent some time in jail in Miami?
Yes.
And did you know that she was there for about 5 days before she was transported to Leon County?
Should be something like that, yes.
And were you aware that she was at a county jail, very similar to the Leon County jail?
Well, I've never been to Miami's facility, so I can't tell you exactly what they do or what their policies are.
Okay. Chief Mack, were you aware that Mrs. Adelson was also on direct observation in Miami-Dade County for a period of time while she was there?
No, I didn't actually see any paperwork of it.
And Chief Mack, did anybody tell you, any of your clinicians tell you that actually Mrs. Adelson was evaluated by the same psychiatrist over a period of 72 hours in Miami, and she was released to general population?
I heard something of it, but I don't necessarily, I go by our contract provider when we doing anything in the MA health.
Who told you that she might have been evaluated in Miami and released to general population?
It was just something that was said. I think she may have spoken to an officer and said it.
Chief Mack, if she would have spoken to a clinician about that, you wouldn't know about that, right? Because that's HIPAA?
I wouldn't have known about it because I didn't speak to my clinicians. I just speak with them about Ms. Adelson in general.
What general conversations are you having about Mrs. Adelson with your clinicians, Chief Mack?
It's just how they evaluated her and where she is in her evaluation.
Okay.
If she's going to be released on a step down program or anything of that nature.
Okay, can you tell us generally what you have been told? What was her evaluation like? When will she be stepped down? What's happening?
That's something that they will tell me when that occurs, in the way of when she feels as though that Ms. Adelson is at that stage in the process. She will inform me of the step down process.
Who is she?
That's either of the yes care personnel. Normally, it's Dr. Sapp, Dr. Pugh, or Ms. Smith, Ms. Richardson, Corey Richardson.
Okay, so it's Ms. Richardson, Dr. Pugh, and Dr. Zapp. Those are the three people you're communicating with about Mrs. Adelson's treatment or step down process?
Periodically, I have a captain that actually is over medical, but I go through medical frequently.
Okay. Chief Mack, what did you do to prepare for today's hearing?
I actually just looked at some of the notes, even read the allegations concerning what Ms. Adelson was actually, I think it was more your allegations of what occurred in the facility.
What notes did you review before you came here, Chief Mack?
Other than looking at event logs, pretty much that was the extent of it.
What are event logs?
Event logs, what the officers said, that actually on direct observation and documents what's happening while she's on direct observation.
Has there been anything that stood out to you in those event logs that the officers are leaving behind?
Mr. Scalzo, before this continues on, I want this to remain focused on the subject matter of the motion itself. This is not a deposition. If you have further examination, I'll allow you to finish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Mack, are you aware that the only person that has been communicating or evaluating Mrs. Adelson since the one time on November 27th that Dr. Pugh saw her is Miss Richardson?
Richardson. I'm not aware of who all. I know Ms. Pugh's seen her once, twice. I'm not sure, but it's just I'm getting information from my HSA and Dr. Sapp.
So to go back, you're saying Dr. Zapp has personally told you that Dr. Zapp has visited Mrs. Adelson?
She told me she was in the area with Ms. Adelson. I don't know, because I wasn't present, as to what occurred during that meeting.
So what does it mean she's in the area? That she was around?
Yes, ma'am. That's what she advised me, that she was around.
Did you interpret that to mean that she evaluated Mrs. Adelson or that she was around Mrs.
I
Adelson?
interpreted it as she being present in the area.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Toomey, and I
Still
redirect.
mouthing.
Perhaps two.
Watch her.
Chief Mack, Ms. Richardson, is she a mental health counselor?
Yes, sir.
All right. If there were notes regarding the interaction between mental health and the defendant in this case, where would those notes be?
I'm going to be in a medical file.
Recognize this document as her medical file. It's moving around a bit. It's been a day.
Yes, I would say that was a medical file.
All right. You know if anybody's asked for these besides me?
No, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Chief Mack, you may take your seat. Mr. Toomey, the place I did want to start with there being a procedure in place is to assure that this is not random or arbitrary. Is there a procedure with regard to inmates with self-harm concerns or direct observation?
There is. It's standard in each and every jail. It is that until a mental health counselor or another mental health provider, like a psychiatrist or psychologist, is assured that that person does not possess or present a risk of self-harm, then they stay on that status. And they figure out where that status is by charting daily. a mental health counselor sees her.
Have you been able to provide a copy of either the policy or the patient file to Ms. Adelson's attorney?
I haven't been asked. I can tell you, before this motion was written, no one has asked for these medical records because I am the final arbiter in this state for this client. I decide whether the records are going out.
Very well. Moving on to the second issue that this raises, Mr. Scalzo, there is a very specific separation of powers issue that this poses for the court. The sheriff runs the jail, I run my courtroom. The DCAs have been fairly clear when it comes to the court essentially directing medical care, what goes on in the facility. It's basically a no-no without an actual violation of the Constitution. What is my authority to actually step in the situation and give you what you're asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that there has been a violation of the Constitution here. There is, Ms. Adelson and I have not been permitted to talk behind this glass wall that they're speaking of. The first time we spoke was Friday. She was on speakerphone, I was on speakerphone, and she was sitting with a guard seated next to her. And the only way that that call was facilitated was because Ms. Georgia Kappelman was nice enough to call the jail and arrange it. I have called the jail repeatedly over the past 22 days, begging to be permitted to either speak to Mrs. Adelson or for Mrs. Adelson to speak to me, and no one responds. As to Mr. Toomey's response that nobody has called him, nobody has asked him for records, I tried calling the general counsel's office repeatedly in the past week to try to resolve this issue. I understand what's being said today in court, and like I said in my motion, I understand that there's separation of powers, and I understand that the court is limited in what they can do in directing the jail. But I think that one thing that Your Honor can do is, you have heard that the jail, and Mr. Toomey said, he's the arbiter in the state. All jails run the same. The jail in Miami-Dade County cleared Mrs. Adelson, a psychiatrist, a mental health professional that works for the state, that works for the Department of Corrections, has said that she is not required to be on direct observation. She comes here and all of a sudden that changes. So I feel that there's some sort of disconnect. And I think that there needs to be a third party evaluating her to make the determination. And I think that that's not an unreasonable ask. That's something that the jail can accept. And I think the state is not opposed to that. So that's what I'm asking the court to allow me to bring in my own mental health professional to evaluate Mrs. Adelson and make a determination whether or not she is a suicide risk, or for the jail to accept the determination or speak to the jailers in Miami-Dade County that observed her and made a completely different determination about her mental state.
Mr. Toomey, Mr. Pimentel, what administrative remedies are actually available to inmates absent the court stepping in?
That is a key question when it comes to injunctions.
Yes.
There are two means. First, there's a grievance procedure in the jail that can and must be followed. Second, there is always civil suit, either in this courthouse or the fancy courthouse up the street. So there are legal avenues in place that preclude the entry of an injunction. There was something that was just said. I am not the arbiter for the state. I am for this client in the jails that they have in this state when it comes to sending out the medical records. It's either by release or by subpoena. The authority is there.
Mr. Pimentel, do you have anything further to argue on behalf of the sheriff?
Well, Your Honor, I need to put something on the record first. James Pimentel, General Counsel for the Sheriff's Office. I've been Sheriff McNeil's General Counsel for almost 7 years now. I've never heard from this attorney. I haven't heard from anyone representing this defendant. Any assertion, sir, that they've attempted to contact the Office of General Counsel. I have a paralegal. I have email. I've never been contacted by this defendant or this defendant's counsel.
Very well.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to make my findings as follows. As to the issue of there being a Sixth Amendment violation where there is no access by Ms. Adelson to counsel of record, I cannot find that. However, Ms. Adelson being able to confer with counsel privately, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Pimentel, is there an ability to make accommodation for that even in the observation wing?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Chief Mack and I will work to ensure that we have a protocol, Your Honor.
Very well. What I would ask you to do then is please speak with defense counsel as to what accommodations can be made so she can visit with counsel privately as she prepares for her case. Obviously, there's a very voluminous amount of discovery that's already been provided by the state. Is that correct, Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, Your Honor.
She is going to need to be able to speak in private with her attorney and go through all documents, all records, all manner of evidence that the state is seeking to use as a part of its case in chief. Does she have ability to use either a computer or some form of multimedia while in direct observation?
Your Honor, she wouldn't be able to do it while in the direct observation cell, but we would make accommodations through security to make that occur.
Very well. According to the policy that you already have in place, when will her status as residing in direct observation be revisited?
Every day, Your Honor, on a daily basis.
Right, Mr. Scalzo, as to issuing an injunction against the jail, I do not believe I have the authority to do so. The District Court of Appeal rulings, and I'm specifically going to cite Bradshaw versus Sandler. This is found at 955 Southern 2nd, 1219, 4th DCA case from 2007. That specifically dealt with a trial court who ordered a defendant to be taken to a dentist of his choosing. Similar, by analogy, for me to allow Ms. Adelson to be seen by a psychiatrist or psychologist that is a third party is stepping on the separation of powers in that regard. Until there's been an exhaustion of remedies with regard to whatever internal procedure is available for her to avail herself of regarding grievances or other matters with the jail, an injunction is not something that I can entertain at this point. Did you wish to be heard further?
No, Your Honor, not on this topic.
Ms. Kappelman, did you have anything further you wish to argue on behalf of the state? Right, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Pimentel, and Chief Mack, if you can get with defense counsel, I think that will eliminate next time the need to have any hearings on a basis such as this. Obviously, Ms. Adelson wants to prepare for her trial. She is entitled to do so, but the sheriff runs the jail. I fully recognize that, and I respect that. Do you wish to be heard further?
Nothing further. No, sir.
Right, let's move on to the matter of the arraignment also while we were here this afternoon as well.
Excuse you?
You are excused.
She never
Your
even
Honor,
went through
before
them.
they're excused, I would like them to provide me, yes, their business cards so that I may contact them. Thank you.
That's fine.
Now she's going to contact him.
I wrote to you on LinkedIn because I couldn't find them. Right.
So it's like the two people that would be the ones to
As to the
contact
matter
us.
of the arraignment, does your client waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
How does she plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Not guilty plea is entered for the record. While we're here, we might as well have a brief case management as well. Ms. Kappelman, I believe you stated you've already provided discovery to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Scalzo, realistically, how much time do you think it's going to take you to go through what you've already received?
Your Honor, as long as I have access to Mrs. Adelson, as has been stated here in court, and she has access to be able, as you know, there's recordings in this case, and as long as she's able to listen to them and we're able to listen to them together, we plan to proceed to trial promptly.
Very well. I was thinking of when another case management date would be good to kind of keep a good status of this as far as where it's moving? Is February too early, or would you prefer March?
No, Your Honor, I'd like earlier. I don't, as long as I can communicate with Mrs. Adelson, I'm happy to have a status in January, if that works for the court and the state.
Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir. Be available in January.
I definitely don't want to push too hard too fast, but once we get locked into a trial date, absent there being good cause, we're really not going backwards. So I want you to give me realistic estimates as far as how much time it's going to take to prepare. As far as any depositions that you're already aware of that you are going to take in this matter, have you identified those? Have you noticed any?
No, Your Honor, because I have not been able to discuss that with Mrs. Adelson.
Very well. We'll pick back up with this then in January for status. Cheyenne, if you could give me the dates for January. All right, we'll put it on January 9th. I believe that's Ms. Dugan's docket date. January 9th at 2:30. You may appear by Zoom if you need to. And we'll readdress the matter then. Does either party have anything further to address concerning case management, at least for today?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We are in recess. For everyone on the Zoom, I'm about to turn it off. That was the conclusion of the hearing. Have a good afternoon.
With the squeak, they're always with the squeaking.
Deputy Bunk, you can give him 5 minutes, but then we need to shut down the court. You can have 5 minutes.
They set the next status hearing for January 9th. Dang, it's over. She was so reactive, which was crazy. Whoa, oh, we're back. They need to get out from under that thing. And there they go again. January 9th at 2:30. I am not, or let me start over. I am surprised that they're wanting to take this to trial so quickly. If she doesn't waive her right to a fair, or not to a fair trial, oh Lord help me, speedy trial, like if they do a speedy trial, I mean that's going to be November, December, January. I mean that'll be what, like February? When did she get arrested? November? End of November? So that'll be really interesting. The problem, let me look at my calendar. We have so much coming up. We have see, the problem is we'll have January 29th is when Black Swan trial is, and I wanted to cover that one. Vallow trial doesn't start till April, but Karen Reed trial starts March 12th. And Lindsay Shiver's Bahamas trial starts March 4th. So we'll have to figure everything out. Interesting. She was so reactive. Like, she was like, hold on, let's go back and watch that. Let's watch that one part for 1 second. Hold on, I want to see that again. She was shaking her head like, Judge had to tell her to stop. How far in was that? Hold on, I just want to watch this part again. It's when he gets up, isn't it?
Otherwise, she's free to enter the jail. Chief.
There were at some calls.
And at booking here. When she was booked into the jail here, she made a statement that she wanted to die. Now, before she was arrested in Miami, she also had a phone call with her son, who's obviously in jail here. 25-minute phone call. I personally listened to it. She very clearly spoke about a plan to kill herself using sleeping pills.
One moment, Ms. Adelson, please keep your comments to yourself. Let your lawyer argue on your behalf.
Spoke of a plan to kill herself if she could not escape the country before arrest. That was known to the folks in this jail when she got here. That's why she's on watch. The mental health professionals see her every day. They are not satisfied that she's safe. And it's up to them to decide it.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond, Mr. Scalzo. Mr. Toomey, one more thing before we move on into taking Chief Mack's testimony.
She got feisty, huh? Interesting. She shook her head and she said, "Oh my God," and then said something. It sounded like she said, "Oh Christ," but who knows? She definitely very animated when it comes to that. But here's the thing: if they didn't take it seriously, and she, and she did something to herself, then that would come back on them. Like if she's literally in recordings saying this, they have to take it seriously. And they're saying that they see her every day and that they're not, satisfied that she's, safe yet to go play with the other kids at recess. Like that, if they don't take it seriously and she did something, that's a huge problem. So, interesting. Very interesting. All right. So we'll go back to, look at us just jet setting all over the South over here. Now we're going from Florida back to Texas. My ear is hurting really bad. And I don't know why. Let me just move it right here. There we go. See, that's the big thing. DL Sexy right there. She stated it again when she got to Tally. So what Miami thinks doesn't matter. So them arguing that fact it's a moot point. It doesn't matter what Miami said. You're exactly right. Like if him saying like she even said it when they got there. So anything Miami had to say is a moot point. It doesn't matter. This is their responsibility to take care of, this per policy as they would need to. So interesting. So interesting. Sorry, Donna, no house arrest. There was not a chance on God's green earth that they were going to give her house arrest. But I just think it's just adorbs that she asked. Like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Sit down and eat your food with your fingers. No, ma'am. Oh, Lord help me. Lord help me. Taking off guards and being dishonest isn't a good way to start your stay at the jail. And then refusing to give them answers about the medicine that you took beforehand. That's the thing, is she's complaining about not getting her medicine, but then when they ask her about what medicine she takes, she's like, I'm not telling you. I don't know who you are. Okay, well, then go eat your jailhouse macaroni with your fingers. Cover up with your dirty blanket, yes. I just don't feel bad for her. Oh well. All right. And the fact that she didn't even, like, the one guy's like, you know, everything, whether or not medical records get released to anybody goes directly through him. And he's like, they haven't even asked me for them. So they're arguing this point and they haven't even asked for her medical records. And then the other guy, you know, the counsel for the sheriff's department or for the jail or whatever, he's like, they haven't talked to me either. So the two people that would have been the ones to, you know, handle these issues weren't even contacted. And she's going straight to the judge, like, you know, complaining about it and asking for house arrest. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. All right. Surprised she didn't complain about the dirty blanket and the sheet thread count. Yeah. They're just going off what Donna says. That hasn't worked well for her yet. Yeah. Yeah. But, and who was it that said, I wonder if we'll get an eye roll out of her? We did get an eye roll. And, oh my God. And, you know, shaking the head and all that. Like, we got all that. Her trial, oh, dear baby, 6 pound, 8 ounce Jesus. I hope that her trial is not the same time as Karen Reed. Because I'm going to go to her trial. But if it's the same time as Karen Reed, that's going to be really hard because I've been covering Karen Reed so much and working on the podcast and everything. So we'll see. All right. Do you want to finish up monotone here in 1.25 so we can get caught up?
That there is an arrest warrant in a particular country, that these individuals are wanted in a particular country. So I was able to show the prosecutor a copy of the red notice along with the federal and state arrest warrants for both Lisa and Nina.
And upon, after that conversation, were you able to proceed forward?
Yeah, at that point, the prosecutor authorized the law enforcement officers to go to the house and to execute an arrest to take them into custody.
And how was that arrest, commenced?
Sure. So this was on February 25th, and the Lisa and Nina had visas to reside in Cambodia. And if I recall correctly, their visas expired the next day on February 26th. So initially the law enforcement officers, from what I was told, because I was still about 4 houses down with the prosecutor when the law enforcement officers, and to give you an idea, there were 4 or 6 law enforcement officers that had gone in tactical gear. They were in green uniforms that looked similar to tactical uniforms. And then there were probably 3 or 4 Cambodian police officers that were in their standard police uniforms. Then my 3 task force officers were in plain clothes. So it was those law enforcement officers that had gone to the residence and then called Lisa and Nina out of the house. From what they had talked about doing was saying that they were there for an immigration check. And that's very common. FBI, we do this all the time. Our goal is to call people out of the house. It's much safer than trying to just not quite what you see in the movies. We want people to come out of the house on their own. So I believe Nina was the first one to come out, but then Lisa also came out of the house.
At that point, when Nina and Lisa come out of the house, and if I understood correctly, there's 4 officers in tactical gear, so like SWAT team attire.
Correct.
And then 4 just kind of plain regular officer attire, and then your task force is in plainclothes, correct?
Yes.
So at least 8 police officers, or clearly visible police officers, at that home. What happens after they come outside the house?
So when they came out of the house, there must have been some sort of confusion, because at that point, the task force leader had asked me to come up to the house. So I walked just a few houses up. So I'm now in front of the house with Lisa and Nina. I identified myself. I told them that I was with the FBI and that they were under arrest for murder in the state of Texas and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. So I told them, and I was able to give them clear, distinct commands, similar to how I was taught at Quantico in training, to put their hands behind their back. And at that point, the Cambodian National Police officers put handcuffs on them. And once they were in handcuffs, one of the first things that Lisa, actually not one of the first things, Lisa looked at me and said, "What jurisdiction do you have here?" I was taken back by that comment. But at that point, I just responded to her saying that the Cambodian National Police, that she and I would have time later to discuss, and I can explain things further. But at that point in time, that the Cambodian National Police officers had to do their jobs.
How did you take that comment?
Like I said, I was taken back. It was not something, technically I don't have law enforcement authority, but I wasn't the one doing the arrest. It was the Cambodian National Police, the numerous Cambodian National Police officers that I was with. So I was definitely surprised and taken back by that comment.
I would imagine in your years in the FBI, it takes a little bit to I guess, shock you or surprise you.
I've been through a lot, and this was definitely something that, it has stuck with me. Yes, it was very surprising.
Now, the Cambodian National Police placed them under arrest, and as part of that arrest, it's a little bit different, I guess, than here in the United States. They were in this home. Did the police with Lisa and Nina go through the home and I guess identify what their personal items were, what things should go, what things should stay?
That's correct. So the police officers went into the house and with Lisa and Nina and identifying, because they were renting the house from a Cambodian, so they were identifying all of the articles and items that belonged to Lisa and Nina that the police were going to gather and take with them.
And so did the police, I guess, allow them to take some of their personal luggage, clothing, things of that nature?
Yes, that is correct. There were clothes, there were phones, computers, some laptops, I believe thumb drives, a couple of binders of miscellaneous documents that were all taken by the police. And similar to what we would do if we were executing a search warrant in the United States, we inventoried everything. So they made a list of everything that was taken from the home that belonged to Lisa and Nina. I can tell you something else that was interesting. That
You have to wait till you're asking the question. Okay, thank you. What was one of the other things that you found interesting?
The amount of cash. So because the ATM transactions had indicated that they had gone to the bank several days prior to this encounter, this arrest, so they had cash with them. Unfortunately, some of the Cambodian National Police thought that they would help themselves to some of the cash, but Lisa and Nina were very careful when they were going through every item that was taken that belonged to them. And when the Cambodian police came to the cash and said it was about $300, I believe it was Nina who said, no, that's not right. There should be close to $6,000 there. And sure enough, my translator had overheard two of the police officers say, "Dude, put it back." So one of the Cambodian police officers did try to take the cash, but I guess my point is that they were very careful about each item that was taken that belonged to them. Whether the phones, there was also in the money as well, and the computers and the binder of miscellaneous documents. And then there were 2 suitcases also where they had taken some of their clothes as well.
Now, so you were there when this property was seized, is that correct?
Yes.
And then I guess went into your possession, which you then transferred it to an FBI Dallas member, is that correct?
So all of everything that was taken, we would just refer to all of it as evidence at that point in time, was taken by my task force leader. So he had everything in his possession. And where our task force is, we've got a couple of cabinets that are locked. So I think the suitcases were not locked. They were just in his office, the suitcases with clothes in them. I actually think they may have been able to take some of the clothes with them because they went to a hospital detention center for a short time because they both tested positive for COVID. So, but all of the phones, the money, the computers, and the documents would have stayed with the task force leader, locked in a cabinet until the FBI Dallas agents came to do the transport Lisa and Nina back to the United States. And at that point, then the transfer of custody from the evidence went from the task force leader directly to Special Agent Taylor Page with the FBI here in Dallas.
You mentioned that at some point they tested positive, and when did they test positive for COVID?
So at the house, after they were taken into custody, and we had all gone into the house, I was with them, just kind of trailing the task force officers and the other Cambodian police officers. And at some point, one of my task force officers stepped outside to administer a COVID test to Lisa and Nina, and they both tested positive. So at that point, we all kind of stepped back a little bit. We're a little bit more careful with our masks and with hand sanitizer. But then after that, we knew that the search had to continue. So the officers went back into the house and continued their search and identifying all the items that belonged to Lisa and Nina.
And they were transferred to a hospital / detention facility there in that town. Right?
In CNFL, yes. So our original plan was to take the two individuals in.
Object to being non-responsive, answer the question.
Sustain, answer your next question. Okay. Were they transferred to a hospital detention facility there in Sienaville?
That's correct. Once the police officers finished at the house and itemized all of the individual pieces of evidence, and Lisa or Nina signed for it, and then they were transferred to a local hospital, part of the hospital that they had turned into kind of the jail for individuals who had tested positive for COVID.
Okay. At that point, did you return to your the USNC in the capital city?
We stayed, the three task force officers, myself and the translator, we did stay at the hotel for a couple of days because we had been exposed to COVID, and I didn't think it was fair for me to send my task force officers home to their family and possibly expose them to COVID also. So we stayed at the hotel for a couple of days just to make sure, and then we all tested for COVID, tested negative, and then traveled back to Phnom Penh.
And then you waited some days until I guess you received confirmation that Lisa and Nina were negative for COVID?
Yeah, so we were told by the police in the hospital that they would test after 1 week. And after 1 week, I believe Lisa tested negative and Nina still tested positive, excuse me. So a few of my task force officers went to Sienaville and then transported Lisa back to Phnom Penh to the Immigration Removal Center. And then within a few days, they tested Nina again. And once she tested negative, then she too was taken by my task force officers from Sienaville back to Phnom Penh to the Immigration Removal Center.
And once they were in the Immigration Removal Center, what steps have to be taken before they will be deported or transferred back to the Dallas area?
So the FBI, so I would have written a letter, either myself or my boss would have written a letter to both the Immigration Department, General Department of Immigration, as well as the Cambodian National Police, requesting that they be deported.
Once that letter is written, what happens next?
Yeah, the Cambodian government does the checks that they need to in order to just lawfully, according to their laws and procedures, deport individuals. So a couple of the steps that are taken is that their visas would have been revoked. That would have been done by the General Department of Immigration. So their visas were revoked and therefore they were in Cambodia illegally. Their passports also were revoked. Their US passports were revoked. That's a standard State Department Consular Services procedure. So to prevent them from being able to travel internationally. So their passports, which were part of the items that were taken, the U.S. State Department had asked for their passports. So we had to get their passports and then turn those passports into the State Department that's located within the embassy compound where my office is as well.
So although there's no extradition treaty between Cambodia and the United States, there are certain circumstances where people will be deported. Is that correct?
Yes, for sure. So technically they were not, Lisa and Nina were not extradited back to the United States, but they were deported.
And had they had any, I guess, Cambodian ties, familial ties, things of that nature, would that have resulted in a different circumstance?
Yes, if by Cambodian law, if they or their constitution, if they were somehow Cambodian citizens, then they would not have been deported. In this case, because Lisa or Nina had no known family ties to Cambodia and they were believed to be fully only United States citizens, that's why they were deported.
All right, so Special Agent, you had mentioned earlier that several items were seized, several personal items were seized from Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano upon their arrest. And you were present for that and saw those items being seized. Did we have an opportunity to meet yesterday and go through some of the documentation and items that were seized?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you verified that these items were indeed in the collection that were seized and put in that cabinet that you described to the jury and then eventually transferred to Special Agent Taylor Page?
That's correct.
May I approach you on?
You may.
All right, we have a load of stuff. We're going to, I'm showing Wisman Mark states 343. And do you recall this bag of items?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears just to be various identification items and things of that nature.
Correct. There are some social security cards and some driver's license, and I believe it looks like one passport card.
And it states 344. Does that appear to be a passport for?
Yes, this is a passport for Nina Tamar Beltran.
Okay, it states 345. Be an additional passport for?
Yes, this both passports are one-way, one transport passports. This one is for Lisa Beltran, in the name of Lisa Beltran.
Okay, Lisa Beltran, and that states 345.
It's so weird that they took his last name.
6. Does that appear to be one of the flash drives, USB drives that was seized?
Yes.
And it states 347. It appears to be several SIM cards that were seized.
Yes.
States 348. You recognize this phone and a charger and a phone in a clear case.
Yes, there were several phones that were seized, and this definitely appears to be one of them.
Okay. States 349. You had an additional phone that was seized.
Yes.
States 350. This appears to be a group of phones that were seized.
Oh, it just.
Yeah, they marched hundreds of a few hundred more. They didn't really know food. They didn't know food or water.
It just skipped forward.
This one package is not the typical FBI packaging. Let's see. Yeah, I do remember the purple phone and the blue Motorola, so I do believe that these are the same phones.
Okay, let's just open states 350. And so we have a collection of 5 different phones.
Yes.
And you recall, we said each of these, this is a white, I'm not trying to pronounce that, but Huawei phone, and then a blue Motorola phone, a purple iPhone,
it's a lot of phones.
Gray iPhone, and then I guess a cream colored off-white iPhone.
Yes.
Okay, and that's all in states 350. 351, you recognize that binder?
Yes.
And it states 352, this appears to be 3 laptops that were seized. Do you recall that? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, state offer states 343 through 354.
352 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 343 through 352 and the items contained therein are admitted for all purposes.
Lisa's like, let me see that phone. Look at my message.
Special Agent Nichols, that's not all that was seized, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was some additional documentation that was seized as well, and we'll go through those items. So we'll just kind of flip through these quickly. You don't have to describe them just yet, but do you recognize states 353?
Yes.
354?
Yes.
States 355?
Yes.
States 356? 357?
Yes.
You recognize states 358?
Yes.
States 359?
Yes.
And states 360?
Yes.
States 361?
Yes.
States 362?
Yes.
States 363?
Yes.
364?
Yes.
365? 360? 35? Do you recognize all those items?
Yes.
Your Honor, state offers states, where did I start? 353 through 382 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits 353, paper documents through 382 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish some of those items, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, the first, I guess, item that I want to talk about is the contents of this notebook in States 351. Now, I and Mr. Brown were able to meet yesterday and kind of go through some of these things prior to your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does it appear that this notebook contains?
Primarily LLC documents.
Okay, and what was the business called that was this LLC?
The one name is BNB Enterprises LLC, which I believe is an abbreviation. I think there's another document that actually says what BNB stands for. It's another LLC document.
We start with that.
These are all the things that they seized from them when they were in Cambodia.
Here's another LLC membership certificate that's Boar and Bunny Enterprises LLC.
Okay, so Boar
and Bunny
LLC. And does it indicate on there in this notebook when that LLC was initially started?
I think there's a couple different LLCs, but the date on this document is August 5th of 2021. The date on this certification of members is the 8th of August, 2021. Another LLC resolution to open a bank account, also dated August 5th of 2021.
And
here's another, the certification of member, which is dated the 24th of September, 2021. There are also IRS documents under BNB Enterprises, Lisa Beltran, sole member.
And so, based on that notebook, it does appear that they went through all the proper steps to create an LLC, get an employee identification number through the IRS, all of those steps after being initially arrested for the murder of Marisela Botello in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Now, in states 343, this was the various identifications of both Miss Beltrans, Nina and Lisa, correct? And we'll start with Nina. It appears this Utah identification is much, much older, that looks almost about the time period my original driver's license was issued, where they typed out instead of having the digital print. And it appears that she has a passport card with the name Nina Tamara Beltran. And if we can zoom in, can you tell the jury when that card was issued?
The passport card in the name Nina Tamara Beltran was issued on December 11th, 2020.
And then here is a Pennsylvania driver's license. What is the issue date for that?
The Pennsylvania driver's license, also in the name of Nina Tamara Beltran, was issued December 12th, 2020.
And this particular New York State driver's license indicates that there's an Orlando, Florida address and the issuance date of 2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as Lisa Beltran, you have both some social security cards with Lisa Dykes, Lisa Ahmed, and then finally a Lisa Beltran.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we have this Texas driver's license that it appears to expire in May 25th of 2022.
Correct.
And then we have a Pennsylvania state driver's license that was issued December 12th of 2020. Is that
Yes.
you're correct?
Yes.
Now, we did not have a, I guess, corresponding United States of America passport card for Lisa Beltran. Do you know why that is?
I believe it was taken with when the consular service of the U.S. Embassy had asked for the passports for both Lisa and Nina. And so I'm pretty sure that I recall a passport card for Lisa being turned into the consular service. And I probably should have turned this one in also because it's a passport card, but it must have been stuck to another card, which is why it wasn't turned in also.
Okay, so it just appears that this one probably got missed.
Correct.
And you're understanding the passport card and the actual passport itself, are they going to have the same issuance date?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I know, they should have the exact same issuance date.
Now, in states 345 and 344, and we will look at states 345. This is Lisa Beltran, or also Lisa Dykes, passport. Can you just kind of describe to the jury, you said it was a one-use passport or one-way passport. What is that?
Yeah, from what I've experienced and what I've been told by the consular services in cases like this, all of their official passports are turned into consular service, but then they need a passport to actually travel from, in this case, from Cambodia back to the United States. So the consular services, in coordination with Washington, D.C., issues a one-way passport for the travelers.
Okay. And so this is a photo of Lisa Dykes from Cambodia, is that correct?
I believe sometimes I've had experiences where the individual refuses to get their picture taken, but I do believe that this was taken in Cambodia. The consular services will go out and take a standard visa or passport photo with the typical white background and the right size.
Now, going through some of these documents that were located during that seizure, this is states 353 and read the Cambodia, and I'm sure, I apologize. What is the local language?
It's Khmer. It's spelled Khmer, so phonetically would be Khmer, but it's most often pronounced Khmer. So it's the Khmer language. They refer to the Khmer people being local Cambodians. Apsara is a typical traditional dance in Cambodia. So this appears to be taken from a local vendor or shop with typical Cambodian phone numbers as well.
And do those appear to be the types of photographs that you would use either for a passport or a visa application or something of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, explain when an individual travels to Cambodia on a visa, when they get into Cambodia, what types of visas might they obtain from local people? And I'm not talking about official visas, I'm talking about from local, I guess local, I don't know if I want to say black market, or what types of visas would they be able to obtain?
So they could obtain anything from an official visa. In Cambodia, you can get a visa on arrival, so you can actually get a visa when you arrive at the airport. But once you're in country, in order to get a continued visa, you can either go through an agent to get an official visa, or it's fairly common for criminals to get counterfeit or fake passports or visas.
Did you receive any information about whether Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano were trying to obtain any visas while they were there?
So their visa, the original, at least one of the visas that they had was, I think I mentioned earlier, set to expire on February 26th. From what I had heard through my task force and talking to individuals, or maybe it was through an interview with Lisa and Nina, that they had gone to a travel agent in Cambodia, in Sihanoukville, to obtain a renewed visa.
Now, states 354, this appears to be Lisa's ticket from Dallas to Seoul, Korea. And it appears to be boarding, that flight boarding at 10:55 a.m. Leaving from Dallas. Is Korean Air one of the, I guess, airlines that flies that route through Seoul?
Yes, at the time, I believe it was almost the only flight leaving Dallas in order to get to Seoul, and let alone on to Cambodia. There were due to COVID, very limited flights available. And the one main one that most people took between Cambodia and the United States was this flight through Seoul.
And this is states 355. This is actually for Nina Beltran. That appears to be the second leg of that flight from Seoul to Phnom Penh.
Yes, you typically lose a calendar day because you cross over the international date line. So the flight, typically if it left Dallas on December 25th, it would have arrived and then departed Seoul to Phnom Penh on the following day.
And states 356 and 357. These appear to be the back of just some Cambodian customs declarations.
Correct. Standard immigration declaration forms that everyone is provided on the plane when you're flying into Phnom Penh or into Cambodia. You fill out a card like this.
States 358 is the Marriott, supposed to be a Marriott Courtyard receipt, and you all had information that they were staying in this hotel for a short time. Is that correct?
Yes, and this receipt shows that their arrival date was December 26th, and in Cambodia they write the dates, the day of the month first, and then the month. So it shows a departure date of January 8th of 2022.
And it states 359. This is just I guess, photocopy that was included in their documents of everything, with the addition of Lisa Beltran's passport card. And can you see what the issuance date is on Ms. Beltran's passport card?
Yes, this is a copy of a passport card in the name of Lisa Beltran, issued December 11th of 2020.
States 363, just another documentation of the flight. 364, same. And 365, this is for Lisa Beltran, the same documentation of their flight into, I'm sorry, how do you say that again?
Phnom Penh. Yes, and those look like their boarding passes as well.
States 366, this is a receipt for an amount of $4,443 charged for their trip to Cambodia. And looking at pages 2 and 3, it appears that is a one-way, actually it's a round trip with the date of January 25th, 2022 is their, I guess, expected return date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, a year later.
States 367, this is the last will and testament of Lisa Beltran. And we kind of went through this yesterday. This just has typical language for a last will and testament. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first line is if Ms. Beltran passes, then everything will go to Nina Beltran. And then on page 2 of states 367, there is the predeceased paragraph. And this basically just states in the event that Ms. Beltran, Nina Beltran predeceases Lisa, then everything upon the death of Lisa Beltran should go to these individuals: Rachel Ann Hansen, Chelsea Keith, Aaron Keith, Kyle Williams, Emerald Beltran, the daughter of Charles Anthony Beltran and Megan Serrato, and Charlie Beltran, daughter of Charles Anthony Beltran and Jasmine Cannon. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these documents were executed on January 30th of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 368 is the same, but that of Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 369. These are Nina's vows. Do these appear to be wedding vows?
Yes, handwritten.
Handwritten wedding vows. 370.
Those appear to be handwritten Lisa's vows.
Okay. And then 371. Is that Nina and Lisa's unified vows?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom, it just mentions Nina, Lisa, and Chuck closing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the bottom, it says, "We are hers, we are one."
Yes.
Now, when you went through everything, did you see any vows laminated like this for Chuck?
No.
States 372. This is a document for Nina Murata, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's dated December 10th of 2021, is that right?
Yes.
And it is an application to refund basically her contributions to the retirement system, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's just the back of that notice, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when we were going through these documents, did it appear also that Nina was a poet and had a lot of handwritten, poetry and things like that really have nothing to do with this case?
Yes.
States 376, this is the marriage license for Nina and Lisa Beltran, dated May 8th, 2020.
Yes.
This states 377. This is a list of various countries. And were you able to do some kind of research on what these countries have in common?
Yeah, so this is a list of various countries in order by population, and several of these countries on this list are all countries where there is no extradition treaty between the United States and these countries listed.
And then on the second page,
It appears to be a map of Morocco.
States 378, this appears to be a COVID test taken on December 23rd of 2021.
Yes.
For Lisa Beltran.
Correct.
And that location was
Farmers
Branch, Texas.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Farmers Branch is?
I'm not, but I could look up the zip code and tell you whether or not it's close to Dallas.
Okay, that's okay. States 379 is the same for Nina Beltran, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this was the third of this type of case that you worked on during your time in Cambodia, is that correct?
Murder fugitives, yes. Dealt with a couple of other deportations as well, but
And date-wise, if I recall correctly, you said that you kind of began your search in the city of You just tell the jury, what day did you begin your search for them in the city of Seattle?
It was, I recall early January when I found out that they had flown to Cambodia, and we were looking actually in Phnom Penh for a little while. Got information that they had stayed at the Courtyard Marriott, which is located in Phnom Penh. There was some information that someone thought that they may have seen them in an area along the riverside. So we did some surveillance there in Phnom Penh, did some surveillance there in January. I don't recall exactly the date, but it was somewhere between late January or early February when we got information that their ATM was used in Sihanoukville. And then there were several transactions, appeared to be, if I recall correctly, ATM transactions in Sihanoukville.
You mentioned that there was a sighting or a tip that they had been seen somewhere in Phnom Penh. Do you all receive a lot of tips like that about, sighting of these individuals?
Not often. So it was something that we definitely wanted to act on. Whether or not it was Lisa and Nina, we did not confirm. But when our task force officers went out to do the surveillance, they did not see them.
But the bank records and the bank ATM usage certainly was a very good piece of evidence and a good indication of where you find it.
Definitely.
No, Lord.
So it's an agent?
Special agent.
Special agent. I want to make sure.
ALAD is my current title, Assistant Legal Attaché.
Okay. Well, Special agent, I have a few questions for you. You said you were shocked when she asked if you had jurisdiction to make the arrest. You didn't have jurisdiction to make the arrest, correct?
No, it actually was not me that was executing the arrest. It was the Cambodia National Police.
But you come up to them and tell them to put their hands behind their head or whatever orders you're giving them, and she's saying, what jurisdiction do you have? Because you didn't have anything to instruct them, did you?
The task force leader had asked me to come up and to explain to them what was happening.
Okay. Ma'am, whether you talk about Cambodia or you talk about the United States, it's not unusual, or I'm not gonna say not unusual, but people who feel like they're being persecuted by their country, sometimes go to other countries to seek political asylum, no?
I suppose so.
I mean, it happens all the time, especially happens here in the United States. Would you agree with that?
I don't know, sir. Honestly, I haven't worked in the United States for a few years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, as far as people who feel that they're being persecuted for whatever reason by their country,
oh please,
falsely accused, whatever, it's not unusual for people to try to go to other countries to seek political asylum.
I suppose.
Okay. And as far as Lisa, we see all these documentations. They had lawyers over there, didn't they?
Pardon me?
They had lawyers, didn't
they? In Cambodia?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, they could speak to whether or not they had lawyers, correct?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. As far as you indicated that there was no extradition treaty, that they were actually deported, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Objection. This is stupid. Sorry.
So whether or not they were trying to fill out asylum paperwork, you have no idea, because that's not something y'all looked into, correct?
Correct.
That's fair. Thank you, Special Agent.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. May this witness be finding?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, thank you, Special Agent. You're free to leave and go back to business. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question set.
The idea that they were being persecuted.
Your Honor, may we approach? Okay.
Oh, I can. I wish he would zoom in on her notebook again. Objection. I can't read what she's writing, and I'm nosy. They must be taking their afternoon break. So let's fast forward. Oops.
And then my great great uncle survived the Baton Death March in World War II. Yeah, one of the few that survived.
Well, I know, so it was like only a handful that he would.
Oh yeah, I would take a screenshot and like try to blow it up and read everything.
I know he was like 17 or 18. That's I think the young ones survived. You know, their bodies could just get more. But yeah, they marched him really.
Their old may have been on the table. I don't know. He didn't 5 pounds.
Yeah, he was shocked that when he came back, according to.
No, Adelson's over. We're back to Lisa Dykes. Oh, I was like, dang, he's in a hurry. I forgot we're at 1.25 now.
Criteria would you stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detectives, can you state your name, spell your name, support for, please?
Yes, my name is Daniel Hinton. Spell it as well, you said, I'm sorry?
Yes, please.
Daniel space Hinton.
And can you tell the members of the jury what it is that you do?
So I work for the Dallas Police Department. I've worked for them for the last 13 and a half years. I currently work in their digital evidence lab associated with financial crimes, and we process digital evidence and try to do analysis work for detectives. Before that, I've worked in various other units, crimes against children, and then of course everybody works the street as well when you start.
And is there any special training or qualifications that you have to work in the financial crime unit?
Yeah, I think the lab requires, so our lab has a very good relationship with the Secret Service, and the Secret Service provides a lot of advanced training or some basic training and then further advanced training. I also have a degree in computer science, which I worked in software for a little over 20 years before becoming a Dallas police officer. So yeah, there's ongoing training, doing all kinds of stuff. And some of the recent stuff was like skimmers and micro soldering and lots of stuff, because there's a lot of devices are now, light bulbs could be a device that could be of interest. I mean, when people come in and front door locks and all that stuff. So as a society, there's a lot of digital devices always being around. So training is really important for sure.
And as far as your work in the lab, what type of work do you do?
It's a little bit of a loaded question. I'm sorry. So we're a little short staffed, so I do pretty much everything in the lab. So but as a lab, we serve basically all digital devices. And our focus in our lab is really the analysis work, trying to offload work from the detectives so they can continue on their cases. They can come to us and let us know what they're looking for. And we can try to help sort through, like in most cases, there's like up to 1 million or more pieces of information that are found that have to be sorted through. So it takes a little time. It's not a very quick process.
Are you able to, do you have certain software capabilities and things of that nature to extract information on things like USB drives, SIM cards, laptop computers, things of that nature?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and in particular, you have a program called the Axiom program. Can you tell the jury about the Axiom program?
Okay, so Axiom is an analysis tool. It's put out by Magnet. Magnet does a lot of different digital things. They do training. They're a pretty strong force in the digital forensics field. We use their tool for, once we acquire data, we'll ingest it into Magnet, and then that'll be a tool that we can search through. The tool is pretty robust and be able to look for like comparable pictures and running, if you have an image with street names, license plates, whatever else, it can pull out all the text in an image and different things like that. And it allows you to really kind of find pieces of information that it's not just in a text document or an email. It might be a car license plate that's not even really part of the picture. So yeah, their software is really useful. And then we have other tools that actually acquire there's a few primary tools, Celebrite makes them, Tiki makes them, that are required to actually acquire data these days because everything's encrypted, or most everything's encrypted.
In this particular case, or I guess just in any case, how do you receive evidence to be extracted?
Right, so the way our lab works is a detective will come and our lab's secured, so we'll let them in, and then we have a request form that they fill out, and then we'll take their property from them, and they will articulate what they're looking for, which is kind of the bulk of, if you look at our request form, that's kind of the big section. That's what we're really interested in. They, of course, have to provide legal process, search warrant, stuff like that for the devices that they submit. And that's kind of the process. They bring it to us, we take custody of it, they sign it over to us, and then when we're done with it, when we give them our deliverables plus their original data, they sign back for it and take it back.
Okay, deliverables are those things like certain reports, information about devices, things of that nature?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and then you generally provide a case file that's kind of a portable case with which they can also go through the
extraction information using the action privilege.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would like to offer states 283 through 287 for record purposes only. And these are the search warrants concerning certain devices in this case.
No question.
I'm sorry, what number? 383 through 387. Now,
Hold on, yes, 383 through 387 are admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you receive several USB devices, 3 laptop computers, and a number of SIM cards from a Detective Ortiz back in, I believe it was December of 2022?
I think so. Can I reference my notes as well? Is that?
Yes, if you'd like to reference your notes to refresh your recollection.
Kind of a lot, sorry. I just want to refer to the note from my report as well. So, yeah. Yeah, December 1st, he brought them in, and there were 10 devices, yes, 3 SIM cards, 4 USBs, and 3 laptops.
And then he brought the accompanying search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think there were 5 in total.
5 search warrants?
I think so.
Now, I want to focus on just a couple of those devices. Now, the search warrant references in regards to the USB drives, just 4 USB drives and kind of the name of the USB drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been already admitted as States Exhibit 346. Does that appear to be the on-brand ONN?
Yeah, it looks like my label, and it looks like the same device as well.
Okay, and in your label, you generate a particular number, is that correct?
Right, so we try to barcode everything. We'll put the case number that is actually associated in our lab. Our lab will create a case number, and then we'll have a case number with the department or whatever agency we're servicing. And then we'll put a device number. So this one, it's 2022-59-4. So this would be like item 4 in my report. You can see this listed as item 4.
Okay, and short-term memory problem. This was a part of States 352, an HP laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
is this the HP laptop that you also received from Detective Ortiz?
Yes, it looks very familiar. It's damaged. It's got my label and the numbers as well.
Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
did you complete an extraction of this laptop as well?
I did.
Upon that extraction, did you create some reports concerning the contents of those 2 items?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked States 388 through 391. Now 388, is that just a photograph of that HP laptop?
That's correct.
Okay.
Device 8.
And then States 389, is that a photograph of that particular flash drive?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now States 390, is that a copy of your forensic examination?
It looks like it for sure. Yes. Yes, it's got all the information on it. But it appears to be my desk.
Okay. And does this include the 2 items in States 389 and 388, the
Yes.
extraction report of those items?
Right, and it'll include those 2 and everything else as well. Yes.
Okay. And also 391, does that, States 391, does that appear to be your extraction report?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it does.
And that extraction report, again, is of items 388 and 389. I'm sorry?
Yes. I'm sorry, yes. Just looking. Yes.
Your Honor, State Office 388 through 391 for all purposes in your defense counsel.
Now, all right, so since it was 388 through 391 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we publish your examination reports, in total, there were over, what, 991,000
Yeah, artifacts.
artifacts. Can you tell the jury what an artifact is?
Yeah, so the software, like in our case, MagnaAxon, when it understands certain properties about all kinds of different devices. And so anytime it finds a piece of information that it understands, maybe it's a PDF file or an image, or it's a certain type of a file, then it declares that, it labels it as an artifact, basically. And then, so the process of review will go through out of all those artifacts and try to identify items of interest based on what the detective is looking for. So the report has in this particular case, had a pool of like, I usually put it in my report. So yeah, over 911,000 artifacts were in that pool to go through, which is partly why it takes so long to process these devices.
Wow.
So 911,000 artifacts, and that could be PDFs, Word files, anything that the program identifies as a piece of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to then kind of narrow the focus using the program to certain items?
Yeah, so the software is very good about categorizing stuff. So right off the bat, it'll categorize and it'll give you high level things. Like you'll have a category of media, for example, and then inside media, there might be all different types of files that have media, video files, images, different types of image files, those kind of things. So the software tries to break it down in what it understands at a high level. So you can kind of, if you want to look at communication, you can go to communication, then you can go into text messages or emails or whatever else and kind of break it down into stuff. So yeah, the tool is very robust, but a good tool for sure.
And the program itself, the Axiom tool, it takes quite a bit of, I guess, memory on a computer for it to be able to.
It can be. When there's a lot of artifacts, it can be a little bit of a, yeah. So another function of the lab will often let people come in and use a computer or something, because unfortunately not all of the not all the computers that are given to people will run all these. I mean, it's not their fault they have a lot of devices in their case. So yeah, we allow people to use our devices sometimes to look at their reports, for sure.
Commissioner Published States 390, Your Honor. You may. Now, this is your forensics examination report, and looking at page 1, that's States 390. That's just your cover sheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this particular report, the case was generated December 16th, and the report was generated December 20th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
We won't go through every page of this, but page 3 of this report, so this just kind of highlight each of the devices that you are attempting to extract information or have extracted information from using the Axiom program.
Right. So as we ingest or as we allow the software to go through and kind of identify artifacts, we will typically identify a piece of evidence with information like here. We typically will try to use the case number to the device number. Like you can see evidence items at 2022-59, that's the case, and then -10, that tells me that's device 10. So it's easy that way when you're looking at the reports, you can quickly identify what device it was found on.
Okay. And so in this case, you had 10 devices to extract and SIM cards and some flash drives and 3 laptop computers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 listed. What does that indicate to you?
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. So there were a couple of the drives on the Dells were encrypted. So they were able to be acquired, but acquiring encrypted data, I mean, it's not the acquisition isn't the difficult part. It's really understanding the data. So an encrypted drive, like most everybody's phones these days, is going to be encrypted. So yeah, we acquired it, but it's encrypted and it has no value in its encrypted state. So it's probably not included there. I'd have to bring it up to look. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And the next page, page 4, this is just kind of an example of, or is this an example of how this program kind of reports back to you certain, I guess, artifacts of interest? So
this is, the lab generates a couple of deliverables. We have an examiner report, which is a little more human readable and articulates kind of specific details related to what the detective is doing. This report is a more general report. As we're going through and processing the device, there'll be things that might be of interest. It might be a photograph that's related somehow, or things that as we're looking at the data, we think it could be of interest to the detective. So we'll typically tag all those as of interest. And then at the end, and then we'll go through a course of review with the detective as well before we produce our final. But this report here, like record 2, that would be an item. If you look at that first line, it says tags. In the software, you can identify, you can put stuff as evidence. You can create any kind of tag you want to tag all the pieces of data. But these are all of interest. We just try to produce a generic, not a generic, but simple report of items of interest for this case. And so these are all items of interest in this case.
Okay, and the first few pages appear to just, the items of interest just appear to be various email addresses of either Nina Morano, or I don't know who Milton Mocha is a username, iStansel at Hotmail. You don't really know what the importance of these things are. They're just tagged as items of interest.
Yeah, so a lot of the devices the software is pretty good about trying to identify users of devices. And so that's something, of course, you want to identify right away, is try to identify who the device might belong to, and usernames and email accounts and all those things. Those typically get tagged as of interest because they potentially have either another path for searching down, providing maybe the detective will want to pursue an email account that they didn't know about, and they'll get legal process and they'll pursue that. So there's information potentially in here that they may or may not know already, so we'll tag it as potentially of interest.
Okay, and just for the jury, just to kind of educate us on some of these things, the created date and time, it says 5/31 of 2020 at 2:47 p.m. Do you know if that is 100% accurate about when that was created, or can you give the jury kind of an explanation about it?
Dates and times are difficult with digital devices for the most part. It's kind of a hard question. I mean, there's people, it's almost like if you're an auto mechanic, that doesn't mean you can fix a transmission necessarily, because you probably want to take a car to a transmission mechanic for that. Dates and times is one of those things too. The whole field of data analysis is a broad field. Just like you go to a doctor, you don't just go to one doctor. There's something wrong with your brain, you want to go to a brain specialist or something. It's similar to like that. There's people that could probably tell you a lot more about dates and times than I do. I approach dates and times with caution. This is probably a pretty accurate, I mean, it says it's the date it was created, but what that means is a little harder to define for this particular one that you're showing me right here. I don't feel like I'm answering your question.
No, it's complicated.
It is, yes, that's right. Especially when we have multiple devices with different operating systems and files being copied to and from USBs and all that stuff. All those dates interact and it gets really messy very quickly.
Now, looking here on page 6 of States 390, one of the of interest thing here is a username of Death Angel 7163, and that platform is Instagram, and the service is Instagram.com. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it looks like the password is, these numbers, this combination of numbers and letters right there.
That's correct.
And then it appears on page 6 that, as opposed to page 4 of States 390, that these addresses are a combination of Lisa and Nina at Outlook.com, and have Nina Beltran and N Beltran, which before we had Nina Morano as the primary email address. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking on page 12 of States 390, does this appear to be a picture of a passport for Nina Beltran?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes, does this appear to be a
Yes, it looks like that to me.
okay. And the issuance date on this picture appears to be September 20th of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall, I'm looking for the line here, what device you were able to extract that?
Right. So if you're down at the bottom, you'll see source. And if you look at the ID number, you'll see it's the case number -4, so that would have been on the USB drive.
Okay, the on USB drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that particular drive seemed to have a lot of information that.
Yeah, it looked like it would have had a lot of Dropbox related stuff copied to it.
Okay. Does this appear to be a passport for Lisa Beltran of the same issuance date?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 14 of States 390. Now, I don't expect you to know the relevance or importance of this, but does this appear to be?
I recognize it, yeah.
You recognize that document?
Yeah, just because it was interesting because of the different fonts and stuff on it for the nation it's from.
Okay. Artisans Association of Cambodia, and it's addressed to both Nina Beltran and Lisa Beltran, and the date is October 24th, 2021.
Right.
Concerning the registered name Enterprise of DMB Enterprises LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we have Warren Bunny Enterprises LLC mentioned down at the bottom with contact person Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 15 of States 390 appears to be a continuation of that letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this particular part is talking about traveler information of Lisa Beltran and kind of the trip purpose of identifying products that are marketable in the B&B target market, create relationships with manufacturers, undertake market research studies, and analyze the results to develop a strategy for growing a global outlet for the identified Cambodian products. Length of stay, 30 days.
Yes, ma'am, that's what it says.
Okay. Page 16 of States 390. This is another letter, and it appears to be directed to the Royal Embassy of Cambodia. And again, this is concerning the B&B Enterprises LLC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is concerning Nina Beltran, and it's to confirm that Nina Beltran is engaged in as the brand development director for B&B Enterprises LLC. This particular document is dated November 2nd, 2021. Is that appear correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe there's a sentence there. Ms. Beltran will be traveling to Cambodia from December 26th to 2021 to January 25th, 2022 for a total of 30 days to identify products that are marketable.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. State 17 appears to be pretty much the same letter from the same enterprise, but this one is for Lisa Beltran. Is that correct?
Yeah, Ms. Beltran, that's correct.
State page 22 of States 390. That should appear to be a marriage certificate for Nina Tamar Morano and Lisa Dykes.
Right.
Page 27. That should appear to be a United States passport card for Lisa Beltran with the issuance date of December 11th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be a driver's license for Charles Anthony Beltran?
It looks like an ID card for.
And I'm sorry, it's an ID card.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, different than a driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Expiration date of 5/8/18.
Sorry. Yes.
That appear to be a birth certificate for the same individual.
Yes, Charles Beltran.
Now, here on page 44 of States 390, of interest, what does that file name say?
It says T visa.
T visa?
Yes.
Were you able to pull any other information about that particular PDF, if you're aware?
I can't remember and I can't tell from just this. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I mean, I do have my computer if I need to look at it, but otherwise I can't tell. Sorry.
File name B&B Enterprises LLC _ S4 PDF.
Mm-hmm.
And then the author there appears to be the IRS. Is that the Internal Revenue Service? Is there?
Yeah, there were several EIN forms and stuff that were part of this case, so it could be a IRS form, I don't recall.
I can hear you.
There were several like correspondences from the IRS for these businesses, so the tax ID number, the EIN number. So there were forms from other entities on these devices. I couldn't say again, I'm sorry, without actually looking at the document. But the author is, so can I elaborate?
Yes,
so
yes,
devices, different types of files can have other information. And you might have a file that's a picture, but it might have all kinds of stuff like on your phone. It might have where it was taken, who took it, what device took it, all that stuff. It's called metadata. And all kinds of files have metadata. PDF files, Word files, all these have metadata. And it may or may not be accurate, but so that author field there would probably come out. I would assume that came out of the metadata associated with this PDF file. And at the time that this was captured, it contained IRS in it.
States 46, I'm sorry, not states 46, page 46 of states 390. The file name here is the Lisa Beltran e-visa application PDF. Was that?
Make it bigger for a minute.
Tag of interest?
Yes, it was taken interest.
Okay, and then also the Lisa Beltran e-visa application, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There on states page 48 of states 90 is that the pretrial conditions of bond that appears to be on the flash drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is, again, this is the flash drive.
-4, makes
Dash
it flash drive, that's correct.
At least sunset's happening during one of the more boring witnesses. It's just document stuff.
Now on page 60 of your report, this was tagged of interest in it. It says suspect Charles Beltran 0403-2021.wma. What kind of file is that?
It's a Windows media file.
Okay.
So it's, in this particular case, it was an audio recording. So it was a long audio recording,
About 2 hours and 11 minutes
something like that, yeah, of the interview.
of the interview of the co-defendant Charles Beltran.
That's correct.
And this was on device 8,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be the HP laptop that we
That's
discussed.
correct. It was also on 4.
That same interview was also on the flash drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, we'll do
And
this
that's
for a minute.
listed on page 69
Okay.
of states 390, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Also Windows Media File, suspect Charles Beltran 0403-2021.
Yes,
Okay, that was the actual recording.
yes. Yeah, and you can, the 2 rows there, MD5 hash and SHA-1 hash, are basically file signatures that identify the contents. So if one of those matches to the other one, then you know the file's exactly the same. So that's kind of how we prove that files didn't change or that they were original, which will hash things. And you can think of it as like a fingerprint almost. It's kind of unique to a file. It's an algorithm that's generated. And if one little tiny bit in the file will change, you get a totally different number. So that's why the report also contains hash files, so that can be verified.
So, I mean, just to kind of sum up, there are several other interest items tagged throughout this report, but whoever had possession of the laptop and of the flash drive also had possession of Charles Beltran's interview.
Yes, it appears so, yes, ma'am.
Now, in space 391, you did, I guess, a search, for lack of a better term, for a certain time frame that I asked you to look at for the flash drive and also the HP laptop. Is that correct?
Is this the one for today?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at page 5 of states 391, it appears search, and these are, let me back up a little bit. What particularly did I ask you to look for, if you recall?
I'd have to see. Searches for passport, change name, form. Of course, this is going to be my scripted thing. It may not be exactly what you
Yeah,
asked
that's
for.
okay.
This is what I wrote down.
What things were you looking for?
Right. And then child support around 10.9 and passport photo portal. Those were kind of the main ideas that you were looking for. At least that's what I took.
And were many of these items Google searches?
Yeah, in different viewers, but yeah, Google searches were used, yes.
Okay, and so we have search term on record 1, page 5, states 391. The search session starts 10/10/2020.
There goes the
Is that
fighter
very
jet.
accurate?
I would expect so.
Sorry, did you see the fighter jet fly by? I love it when they fly by.
It's not in our time zone, but it is, that time is correct, I would expect. Yes.
And again, same search term, passport photo tool online, 10/10/2020. Looking further down page 5, search term of passport appointment. And that search appears to be done on 3/6/2020. You said
10/6.
I'm sorry, 10/6/2020 at
Yes, ma'am.
3:33 p.m. Now that's in UTC time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we.
It's
backed
6 or
up-
5, I always have to look. I can't write it myself, so yeah.
So we back up either 5 or 6 hours to
Correct.
find the appropriate time.
Right.
So as far as this is concerned, if it was 3:33 p.m., Max
9,
feels
10,
about 9 or 10 a.m.
Yeah.
On 10/6, is that correct?
Yeah, somewhere on there.
Okay, and, the search is for a passport appointment. Here at the bottom, record 4 is another search for a passport photo tool online.
Bye, Dre Melandry.
Looking here at page 7 of states 391, under review tags, it says username C Beltran 89, and the created date time is 10/9/2020, about 8:25 p.m., which is about 3 p.m. Central Time. And
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The URL there is texassmartchildsupport.com. Is that
Yes, that's what it says.
okay? Looking at page 9 of States 391, it just appears to be 4 records of various passport renewal, free passport photos online, U.S. State Department Google search, and U.S. passports. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the first 3 are on 10/10/2020, and the U.S. passport renewal application is 10/6/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 10 of States 391, again, are multiple passport agencies, Dallas passport agency searches and websites, all dated 10/6/2020.
That's correct.
So there were several of these tags based on that search for passports, and it appears that those tags occurred, or the created time was 10/6/2020 or 10/10/2020, in that range.
That's correct.
Okay, here on page 14, does this appear to be a photograph of an individual?
Yeah, I tagged it because it looked like it could be a candidate for a passport photo with the background and all. And it was in the time of interest for you.
Oh.
Page 15 of States 391, we're looking at record 2, and the file name is child support payment 10/19 of 2020. And then page page 18, that's the last page of your report, is that correct?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay, just a little bit. And that was just based on passport search, child support search, in that time frame that
Correct.
I requested you to do.
That's correct. Yes, it is.
So they had started looking at how to get out of Dodge before they went on a run.
Cross-examination.
searches or information? When you were doing the searches, did you find any searches or information about asylum paperwork or asylum requirements that you recall?
I don't recall finding asylum. I don't think I searched for asylum either, though.
Okay, so you would have been actually searching for that.
Asylum.
I mean, so all the
Did it go with
information's still there,
persecution?
but when you search, then it's trying to find that key word in all these different artifacts. So you can still stumble across information all the time. That happens all the time, but I don't recall stumbling across asylum, and I don't remember that being part of the search criteria for us.
Okay. And there were over 900,000
Artifacts, that's correct, 911 over them, yes.
Okay, did you find case files in there since both of these individuals are in the legal profession, one being an attorney, one being a paralegal? Did you find case files regarding clients?
It looked like there were a lot of legal documents as well. Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor. Correct. All right. May this witness be found to excuse?
No objection from the state.
None from the bench, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Even go about your business.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Taylor Page.
Taylor Page. We're almost caught up to real time. Where we paused.
Ms. Pittman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name, spell your name quick for record, please?
Yeah, my name is Taylor Page. It's spelled Taylorpage.
And can you tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Dallas.
What are your qualifications that allow you to be a special agent?
We go through about a 5-month training program out in Quantico. We've got continued training once we're actually assigned to an office, both in the way of legal proceedings as well as some general tactical training, things of that nature.
How long
Do you want me to make?
special agent?
Sorry, do you want me to make this big again, or do you want me to keep the sun? Because I had it swapped while y'all said the boring guy was on.
Coming up on 6 years.
Always in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you all sometimes work in conjunction with local law enforcement on certain violent crimes?
Yes, I'm assigned to a violent crimes task force. So we've got some FBI agents assigned, as well as officers or detectives from various local police departments around the area.
Now, as a special agent, what are some of the types of cases that you investigate, and kind of what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yep. So specifically, the Violent Crimes Task Force, as you may assume, is focusing on violent crimes. So robberies, specifically robberies of businesses, will also work. Kidnappings, carjackings, bank robberies, anything that's got kind of a violent nexus to it.
Are you also CAST certified?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what CAST is?
Yep. So it's the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. So I'm a member of that team for the FBI. We go through various certification in order to look at and analyze cellular records, and then map those records and create basically visual aids that would go along with it.
How is it that you, being a part of the FBI, will become involved in a case, a state case or a local law enforcement case?
So usually that happens through some sort of correspondence with one of our task force officers. One of them is typically aware of some sort of an offense that may have occurred in their city, and they'll bring that forward so that the entire task force can have input and help with that, which was very much the case here.
And so in this particular case, do you recall when
there it is.
you were contacted, when the FBI was contacted to become a part of this case?
It was right around the middle of October. I don't know if I have the exact date, but sometime early to middle of October of 2020.
2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who do you recall, if you remember, I guess discussing that with, and how did you get caught up to speed on what was going on?
I believe that came through one of our task force officers assigned with the Dallas Police Department. She made us aware that there was a missing persons case, that they weren't sure if it was a kidnapping. Basically, this gal had been unable to be located, and obviously then looked for some assistance from the task force in trying to locate her.
And FBI, you all may have some more tools and things at your disposal that maybe local law enforcement doesn't have.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, more manpower, things of that nature.
At least from the task force side of things, we have kind of a unique ability to put some more assets towards the specific cases that we're working on, whereas a normal detective may have dozens of cases that they're trying to work at any one time. Task force kind of allows us to put some more focus and effort into certain things.
And you said that you learned that a female had gone missing.
Yes, ma'am.
What information did you learn?
That she had flown in to Dallas from Seattle to visit a friend. had gone out in the Bellum area of Dallas and didn't take her flight back out the next day that she was scheduled to leave, and hadn't had any contact with any family members since then.
And your primary focus in this case would be just to get any information you can about maybe where she went, what happened to her, things of that nature.
Yeah, at least from the task force side of things, our initial involvement was just trying to locate her, with the hope that she would still be alive somewhere. We were basically deployed to try to explore any options that may exist in order to assist in finding her.
Now, are you connected, or do you know all the things that local law enforcement are doing at the same time to locate this woman?
No, ma'am. I mean, we'll know some things generally, but there's absolutely, I think in this particular case, there were several folks that were out there trying to canvass for video, do interviews. So we unfortunately didn't have communications to what every single person was doing.
As far as missing persons cases, when it comes to young people in that age group of 20, 23, 25, somewhere around there, do you have any idea how many calls Dallas gets, maybe on a daily basis, of young people missing?
I don't know the exact number, but I feel as though I recall during the course of this investigation learning that it was quite a few.
Okay. How often do you all get involved?
Not terribly often. The FBI's assistance usually comes in the form of Amber Alerts. So especially from the castle perspective, that's where I'll be involved in cases most likely is if there's an Amber Alert. We can usually look at things with some cellular records that can be helpful in that instance. In this particular one, like I said, one of our task force officers just identified that there was something that was just generally not right with someone flying in from out of town with a return flight that was booked. And they obviously had the perception that things were troublesome and needed a closer eye.
Okay. And so you learned that Marisela Botello, who flown in, didn't return back on a return flight. What other things about that individual did you all learn that made you think that the FBI needs to be involved?
So specifically, we had some information related to her bank transactions. And then during the course of our initial involvement, we also got some of her cellular records. And the combination of those two things were really kind of what led us to the point of identifying some folks that we thought may be of interest, and kind of realized that there's probably something more to this than just, hey, she really liked Dallas and wanted to stay here.
Okay. At some point, did you develop what you would call a person of interest?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is a person of interest?
Person of interest is someone that law enforcement, I'd say, would like to speak to, that they probably haven't spoken with yet, but may have some information that would be beneficial to learn during the course of an investigation.
Okay. And were you all able to identify Charles Beltran as that person of interest?
Yes, ma'am.
And besides Charles Beltran, did you ever name anyone else as a person of interest, or?
I think the official naming of a person of interest came from Dallas PD in an email that I had, I think, drafted to them. I said that Charles Beltran is someone that we should absolutely talk to. But as far as the official naming of who may be a person of interest, I think that comes from Dallas PD.
Okay. And what was the reason that you all named Charles Beltran as a person of interest?
Yep. So during the first few days that we were looking through things, we had come across specifically some footage from 7-Eleven convenience store where Ms. Botello had a transaction, and we obtained some surveillance footage from that 7-Eleven where you could see Ms. Botello and another individual walk into the store, and Mr. Beltran had some pretty unique gauges in his ears, and we were able to marry up the footage from the 7-Eleven to some other video that we had seen on things, and we pretty quickly identified that he was the person that Marisela was with that night, and we thought it would be beneficial to talk to him, and so we said, hey, this would be a good person to try to focus on for things.
Okay. And that was right at the beginning of when you all were involved in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that, you said middle of October, about October 12th or so?
Yes, ma'am, that sounds correct.
Okay. Were you able to identify residents of Mr. Beltran?
Yes, we identified a residence in Mesquite.
And did you all travel out to Mesquite to try to find him and talk to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to develop a phone number for Mr. Beltran at that time?
At that time, we did not have a phone number for Mr. Beltran. No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury about your trip out to Mesquite to try to locate Mr. Beltran.
Yep. So we went to, I believe the address was 3113 Kensington, because we had identified a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Beltran, black Audi that I believe came back as registered to that address. So during the course of investigating other folks that may be associated to that address, and again, trying to locate Mr. Beltran, we came up with Ms. Dykes' name and information related to her.
Okay. And when you went out there, was anyone at the residence?
No one answered the door, so we rang the doorbell.
Were you able to locate a phone number or any contact information from Ms. Dykes?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you able to locate that?
I believe that was a combination of the Texas workforce information as well as information associated with some prior Mesquite Police Department reports where I think a phone number was listed as well.
And these prior Mesquite Police Department reports, did you review those reports?
I did not personally, no ma'am, not that I can recall.
So you don't know what they were about?
No ma'am.
Now, were you able to contact Ms. Dykes?
So when we went there to ring the doorbell, I also called the phone number that we had listed for Ms. Dykes, yes ma'am.
Okay, and did she answer the phone?
She did.
And what was your conversation with her?
Trying to be very cordial, just because obviously we're showing up without notice to someone's house. So we brought a uniformed Mesquite police officer with us. There's a ring doorbell, so I was kind of trying to, if you have an FBI agent call you on the phone, a lot of folks know that there's scams that get associated with that. So we're trying to make our presence known and identify who we were. So standing in front of the ring doorbell, kind of waving, showing the uniformed officer that was with us, and kind of stated, hey, we're here. We'd like to hopefully get in touch with Mr. Beltran.
And what was Ms. Dykes' response?
She said that she hadn't seen Mr. Beltran in 3 to 4 weeks, and I asked if I could inquire about the nature of their relationship, and she said she didn't wish to speak with me any further on things with that.
Okay. It was a pretty short phone call.
Yeah, I think it lasted a few minutes maybe by the time I got an answer and then tried to go through who we were. So, yeah.
At any point during that conversation, did she indicate that she didn't believe who you were or anything of that nature?
Not that I can recall. I know that we kind of went out of our way to stand in front of the ring camera just to try to show some level of verification of who we were.
Were you able to get a phone number or any information about Mr. Beltran?
No, ma'am. I asked for forwarding information and none was provided.
What did you do after that point in your investigation?
So shortly after that, from an FBI perspective, in order for us to continue to pursue investigating things, we have to have some sort of a federal nexus or federal component to continue. So at this one, at the onset, I think I mentioned, we looked at it as a possible kidnapping because there wasn't any indication of how exactly or what happened to Ms. Botello after she left the downtown area. When we came about the video from 7-Eleven that showed her going into the store very willingly, she looked like she was smiling at the time. From an FBI perspective, again, we kind of said, hey, this doesn't look like a kidnapping anymore. This looks like someone that's voluntarily with Mr. Beltran making this purchase. So we said, hey, in order for us to keep going on this, we need an official request. And that kind of goes into the other way that the FBI can get involved in things is through official requests from state and local partners. And at that time, there was no official request for the FBI to continue investigating.
Prior to, I guess, this phone call, because that's what you did after this phone call, trying to locate Mr. Beltran, were there some other actions that you all took in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
We attempted to interview, or go canvas, I guess I should say, for video, interview folks in the Deep Ellum area that may have possibly seen Ms. Botello.
And were you able to locate anyone in that area at that time?
One of our task force officers came across someone at Reno's that said that they saw someone that fit the description of Marisela on the night of the 5th.
Okay. And what was that description?
I think it was a stature description, so kind of the black hair, and then that person, again, this is coming through an email from another task force officer, but that person said that they saw someone that fit the description that was, I think they used the words tweaking out and asking for a cigarette.
Okay. And stature-wise, Marisela was small in stature.
Small in stature, yes, ma'am.
About 5 foot tall, maybe 100 pounds.
I don't know if there was specifics that were given from that person that our task force officer spoke with, but just generally fit a close enough description that it was worth some follow-up.
Okay. And young Hispanic female?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know
I don't know for sure what he spoke to that person about.
Okay. But that does describe Ms. Botello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that I don't want to say common because she's an individual, but is that a fairly common, I guess, description or just individual in this area, in the Dallas area?
I mean, I don't know what the exact demographic breakdown is, but I would imagine that several people would fit that description, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so that nexus now is gone, and you all are not involved in the investigation at that point, is that correct?
That's correct.
At what point did you get back involved with the investigation?
I think the FBI received a formal request from the Dallas Police Department to kind of re-involve themselves in the middle of November.
And why did they ask you all to re-involve yourself at that point?
I think that there was still some genuine concern that she was unable to be located at that point. Again, things relating maybe to cell phone records that we could try to do some exploitation on, and I'm sure a manpower portion of that as well.
Okay. At some point, were you able to, I guess, get a phone number for Mr. Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you try to contact him?
I don't recall if I specifically tried to contact him. I'm certain someone did though.
As in November, how did you all start back up in your investigation?
When we first got back into things, I believe there were, again, some historical cell records that we were trying to take a look at to see where folks were in order to interview them, as well as then interview some coworkers and associates of Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran.
And were you again able to locate some of these people and interview some of these people?
Yes, the FBI, or at least the task force, was able to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you interviewed?
There were several folks from Ms. Dykes' former employer, and then some, I think it was primarily females that were associated to Mr. Beltran, and don't really recall everyone's name though.
Okay, it was one of those Medellin Alvarez.
That sounds correct.
Okay, and Olivia Ramirez, as far as a coworker, Ms. Dykes, Olivia Ramirez.
That sounds accurate as well, yes, ma'am.
Were you able to talk to some of Mr. Beltran's friends, Dak Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
And had any of them heard from him sometime?
I think, and again, I think Medellin is probably the only one that had seen him with any recency.
And you learned from her that she had taken him up to Pennsylvania
Yes, ma'am.
and left him there.
Yes, ma'am.
The historical cell phone records, were you able to, based on those, the analysis of those records, what steps did you take in your investigation at that point?
So the cell phone records were beneficial in trying to locate places of interest that may be worth searching for Ms. Botello. So at least when we kind of re-involved ourselves with things, that was when we started to develop an area in South Dallas that may be of interest in going to search as related to the location of those records historically.
And did you all kind of search those areas?
Yes, ma'am. So originally there was one site in South Dallas that was searched which was unsuccessful in finding anything that was down in the area where those records were.
Thank you,
South Dallas,
Virginia
was
Little.
that kind of
Thank you so
lower
much.
area?
That's correct.
Okay, was that near like a concrete?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And, I mean, did you all, I guess, were there several individuals out there as part of this?
I think we had several dozen that were out there searching that area.
What other steps did you take in your investigation during the November time?
And just to be clear, that first search was after the November timeframe. But I think we more or less reached the point, at least from what I can readily recall, of what the FBI was able to assist with at the onset. I think shortly after that, the case got transferred over to a different unit within the Dallas Police Department, which kind of took the lead on things and obviously decision-making for investigations then.
So once the SIU, and you're talking about the Special Investigations Unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Once they took over, they kind of also took over the decision-making, is that correct?
I think that's probably fair to say, yes, ma'am.
When, after that point, you stated that you all had conducted a search out in an area near a concrete plant near Wilmer, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn of the area of where Marisela's body was found?
Again, we're now kind of moving a couple months after the fact, but yes, at some point in, I think, March of 21, we did find that Marisela's body was recovered in an area close to where we were searching.
Okay. From November to the point of when her remains were found in Wilmer, do you recall what other steps you took in your investigation at that time?
I think we were, at least from an FBI perspective and the task force perspective, we were trying to help locate Ms. Dykes, Mr. Beltran, in order to, again, get in front of them to be interviewed. So we were focusing on both of them having left the Dallas area and going to various other spots. We found information related to border crossing for them. And again, just trying to develop where they might be. And then in the course of that, obviously learn information about things potentially related to the investigation that we wanted to pass on to SIU.
Okay. And so you learned that they were making border crossings during the month of December.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever able to locate via cell phone pings or anything of that nature where they were traveling around in the United States?
I believe there were records that went into kind of the northeast area, but I would want to see the actual records in order to say that definitively.
Okay. And were you able to use some of the investigative tools at your disposal to locate that they had at some point traveled to the Florida area?
Yes, ma'am. I think we were able to figure that out through associations to vehicles that came back as being registered to Ms. Dykes or an associate that suggested that they were down in Florida.
And you were passing this information along to the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano have been arrested in the Florida area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you all a part of trying to locate Mr. Beltran after their arrest in Florida?
No, ma'am.
Okay. After the point of their arrest, what role did you have in any investigation at that point?
Following their arrest, there was nothing substantive related to the murder investigation that we were involved in until such time as we were told that the ankle monitors were removed and they probably fled the country.
And why did, or I guess what information did you receive that led you to believe they fled the country?
We had information that they were at DFW airport. I think that we somehow, it may have been SIU that knew that they caught a flight out of the international terminal. I can't remember where that information came in from, but we knew that they were at the airport.
And at that point, how did you get back involved in the investigation? Is that also a situation where Dallas Police Department has to specifically ask for your help?
Yes, that's correct. So we can open a fugitive investigation related to unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, which is what happened in this case once we got that request from Dallas PD.
Once you got that request, what steps did you take?
Trying to go back through and trace steps to locate where they may have flown to. So pretty quickly we were able to establish that they flew out of DFW into Seoul, South Korea, and then from there took a flight from South Korea into Cambodia. The FBI does have folks that are stationed in various major cities throughout the world, so we're able to kind of work through some liaison contacts and requests for information from those other cities and agents to actually learn that they seemed to be like they were stationary in Cambodia.
And after that information, what did you do next?
We kind of tried to leverage our fugitive investigation as best we could to develop where in Cambodia they may be. Obviously, doing that from the United States is not a particularly easy thing. So we relied heavily on the folks that were over in Cambodia, basically found out bank accounts of relevance and said, hey, here's some information that we hope y'all can use. They were able to get video of ATM withdrawals over in Cambodia and then ultimately identify folks that knew where they were staying and then effected arrest over there.
Okay. And at some point, you kind of turned that over to Kathleen Nichols as far as being a person in Cambodia, a special agent assigned there, and her task force as far as location.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After they were arrested in Cambodia, how did they get back here to the United States?
Flew over there and got them. So that was a few months later. Some other folks that were on the violent crime task force and I went over in a commercial flight to Cambodia, picked them up, and brought them back where they landed at DFW airport and were transferred into DPD custody.
How was that flight back?
It was long, very long flight.
Just for the jury that doesn't know, when you were transporting a prisoner on that kind of flight, like where do you have to sit?
To the extent that the airlines can help, they will put us in the back of planes or somewhere that's not directly next to the general public. If you have a totally full flight, usually we try to occupy single rows by ourselves. So we've got our subjects in the middle of us in the event that we would need to take action of some kind. So in this particular instance, there were generally full planes, and we were kind of bookended on both subjects as we were escorting them back.
How many agents went to Cambodia?
I think there were 6 of us total.
Now, all right, this time I would like to offer State 392. This is some business records affidavit. Some business records that have been on file with the business records affidavit for more than 14 days. Tendering to the defense counsel.
However,
Is there any objection?
no, I'm sorry, no objection. Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 392 is admitted for all purposes. Commissioner Pellstrom, you may.
Now, there's 134 pages of which has been admitted to States 392, just various leasing records for Kensington 3113 Kensington Drive, Mesquite, Texas. Was that the address that you all were able to identify as where Lisa Dykes and Charles Beltran lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just looking at this, does it appear that Ms. Dykes had just renewed her lease on 10/1 of 2020?
It does say that is the commencement date of this, yes, ma'am.
So just days before this happened.
Is that correct?
I don't recall ever having read that full lease, but that's what it looked like was stated on there. Yes, ma'am.
Now, the date that Marisela went missing was just days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your investigation into Ms. Dykes and Charles Beltran, was there any indication prior to the murder of Marisela
They have a loose audio cable.
intended on leaving the area, traveling?
I'm sorry, that Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran intended to do. So we had information that they were in Arkansas for some sort of a concert, I believe it was. But as far as travel beyond that, nothing that we found was indicative of that. No, ma'am.
Okay, and visiting with Ms. Dykes' fellow employees, did you learn that she had been employed there for quite some time?
I don't recall her entire tenure, but they did say that her leaving was very abrupt.
Oops. Sorry.
Your Honor, pass witness.
When you say that her leaving was very abrupt, she had already told, I don't know if you have your report, but she had already told the owner over there that she was having issues from her surgery, right?
I'm not sure what she told the owner. I was in saying that it was abrupt. I think there was at least one interview with a coworker that was surprised by her leaving in the fashion that she did.
The coworker don't know why she did it, right?
I'm not sure about that. No,
So
sir.
speculating, right?
They could be, yes, sir. I'm not sure what other knowledge they may have had.
Okay. Let me specifically ask you about I want to make sure I ask you, because I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but you guys talk to a lot of people, right?
I don't know about a lot, but there were definitely some folks that were canvassed for and trying to get witness statements from. Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that after you went to Ms. Dykes' home to try to talk to her, that her address suddenly appeared on social media?
No, sir.
And then they started getting phone calls and threatening messages?
No, sir. I've not been made aware of that.
But if you're familiar with this case, you know that there was a lot of social media interest.
There was definitely social media interest. Yes, sir.
And I think you indicated that y'all got in front of the ring camera because y'all wanted to make sure that she saw that y'all were legit with the Mesquite police.
Yes. Yes, sir. I apologize for interrupting. Yes. Like I said, especially if we're making phone calls to folks and there's a situation where we can't readily show our credentials, we want to make sure that whoever we're talking to, again, knows that it's actually the FBI that's there and not some sort of a phone scam.
Well, did you show her
I don't recall showing my credentials. I think I identified myself on the phone and I said, hey, we've got a uniformed officer that's here with us.
Yes, sir. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, at this Reno location where was that one of your officers that made contact with someone, with a patron, that believed that they saw someone that fit Morello's?
Ms. Botello's? Yes. That was one of our task force officers that went there, found someone that said that they thought they saw someone on the night of the 5th that fit Ms. Botello's description. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that you said that, well, that description could have fit several people, right?
Yes, sir.
More importantly, the description that they gave fit her description, correct?
With the exception of not having on the purple dress. Yes.
I mean, that was the day after.
I think within the 24 hours. Yes, sir.
I mean, she's seen with Charles Beltran at the 7-Eleven during the early morning hours, right?
Yes, sir.
But they left that area, right?
Yes.
So is it possible she came back in a different outfit?
I don't know what would have been possible at that point. My recollection of viewing that video, we could not make out if it was Ms. Beltran Ms. Botello on that video.
But you couldn't say for sure it wasn't?
No, it was not. It was good enough quality. No, sir.
And I mean, just lastly on that subject, I mean, the patron was certain enough. You guys took the time to go and find the video, didn't you?
I think it's worth following up on, especially at that stage of the investigation where we were.
Because again, you never know what's going to help you guys find these missing people.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That's why when people call in, if they say they see someone, it's important that y'all follow up, correct?
I would caveat that with saying, with respect to other information that's known during the course of an investigation, yes, sir. Because there are times when you can get tips that may be completely irrelevant based on other case knowledge that you have.
Okay. But if shortly after she's alleged to go gone missing, a security guard is showing a photo of Ms. Botello, says, yeah, I saw her, that's something we want to follow up on. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if it was a security guard that he spoke to, but if someone says that they saw her in the early stages of an investigation, yes, you'd want to follow up on that.
Thank you, Stephanie Barnes. Thank you.
October of 2020 is still the early stages of this investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And if they go to not one but two different locations showing this photo, and those people say, we believe we saw her over near the City Inn, over near the Mustang Inn, that's something you're gonna want to follow up on, isn't it?
Again, if I'm the lead investigator on that, I would probably want to have some folks go out there and take a look at those spots. Yes, sir.
Can I put it back over there? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Jill Downey and Stephanie Barnes for super stickers. Thank you both so much. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know, Kelly, they still
And are you sure that they never got the patron's name that said that he saw someone that fit her description?
I do not know. I was not the one that spoke with that patron of that bar.
And just so that you're clear, if you're a person of interest, you don't have to cooperate with law enforcement, do you?
No, you don't. No, sir.
If you want to go to Mexico, you can go to Mexico, right?
Yes, sir. Assuming you've got the correct paperwork to do so. Yes, sir.
Yes, but I'm just saying, if you're a person of interest, you don't have to cooperate.
No, sir.
In fact, even after you're arrested with an arrest warrant, you don't have to cooperate, do you?
That's correct, sir.
And when y'all went out to the Wilmot area initially, did I hear you correct in saying that you were a part of that initial search?
Yes, sir.
And y'all didn't find anything at that time, right?
No, sir.
Had you found anything that you felt was connected to this disappearance, y'all would have noted that?
I would certainly hope so. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, Reverend.
There you go.
May this witness be found excused? No objection from
No
the state.
objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
The state calls Vanessa Pozos. This is a short witness. Short witness.
half of oh, here, you want to see this while they're doing that? It's getting really pretty. They have a cord loose in their audio and it's driving me nuts. That squeaky door. Amy, there's never anybody out on the beach this time of year.
If you would please raise your right hand.
There was today during the day,
Do you
though.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
Yeah, Vanessa Pozos, Vanessa Pozos.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a deep breath, relax. Let's just talk about how do you know Marisela Botello?
Dear friend of mine. We met when we worked together at the store that she was an assistant manager in, and I was hired through the pandemic, and we just met. We just grew as great friends.
Okay, and so what store was this that you all worked at?
Charlotte Roos.
What kinds of, I guess, responsibilities did you have at Charlotte Roos?
Stocking the merchandise, making sure the store was, presentable for our customers. It was kind of like shortly after the pandemic, so we were just kind of like opening up with some restrictions, like closed off fitting rooms, and just talking to the customers and seeing what we can help them with. If they were shopping for something particular, we would just talk to our customers and help them out in any sort of way.
Okay, and this was
There
in
we go.
Seattle?
Yes.
Is it actually in Seattle or a little town right outside of Seattle?
It's called Tequila. It's a well-known mall called South Center.
And how long did you all work there together?
Well, I was hired in January of 2020, and up to the date, up to like the last day that she flew out.
The last day she flew out. So she flew out on October 2nd?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you work the day before?
Yeah, we were working together, and we were just talking, and she basically just said her goodbyes, before she was gonna go home and pack.
And was she She was an assistant manager, is that correct?
Yes.
What was your position?
Sales representative.
Okay.
So just like right below her.
I just right below her.
Yeah.
She was your supervisor.
Yeah.
Okay. And did she start out as an assistant manager, or was that something she promoted to?
It was something that she was already, positioned at when I joined the team. So I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. As far as Marisela is concerned, did you all spend a lot of time together between January and October?
Oh, most definitely.
And did you get to know her family?
I met her family briefly on the times that we did go to her apartment, but I mostly just picked her up like outside of her apartment, just texted her, hey, I'm outside, just picking her up like when we would hang out. I do remember hearing her parents talk one of the nights that we did come home a little late, about like 9 or 10 p.m. is considered late. And but mostly everybody was already asleep, so we just stayed quiet.
Okay, so you just kind of briefly met them, but what kind of household? You went into her apartment, what kind of household was it?
Well, the Hispanic household is very clean, organized, quiet, very respectful, very respectful. You're gonna show up at, you have like what is it called? A curfew, that you have to get home to, and just very respectful family.
What types of things socially would you and Marisela do?
Just hang out. Well, I was 21 at the time, and she was 23 at the time. Oh, wait, 22. I was 20, sorry, forgot. I was 22 at the time. So we would just casually go to Alki Beach. It's like a really common beach in Seattle. It's a close body of water. There's scooters there. Sunsets are beautiful to catch whenever you're there. It's a very touristy beach. That was like mostly our hangout spot. There's bonfires that go on during the summer. But what we would do socially is literally just bring my Bluetooth speaker, drive around, cruising is the word, just hang out, just stay away from people. Cause it was like kind of like shortly after the pandemic. So it was just me and her most of the time. We didn't really have like a big.
What? It just ended?
Thank you. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
Yeah. Help them out in any sort of way. Sales representative.
Okay.
So I go for like 9 or 10 p.m. is considered late, and
It just ended like suddenly.
Well, the Hispanic household is very clean, organized, quiet, very respectful, very respectful. You're gonna show up at, you have like what is it called? A curfew, that you have to get home to, and just very respectful family. Graduating, you come from dreams of wanting to aspire she wanted to leave, she wanted to do lashes. Lashes is like a beauty thing that girls want to do, and she just finished her course literally probably the month before, and she got her certification. She has drive to succeed better, so no.
Within I guess just hours of her last
Law and Crime can't strike. I'm not using anything from Law and
communication
Crime.
with people in Seattle or snap video. Would she be the type of person to go from just a drinker and occasional marijuana smoker to an all-out tweaker within 24 hours?
That would make no sense. No.
Would she hang out at a no drug house?
No.
Do any of those things make any sense at all?
They don't.
Knowing Marisela as you knew her.
No.
So was it for that reason your gut told you something was wrong?
Yes.
Did you all still just kind of hold out hope over the months for finding something about her?
Yes. Patrick and his friend just jumped in the car and I literally was talking to Patrick and I was like, so what are we gonna do? This is a part of our group, what are we gonna do? And he said, I'm gonna go get her. I'm gonna go look for her.
And he did for days, did he?
He did. He
Let
drove
me,
to his
I'm looking to
car,
see if they
and then
restart it.
Just two other friends jumped in the car and drove nonstop down to Dallas. We were in Dallas within, I think, a day and a half of driving.
And these are the kinds of friends that Marisela.
I literally was talking to Patrick and I was like, so what are we gonna do? Like, you know, like this is a part of our group. What are we gonna do? And he said, I'm gonna go get her. Like, I'm gonna go look for her. This is a part of our group. What are we gonna do?
Oh.
And he said, Dallas within like
All right.
I think a day and a half of driving.
And these are the kinds of friends that Marisela had. We're not talking about just friends that.
You just met like last week. No.
I mean, he was willing to drive 24 hours
Yes.
straight.
Yes. With no sleep, with like rotating with his friends, you know, just sleeping within an hour or two.
We mentioned social media, Snapchat, Instagram, things like that. Was her primary social media communication Snapchat?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Stories and stuff.
And would she post stories frequently?
Yeah.
And that completely stopped, didn't it?
Yes.
And that didn't make any sense either, did it?
No.
Obviously, communicating with her friends, communicating with her family, not getting on the flight, all of that, none of that was typical of Marisela.
No.
This girl, she was raised in a family that lived in the same apartment for over 25 years.
Stable home.
So, do you remember the day that you learned for sure that Marisela was never going to return?
Aw.
No, I don't. It was really hard. I had to return work like that Friday night. I literally couldn't. I'm so sorry.
Aw.
Thank you.
Again?
I saw her face mask on the counter.
This week that it happened was just, I couldn't get out of bed. I would shower and I felt dirty. I couldn't put on my shoes. I was scheduled to work that Friday. Thankfully, I was off that entire week. Friday, I lasted 30 minutes within that store and I literally left because I couldn't. I saw her face mask on the counter. I just knew something was wrong.
Pass the witness.
Ma'am, I'll just have a few questions for you. You said you're nervous or you scared? You said you're just nervous. You're not afraid to testify.
No.
Huh?
I'm just nervous. I've
Just making sure I
never
understand what you said.
testified before.
Madam Pro Judge? Because again, as you told the members of the jury, Marisela come from a great family, stable family, great education, a good job. You know a lot of the guys that she was dating, right? Because y'all date guys together, right?
Date one guy?
No, not the same guy. I'm just saying you knew the type of guy that she liked, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you ever met Raul?
No.
All right. And you're saying as far as her using any Percocet or anything like that, you don't know nothing about that?
No.
Okay. But she did use marijuana.
It's legal. Yeah.
Legal. Well, it's not legal here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, I guess anyway, let me just get right to the point, man. None of this makes any sense, right? Let me tell you what's marked as defense exhibit number 3. This is a picture of Charles Beltran. This is Charles Beltran, the same person that's in defense exhibit number, that's defense exhibit number 3. This is defense exhibit number 1. That's Marisela?
Yes.
All right. And I guess what I'm getting at, did it make any sense to you when you saw these reports, when you saw all the stories that Marisela voluntarily go with this guy? Does it make any sense to you?
No,
That's not the type of guy she normally would go with, is it?
no.
And in reference to whether or not he abducted her, or whether she was kidnapped, when you saw this photo, is that something that you thought about?
That she was kidnapped?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But again, as far as the Marisela that you knew, that you would go out with, that you would smoke weed with, she didn't seem to be the type of person that would want to date someone like this. What's your opinion?
I personally wouldn't even approach that person. No.
And other than trying to get some weed, Marisela probably wouldn't either, would she?
Probably not.
Night, Trudy. It does feel like he's putting Chuck on trial instead of Lisa, doesn't it? This whole time.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
And for your record.
No, Your Honor.
It is witness be found.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to leave. You need help getting down from the witness stand?
I got it. Thank you.
I don't want you to trip and fall.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, bless her heart. She's in a thing. I didn't see that earlier.
Yes, Your Honor.
Boot. Yes, I couldn't think of the name. Yeah, he has put this off on her or him rather, to take attention off her every chance that he gets. He is really wanting to make Chuck Roast the bad guy. It is so pretty out there.
Tomorrow morning, I expect you back in the jury room no later than 9:30 a.m. Please remember your instructions. We are at recess.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Proceed tomorrow.
City kitty.
You may be seated. All right, if the attorneys could be here tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m., that way we can put anything on the record that we need to prior to the defense either putting on a case or arresting.
Yes. I was just,
Yes.
Wow. So tomorrow. Oh no, they're ending it. I wanted to know. So tomorrow, they said defense is either going to put on a case or.
Another cage is a thirst trap for the female jurors. I will note that.
I'll let him know that's how he needs to introduce himself. Special Agent Thirst Trap.
Oh, we got a Special Agent Thirst Trap coming tomorrow.
That's a search warrant, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's on Halloween. Yeah. It's nothing like I know. I won't.
Special Agent Thirst Trap coming. It's getting dark now. Yeah, so it looks like they're going to be resting tomorrow. I didn't hear the state rest, but I guess she said for them to get there at 9:15 tomorrow to put anything.
Dang it. I don't know. We were 392. You couldn't come up with anything else.
To put anything on the record before the defense either presents a case or rests, which means I guess it looks like tomorrow the state will be resting.
I'm going to email you all.
And they said,
the charge.
And they said they're going to have a special agent, and that he's a thirst trap. So they're going to tell him to introduce himself as Special Agent Thirst Trap. And I'm going to be at the doctor. What? Rude.
Email about 3023. You did? Okay. And I have case law. I'll send to you.
Yes, okay. After you take a look at it.
I won't be here in the morning. I'll be at the oncologist. I'll be here in the afternoon, though. Jessica will be here with you tomorrow morning. So rude of them. All right, that one ended too. So at least we got to hear the last of what they said. So, yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow. Man, oh, I'm going to miss so much tomorrow. All right, so the plan for tomorrow is they, unfortunately, I was lucky enough to have them change Donna Adelson's arraignment to today. So I did get to see that, which was amazing. Unfortunately, they also changed Charlie Adelson's. So instead of being tomorrow afternoon, like it was supposed to be, they are apparently going to do it tomorrow morning. So I will not be able to stream that with you, but it will still be here on the channel. Jessica for Justice is going to be here filling in for me. She is going to stream in the morning. She's got some stuff to do in the afternoon, but I should be back in the afternoon, so I should be able to take over. But, you know, it's all right. At least maybe I'll get to be in chat with y'all some. I need to charge my AirPods so I can at least listen while I'm there as much as I can. So I am looking forward to tomorrow. If the state is resting tomorrow, then we will hear if they have anybody testifying for them and where they're going to go with this and what they're going to try to work out with that. So very interesting. This case today was not the most interesting day. But the good news is, since we paused to go to watch Donna Adelson, we did get to at least watch the boring part in 1.25 speed. So that at least was one of the good parts of this. So that works out. I've got the stream for tomorrow set up. Thank you very much. I appreciate the good luck for tomorrow. Yeah, I get my test results, and then I have an appointment, another appointment there too. So I'm sure it will all be perfect, wonderful, great. I have the stream set up for tomorrow, so when this stream ends, it should portal you over there. Sometimes it doesn't portal you over there right away if there is like if somebody's behind, like watching, you know, the whatever it's called, like when you're on rewind or whatever, when you do that, sometimes it doesn't do it right away. So here, I'll pin the link to it so you can get to it. For whatever reason, sometimes the notifications haven't been working lately. So I don't know why. But when you go over there, you can hit notify me. At least that way you will know when we go live. Charlie Adelson's sentencing is supposed to start at 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. So I think Jessica will be on like right before that. And then after that, we can, she'll get you started on the trial. And then when I get here, I will catch up. So we will still get it all together. And who knows, we could be seeing verdict eyebrows by tomorrow. Actually, I need to find them. I don't know where they're at since I cleaned everything. I have like a huge pile of stuff over here. They're probably in that, like papers and stuff that were on my desk. But you know, I'll go over that. But I'm going to get out of here. My kid will be here any minute. He made chicken cordon bleu and he's supposed to be here any minute. He's bringing me supper. So I will send y'all over there. Thank you so much for all the good wishes. I'm sure tomorrow will be wonderful. I'm glad we got to watch the sunset together. I'm glad we got to watch the trial together. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and I will try to be in chat as much as I possibly can before I actually get here in the afternoon. So that's all I got. So thank you for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.